we would like to invite you in. Fantastic. I can see we are all settled in so that we can be able to officially start. Ladies and gentlemen, to the Principal Secretary, State Department of ICT and Digital Economy, Engineer John Kipchumba Tanui, to the Chairman at KICTANet, Ali Hussein, the KICTANet Convener, and also the CEO, Dr. Grace Kidaiga, to the entire management, to our sponsors, and to our delegates. Good morning. Let me see if I can get a little bit more of energy in the room. Good morning. We would like to welcome you to the Kenya Internet Governance Forum, and we are glad and honored to have you here, where our theme is on building Kenya's multi-stakeholder digital future. At this particular point in time, I would kindly want to request all our delegates if we can rise to our feet for the Kenya National Anthem, followed by the East Africa Anthem. Thank you, delegates. We may have our seats. Please, if you would be so kind as to give a lovely, nice, warm high five to the person seated next to you and tell them, welcome to the Kenya Internet Governance Forum. Yes, check on them, tell them that you look absolutely lovely. We are glad to have you. Welcome them. Make sure that they are feeling warm right here in this particular forum. We are glad and honored to have you here. We also want to give each and every one of you an opportunity to introduce yourself on our online platform. At this particular point in time, I would like to request the media team. We are using Slido, all right? So there are two options. You can go to slido.com and you can be able to access this platform, but it's easier to use the QR code. If you can be able to scan the QR code from wherever you are using your phone, you can do that. Or you can go to slido.com and there the hashtag KEIGF 2024. Those are the two options for you to be able to join in there. What we are requesting our delegates, please just insert your name. Would like just to know your first name is good enough. From what I gather, your first name is good enough. And that is the platform that we want to get to know you. I can see 4 participants already typing. Welcome, John. We see you, John, in there. 7 participants. Dorothy, thank you for joining us. My name is Tamakaro John, all right, edited. Mwendwa, Michie, Branis, Dorothy, Caroline. Let's keep it going so that now we can be able to have a very warm online introduction as we welcome our delegates. Your first name is good enough. Nelly Nyazdzua, all right, with a smiley. I can see Andy is in there, Miriam, Christine, Gigi, Caroline, fantastic. Keep it going. And would like all our delegates to put their names in there as a way of introduction as we proceed with the program. At this particular point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to start with the opening remarks. Let me see by a show of hands to our delegates, how many believe in women in leadership? By a show of hands, how many can say, I believe in women in leadership? Fantastic, because I want to invite the first speaker who is going to give us the opening remarks, and she is a leader for sure. She is a board member of Ushahidi and also the International Association of Women in Radio. Ladies and gentlemen, she is also a strong professional with over 20 years of experience in partnership building, influencing, and also shaping policy direction, research, training, and also resource mobilization, just to mention a few. She is a C-level visionary leader and an expert in ICT policy and regulation. This is her mantra. I unlock potential. I see opportunity in hard places to find. She is the CEO and convener at KICTANet. Ladies and gentlemen, help me appreciate with a warm round of applause Dr. Grace Githaiga. She comes forward to give us the opening remarks. Let's appreciate her one more time as she comes on stage. Welcome, Dr. Grace Githaiga. We are glad to have you, and thank you for hosting us today. Thank you.
I didn't realize you were introducing me, and I don't know where you got that bio, but definitely it needs to be edited because I don't know if I fit into that. So during the Kenya IGF, we try to start on time, and I'm so glad that those of you who are here on time. And we already have quorum, so we are beginning. We want to thank our PS. He was here very early, kept so much, you know. He reminded me of the demo days. We would say we have a meeting at 7:30, and then demo would show up at 7, and there would be no one in the room, so you'd have to find a place to get him breakfast. So Bwana PS, asante sana. So Bwana PS, all our invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed participants, it is with great honor to welcome you all to the 17th edition of the Kenya Internet Governance Forum, Kenya IGF. It is at the IGF where we shape the future of internet governance in our country, in our region, and beyond. And it is because when we start here, there will be the East Africa Internet Governance Forum in Kampala in September. It will be followed by Africa IGF, and finally the Global IGF in Saudi to, you know, as the culmination of the year. Now, KICTANet has been hosting the Kenya IGF for those 17 years. I think you need to give us a clap because successive leaderships have continued to ensure that we hold on the Kenya Internet Governance Forum. And like we always say, we have bragging rights. You know, Kenya is a first in so many things when it comes to tech. We are a first. We exported Ushahidi, M-Pesa, you know. And I must say, Kenya, again, was the first African country to hold a national internet governance forum, and we have been able to sustain it. Now, who is KICTANet? KICTANet is the convener of this event, and we are a multi-stakeholder think tank for ICT policy and regulation. Our strategic pillars are policy advocacy, research, stakeholder engagement, and capacity building. As you know by now, KICTANet has been a catalyst for reform in the ICT sector spanning close to 2 decades. During this period, Kenya's digital landscape has witnessed remarkable growth. For example, internet penetration has grown significantly from about 3% in 2004 to 40.8% in 2024. Mobile SIM penetration has seen a dramatic increase from 6.2% in 2004 to 132.1% in March 2024. Likewise, smartphone penetration has grown from literally nothing to 58.6%, exceeding the number of feature phones. Also, Kenya's ICT sector contributes significantly to the economy of this country, driven by advances in internet connectivity, digital payments, e-commerce, digital services, and so much of digital skills. We talk of innovation. More recently, Kenya experienced its first major internet disruption, and that was on 25th June. It was kind of a shock to most Kenyans because we always argued that Kenya could never have an internet shutdown. And that, you do know, it crippled our country for about 7 hours. And this was during the harsh Reject Finance Bill 2024 protests led by the Gen Zs. This disruption is unacceptable and must never happen again. As stakeholders in the ICT sector, we must keep the internet on at all costs, at all times, and for all persons. We must always support the hash, keep it on. That said, ladies and gentlemen, these developments underscore the importance of the IGF as a platform where internet stakeholders can come together collectively, address emerging challenges, and develop best practices to harness opportunities presented by technology and the internet ecosystem. Since its inception in 2008, the Kenya IGF has exemplified the multi-stakeholder model and grown into a pivotal platform that brings together a diverse array of stakeholders. Today, we come together as a diverse community representing academia, government, civil society, media, the private sector, the technical community, and the public. Indeed, this is a testament of the power of collaboration and unity of purpose for the good, for the common good. If you look at our sponsors, we also reflect multi-stakeholder regime here. So the IGF is a platform for open and inclusive dialogue that facilitates the exchanging of ideas, sharing of best practices, identifying emerging issues that some require very urgent policy attention and capacity building. So this year's Kenya IGF theme is along the global IGF, and it is building Kenya's multi-stakeholder digital future. It resonates deeply with our context. As we align our discussions with the theme, we are reminded of the unique opportunities and challenges that the digital age presents to us. The sub-themes we will be exploring today are not only timely, but also essential in guiding our conversations and actions. As you may recall, this event was initially scheduled for June 27th, and it was going to be the culmination of the Kenya IGF week. However, things happened and we could not proceed. So we are very glad that finally it is taking place. So as part of the activities that led up to the Kenya Internet Governance Week, we held the Kenya School of Internet Governance. It's a once-in-a-year training that we bring in fresh voices into policy making, and it's a 3-week course. And this time we trained 70 fresh voices actually completed the course. It even has exams. So they completed the voice, and we look forward to hearing, to having them engage and bringing in freshness in policy discussions. On June 22nd, Watoto Watch convened the 5th edition of the Children IGF in Laikipia County, giving children a platform to speak about the internet governance. In collaboration with the Association of Progressive Communications, we also had agenda training on 25th June, which focused on women's inclusion for a multi-stakeholder digital future. In collaboration with Paradigm Initiative, we held a regional roundtable on internet fragmentation and human rights in Africa. And on the same day, June 26th, in collaboration with Slovak Aid, we held a stakeholder roundtable and policy dialogue on cybersecurity and data protection in Kenya. And lastly, under our Gen Zs, they're here, we held the Kenya Youth IGF on June 26th. And I remember when we completed, they had a cocktail, and when it was time to leave, I was urging them to go home, and they said, no, we're just preparing to be on the streets tomorrow. I actually thought it was a joke, but they were indeed in the streets. They were seen by media. They were part of what was broadcast. So I think it just demonstrated how gadgets, how internet has been used. So in that one, it was to amplify the voices of the youth in internet governance. I think we need to clap for our Gen Zs because you know, they just took control of everything and did everything for themselves. We only supported in where they couldn't move. So what does this theme mean for us? Building Kenya's multi-stakeholder digital future means we all need to renew our commitment to multi-stakeholder model while emphasizing collaboration across borders and sectors. For Kenya, 2024 is a crucial year for internet governance, where we have recorded new ways of doing things buttressed by the internet. The civic engagement, the civic consciousness and awareness that has happened in the last 2 months is enormous and has enhanced the critical role of the internet. In fact, we are now starting to see the articulation of Article 10 of our Constitution, where public participation and engagement in policy making is a constitutional requirement. However, the internet shutdown on June 25th raises internet governance concerns and calls for the need to adapt to changing situations, technology, challenges, and even geopolitical forces. Today, we are called upon to foster a collaborative, inclusive, and sustainable approach to internet governance. And as we discuss the future of internet governance in Kenya and across the globe, it will be of great importance to continue engaging all stakeholders, promote digital inclusion, protect human rights, and ensure effective internet governance to create a digital future that benefits all Kenyans. Multi-stakeholder processes should strive to treat all stakeholders fairly and equitably, considering their respective needs, capacities, realities, and even vulnerabilities. As I conclude, I want to encourage us to actively participate in today's debates. Please share your perspectives and collaborate with stakeholders. This is a safe space, but it's also a good space to test ideas, because as KICTANet, we've learned that influencing policy locally is more important than even globally, because this is where we live, this is our country. So we want to influence and have and shape policies so that we can continue to thrive and actually continue to brag as the Silicon Savannah, as a first in this, as a first in that when it comes to ICT. So let's have constructive dialogue. Let's share our experiences. Let's inspire one another on how we can harness the full potential of the internet. It would be interesting to even hear from the panelists what are some of the practical examples on how we can enhance this. Finally, I want to express my gratitude to the PS. He has continued to maintain an open door policy to his office, and PS, we don't take that for granted. We also appreciate the fact that you pick our calls and you respond even to the hardest of the questions. You know, KICTANet, we are known to ask very hard questions sometimes, and we appreciate that you are not afraid of those questions. So thank you very much. So we also want to appreciate our sponsors and partners with whose support this event has been made possible. We want to recognize Luminate, Meta, GIZ and the EU, Safaricom, APC, CPESA, ESET, Huawei, Access Now, TESPOC, UNESCO, KENIC, Paradigm Initiative, ICANN, and Liquid Technologies. And last but not least, all our speakers who will be speaking today, and all of you for being here. And we had a team that was organizing this meeting, the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, I think led by Rosemary. Please salimia wananchi. So we appreciate. So we look forward to a stimulating conversation, and karibuni sana. And I need to say, I think it would not be fair not to say this, but at KICTANet we also brag of contributing tech leadership to this country. Bwana CS is our lister. The previous leadership, both CS and PS, were actually the founders of KICTANet. Our CS nominee, Margaret, is a lister. So it's a good space to be in, and it's a good space where we nurture leadership. We actually are now nurturing very young leadership, and we want to see them grow and take those opportunities. So karibuni sana and asanteni. So I would like to invite my chairman, Ali Hussein, to just come and give a few remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, habari zenu? Habari zenu, amkula breakfast? Good morning, everyone. Okay. So, I've been dismissed from the podium, and we call him Potters at KICTANet, and when Potters says something, we have to listen. It is my distinct honor today to welcome everyone here, both physical and online, to the Kenya Internet Governance Forum 2024. This year's forum is particularly significant as we align with the global IGF theme of building our multi-stakeholder digital future. By the way, at KICTANet, we're very big on multi-stakeholderism, basically meaning bringing everybody to the table. While addressing the unique context of our vibrant nation, we gather here today to engage in meaningful dialogue about the future of our digital landscape. These themes today will explore not just timely, they are critical to our collective progress. We will discuss harnessing innovation while balancing risks in the digital space. The internet and digital technologies are now intrinsic to our development, driving innovation across sectors such as healthcare, education, and economic growth. However, with this centrality comes vulnerabilities that we must address collectively. This forum will serve as a platform to share success stories and best practice, ensuring that we can all benefit from the digital revolution while mitigating associated risks. We'll also focus on enhancing the digital contribution to peace, development, and sustainability. In a world facing significant challenges, the transformative potential of digital technologies can be a powerful ally. Together, we will explore how digitalization can drive socio-economic change and foster sustainable development for present and future generations. You know, during the last few weeks in this country, we have seen the Gen Z conversation going off and online. At one point, I was in an X space that had close to 1 million people, Kenyans, discussing socioeconomic issues for 24 plus hours. So we can see how digital technologies are starting to really play a major impact at a global level within this country. We'll also delve into advancing human rights and inclusion in the digital age. As the digital environment becomes increasingly central to our daily lives, it is crucial to empower all individuals and communities in shaping its development. Our discussions will center on innovative solutions and frameworks that promote meaningful connectivity and protect human rights online. We'll also address improving digital governance for the internet we want. And I think our CEO, Grace, has spoken about that very eloquently without me having to add too much onto it. Effective multi-stakeholder governance is essential for addressing digital issues and promoting cooperation among all stakeholders. We will identify ways to strengthen open, transparent, and inclusive governance processes that guide the evolution of the internet. As we embark on these discussions, let us remember that our collective efforts are vital in shaping a digital future that is inclusive, secure, and beneficial for all. I encourage each of you to actively participate, share your insights, collaborate with one another. As Gigi, as we call her, has said, this is the 17th year we've held the Internet Governance Forum in Kenya. That in itself is a record that we all need to be proud of, because without this multi-stakeholder engagement, we will not have this internet governance. And every year, the IGF is becoming better and better. We are proud to say that some of our alumni from the Kenya Internet Governance School, KICTAnet, have become major players in policy and regulatory conversation, not just in Kenya, but at a global level. So, thank you for being here today, and we look forward to a productive and inspiring forum. Let's build a multi-stakeholder digital future together. Asanteni sana. Now, it is my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, my brother, my good friend, our partner, who, as Gigi has said, is not afraid of having difficult conversations. In fact, I think a few weeks ago we had some very interesting express discussions with him, and for 1 minute I was wondering, is this a senior government official? And then I was like, that's the sort of senior government official we want, who is not talking at us, is talking with us and actually engaging with us. Please welcome Engineer John Kipchumba Tanui, MBS, Principal Secretary, State Department of ICT and Digital Economy.
Thank you, my friend Hussein. The convener of KICTANet, my sister Chris Kitharika, Chairman Ali Hussein, several distinguished guests, Christine from GIZ, my sister Dr. Kate Kidau, and several friends and colleagues, professionals who are here, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's indeed an honor for me to join you here this morning for the 17th edition of the Kenya Internet Governance Forum. First, congratulations to KICTANet for making this happen for the last 17 years. That's a big, big achievement. We also recognize those who were part of the first one, those who really laid the foundation of such a great engagement platform, and some of the names being mentioned, colleagues who really laid the foundation. This year's theme, Building Kenya's Multi-Stakeholder Digital Future, aligns with our mission to create an inclusive, secure, and innovative digital environment as envisioned in our National Digital Master Plan 2022 to 2032, and also our government development program, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, and our Vision 2030. We have an ambitious program in the ICT sector, which is envisioned by great milestones that have been done under Vision 2030, and great foundational projects, establishment of Kenya's submarine cables under teams, the current enhancement of the National Backbone Project, addition of 100,000 kilometers of fiber infrastructure to connect public institution and private sector to the internet. ICT has continued to play a very key role in our economic transformation agenda. We aim to facilitate internet access and e-government services as a right for our citizens, regardless of their demographics, income levels, or geographical locations in our country. Not as a privilege for some, but for all. Collaborating with internet service providers, we target to ensure we enhance the fixed broadband connectivity from our current 1.2 or 1.3 million users to over 8.5 million users. This is in addition to the mobile broadband, which we're already making very good progress. We also envision to continue establishing digital hubs across our country, advancing what we have done in our TVET institutions, and realizing the dream to ensure we have a digital hub in each of our 1,450 digital hubs in our country. The digital economy globally continues to grow. Evidence show it's growing 2.5 times faster than the physical economy, and our ICT investments are driving this year in the country. In 2014, the economy is rebasing to include ICT Transition Kenya to allow middle-income economy, with ICT contribution to GDP rising to 123 billion, from 123 billion to 258 billion. The exponential growth in this sector, fueled by robust internet connectivity and emerging technologies like AI, IoT, and many others, indicates that the digital space contribution to our economy, though still at the infancy, has great potential, and this will enable Kenya and our citizens to leverage the opportunities. A single voice cannot capture the complexity of the digital landscape, and that's why such a multi-stakeholder engagement is really so crucial. We need collaborations to develop the right frameworks, businesses to drive innovation, and technological experts to ensure secure, robust, and efficient infrastructure that will ensure no one is left behind. The voices of ordinary Kenyan citizens, as we've seen in the recent past, where all are coming to have serious conversation on our issues, ensuring our youth, our students, the civil society, the professionals are able to have their voices heard. Their needs and experiences will guide us in creating a truly inclusive digital future, upholding rights as guaranteed by our Constitution. As Hussein and Grace has mentioned, we are eager as government to engage and expand our stakeholder engagement, public participation, by tapping into this emerging platform and space, taking advantage of the internet and the applications, the digital applications available, to ensure that more participation of our citizens in their public affairs. Kenya has made significant strides in internet governance by committing to a multi-stakeholder approach like this one today. This ensures that the voices from government, the private sector, the civil society, academia, and citizens from across wide are heard and valued, shaping policies that promote a robust and sustainable internet ecosystem and will allow us to exploit the opportunities that comes in that space. The government prioritizes digital literacy, ICT skills development, and programs that we've had, like the digital literacy program, Ajira, Jitume, have enabled many equipped with digital skills from our students and the normal Kenyan citizens in various businesses, including Mama Mboka, to be able to be empowered with the digital skills to be able to leverage the opportunities in the digital economy. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the private sector and organizations like KICTANet and others for their critical roles in these initiatives. Kenya's investment in the ICT infrastructure has been very transformative, expanding broadband connectivity and deploying innovative technologies which have helped to bridge the digital divide, ensuring internet access even in our remote areas. Recent data from Communications Authority demonstrates the great work that our private sector has really done, and we really appreciate the work done by our MNOs, internet service providers, and even non-profit organizations that ensures we connect more to this digital space. This progress has spurred our economic growth and enhanced service delivery and improve our citizens' quality of life by empowering our youth digitally and laying a strong foundation for job creation and growth of our digital ecosystem. It's important to note that effective governance of our digital space is really paramount. The Kenyan government has established several legal frameworks to address governance issues in the digital sector, starting with the Kenya Information and Communication Act that provides regulatory foundation for ICT, addressing licensing, data protection, and also cybersecurity. The Data Protection Act of 2019 ensures the privacy and security of personal data, aligning Kenya with best global practices and standards. The Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act of 2018 is also one additional legislation that has helped to bring more hygiene in the digital space, addressing cybercrime issues and establishing mechanisms for investigation and prosecutions. These laws are crucial for regulating the digital environment, protecting users' rights, and ensuring data privacy and cybersecurity is guaranteed for our people. Our ministry will continue to review these acts in partnership with all the stakeholders and ensure that it continues to align to the ever-evolving digital landscape. The internet governance is essential for mitigating risks associated with misinformation and disinformation. Earlier on, we had a very vibrant conversation on this topic about the people. Is it about the nature of the people? Somebody said fake people. Is it about the tools that are available to us? Is it about the structures and the policies we have in place? But it's an important conversation that I encourage many of you, even in this forum, to discuss, because we need to see how we can undermine and ensure that we do not undermine public trust, social harmony, and establish cultures that we've established by such tools, but to ensure that we use to promote and enhance good for the public. The emergence of AI presents new challenges, including ethical considerations and potential job displacement, and also opportunities for new jobs. Effective governance will thus ensure that these technologies are used responsibly and for the benefit of people and also for the good of human progress. Cybersecurity is a threat that looms large, demanding a collective effort to safeguard our data and our online platforms. The digital divide persists, leaving some Kenyans out of this great potential. The ever-evolving nature of technology requires constant adaptation and upskilling. However, these challenges are also opportunities. By working together, we can build a robust cybersecurity infrastructure, bridge the digital divide through affordable internet access initiatives, digital literacy programs, and many other initiatives. And we want to appreciate those who have made significant efforts to ensure access to internet continues to be accessible and sustainable. Initiatives like local manufacture of affordable smartphones needs to be appreciated and highlighted, because also it presents a new opportunity for growth and job opportunities for our country. We see an opportunity of growth of electronic and semiconductor industry in Kenya. We are at the initial stages, but we see a great potential. We've seen East African Device Assembly, EDAC, led by Safaricom and others, manufacturing over 500,000 devices here in the country. We've seen initiatives by companies like M-Copper, able by now to have assembled over 1 million devices. We've seen initiatives like semiconductor technologies in Dedan Kimathi. These are initiatives at the very initial level, but presents huge opportunities for our country to ensure that we are not just consumers and users of technology, but active participants and contributors to the growth of digital economy and access to internet. So we applaud the work done by these institutions. As we advance, the government remains focused on fostering innovation while also mitigating the risks in this digital space. We are committed to enhancing the digital contribution to peace, development, and sustainability, and citizens' participation in the governance. We've seen recently this space opening up, and we must be willing to engage in these spaces and be willing to receive those hard questions that Hussein and Chris mentioned, because it's only in listening that we'll be able to get the input from our stakeholders from across our population. Protecting the rights of every Kenyan, even in the digital space, is also important, and it is also our commitment as a government to ensure that we protect the interest of all. We aim to create a secure, resilient digital economy that benefits all Kenyans by advancing human rights as an inclusion in our digital age. Building Kenya's multi-stakeholder digital future requires action on several fronts. One, open dialogue. Regular forums like this, the Kenya Internet Forum, Kenya Internet Governance Forum, are needed, where diverse voices can be heard and incorporated in creating solutions. Policy development. We are committed to have all voices heard in our policy development, and we seek your input on what's best for our country. Our recent engagement on ICT bill is testament to this, and we are keen to ensure all the inputs that were received are incorporated to ensure that whatever we legislate, whatever we propose as policies, has the input of our stakeholders and the general public. Investment in infrastructure. Investing in expanding affordable internet access to every corner of the country is key, particularly in our rural areas. As we see now more engagement in the digital space, we do not want to see where any of our communities are left behind. We call on all investors to uptake the opportunity to ensure that all parts of our country are connected, and our people from across the country are able to access the digital platforms. Our initiative for a digital hub in every ward will play a key role in this, but the private sector will play even a bigger role by ensuring that we walk the journey to ensure every home powered with power is connected also with broadband connectivity. We also need to look at how to enhance the digital literacy, equipping Kenyans with the necessary skills to navigate the digital space, and also securing their own safety and economic empowerment. In conclusion, building Kenya's digital future is a shared responsibility that demands active participation from each one of us. The government must and is leading by an example. The private sector equally must invest responsibly. Civil society must ensure accountability, and every Kenyan citizen must engage in this conversation. Together, let's embrace the power of collaboration. Let's build a digital future that's secure, inclusive, and a source of our national pride. Let us continue to work together, leveraging on our collective expertise and resources to build an inclusive, secure, and a prosperous digital future. On my personal level, I commit to continue to engage with KICTANet, work together with you, keep an open door policy, engage you, and as discussing with you saying that the professional in the sector, we have opportunity to propose what you have in mind. The positions we have is for you to utilize, reach out to us, and let's build this digital space for the benefit of our country. Across the world, this is a matching space. Digital space is a common platform across the world. Every country is looking at how to leverage it for opportunities. We as Kenya are looking how to unlock global opportunities from here at home. How do we grow our economy in this space? How do we build and be part of emerging areas? We are talking about digital platforms that we are enjoying. How many of them are local and homemade, and how many of them are using? The other day I was engaging some young people, and they introduced me to a new platform called Univus, UNIVUS. I would encourage you to go to your App Store or Google Store and download that hub. It's an interesting platform that young people develop for engagement within our campuses, in students, and we want to be part of this digital space, not only as users, but also to see the applications that have been developed by our young people being part of the tools that we will use to engage. This is an area we want to see that Kenya's software development industry can grow so that we can be participants in this space. Global tech companies have endorsed the talent within our country through establishment of development centers here in Kenya. We've seen Microsoft Development Center with high-tech talent, now over 500 of them here in Nairobi. Last year, Amazon Web Services established also a development center. Within about 9 months, they have already have almost 150 young talent participating not in development of local applications, but applications for global use. So we have potential as a country to be part of global players, contribution to this space, contribution to the growth of internet and the tools and applications available there. And we encourage Kenyans to also be players and also adopt some of these locally developed applications for our use, for our engagement, and many others. Beyond there, I want to say thank you. I don't want to go beyond there, but to thank Grace Kitaika, the leadership of KICTANet, for inviting me to be part of this. Let's walk this journey together. You have the commitment of the Kenyan government, and we have huge potential and opportunities for our young people. When we visit some of the digital hubs we've established in ICT, in our TVET institution, I'm so impressed. When I visit some of the companies, like I visited one in Tatu City called E&M Tech Hub with 450 engineers working develop applications for our banking industry, for our corporates. I'm so impressed with the potential within our country. The other day also I visited one called Inua AI based in USIU, working on digital media, where they are processing digital media, videos, photos for global clients. I'm convinced our country is on the right track. We just need to accelerate this. We need to give our young people more opportunities and enable many to access this digital space. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you. Please let's appreciate our PS engineer John Kipchumba Tanui one more time with a round of applause. Thank you, sir. We would like to invite our chairman, KICTANet, Mr. Ali Hussein, and also Dr. Grace to come on stage. I can see our CEO wants to present a token of appreciation on behalf of KICTANet. We also have Rosemary Kimwatu here and our chairman. Fantastic. We can do the photo for the gift presentation. Yes. Great. And our delegates, let's appreciate them with a round of applause. Time. Sante. Media team, we're good. If you're good, you can give me a thumbs up as we proceed. Thank you. Before we all leave on stage, I'll just kindly request we remain. Engineer Tanui, our PS, please come back on stage. We want to take a group photo with everyone. So, Dr. Grace, please come back on stage. Engineer, our PS, please come back on stage. And all our delegates in the floor, please, let's make our way to the front right here for a lovely group photo. So we'll ask our key stakeholders to come down here. For the rest of us, all the delegates in the floor, please come and join me here on stage. We want to take a group photo with everyone in this particular photo, representing the Kenya Internet Governance Forum 2024. So some can come behind the seats that are right here, and another delegation can come right on top. So some can come on top, and then others can be able to align right down here. Great, let's have, please feel free to go on top of the stage. Let's go on the stage. Let's go on the stage. Let's go on stage. Great. For the ones who had a calling to play basketball but decided to proceed with technology, you can go at the very far end back there on stage. Right. I believe that we have most of the people in. All right, lovely smiles. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to say KICTANet in 3, 2, 1. Kicked. Fantastic. Lovely smiles. Hold the smiles. Hold the smiles. All right. Next photo, I want you to put your hands together like this. It's a sign of partnership. All right. Fantastic. Then in 3, 2, 1, say governance. All right. Lovely smile. The final photo, please just have a 5 seconds conversation with the person who is next to you. All right, check on them, see their hair, how they are. Tell them they're well dressed. Have a conversation with them. Greet them, shake their hand. It's a conversational photo.
Please move from the photo side.
Conversational photo. Yes, yes. I owe you a proposal. Did you receive my quote? Yes, it's coming. It's on the email. All right. Fantastic. Please also, let's one more time, let's look at the official photographer that is there. All right. And in 3, 2, 1, let us say disruption. Disruption. Let's have our lovely smiles also. And then as we look at the official photographer that is there. The photographer, are we good? Fantastic. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we can have our lovely seats. Thank you for your cooperation. We appreciate you. Please let us go back and have our seats. Great. Our delegates would like to invite you to have your seats so that we can be able to proceed with the next part of the program. Let's have our seats as we settle down for the next part of the program. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Great. One more time, just want to call the room to order as we proceed to our next part of the discussion, which is a panel discussion. It's a panel discussion. I know some of us have been asking, what is the Wi-Fi access? How do I access the Wi-Fi? We have put the details right here on the screen. The Wi-Fi username is The Edge. And the password is right there on the screen. That is 09876EDG3. That is a password right there. And for us who have been asking accessibility to the Wi-Fi, please, it's right there on the screen. You can be able to find the username and the password. Please access that. And also our hashtag. Our hashtag is right there. Our hashtag is right there. That is KEIGF24. That is our hashtag for this particular forum. Yes, that is a hashtag that is right there. Before I invite the panel, please, delegates, I want to request, if you can be able to take out your phone, take a lovely selfie of yourself, all right? Take a lovely selfie of yourself and also probably of the delegate seated next to you. Take a lovely selfie, all right? No filter, fresh as it is. Then you can put it on Twitter with this hashtag KEIGF24. Yes, Michie and Michelle's table are doing it very, very well. Take a lovely selfie. We want these photos to trend on our platforms, all our platforms. Yes, and put the hashtag KEIGF2024. I am here, I'm representing. Put it in there. And once you get to that hashtag and you see the other delegates' photo, reshare, repost, and let's keep it trending. Fantastic. Thank you for your cooperation, delegates. Now we want to go to our next part of the discussion, which is a panel discussion, and we are excited by the captains of industry who are well represented here that will be able to guide us on this particular conversation. On my part, I have the privilege and the honor of inviting the panelists, and our panel discussion is on building Kenya's multi-stakeholder digital future. Our first panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is an economic and public policy expert from the Meta platforms. Please help me appreciate with a warm round of applause Desmond Mushi as he comes forward. Desmond, we are glad and honored to have you here representing the Meta platforms, an economic and also public policy expert. Welcome, Desmond. Glad to have you. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is a man who has quite the expertise when it comes to policy, leadership, management, and also ICT strategic leadership. He is the Deputy Director, ICT Communications Authority. Please help me appreciate with a warm round of applause Mr. Joseph Nzano as he comes to join us right here on the panel. Fantastic. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is an expert in policy and governance. Just to mention a few, I hope she is still in the room, or probably she might have stepped out. Please help me appreciate the Director, Digital Transformation Center Kenya, GIZ, Christine Schools Kaunga. Is she here in the room? And I know she's going to come and join us. But please, let's appreciate her. I know she's going to join the panel shortly. And our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is a mentor to the women in technology and is the head of service management, digital transformation at Safaricom. Please help me appreciate with a warm round of applause Lillian Kiambati as she comes forward to join the panel. Thank you, Lillian. We are glad and honored to have you here. And our next panelist is a proactive, passionate, driven, and dependable communications professional. She is the communications manager at Paradigm Initiative. Please help me appreciate Judith Ogutu as she joins the panel. And as we say in Swahili, makofi tafadhali. Okay, fantastic. And ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this particular session is the CEO and convener at KICTANet, a visionary leader par excellence. Once again, please help me appreciate our moderator, Dr. Grace Gidaiga, as she comes forward to moderate this session. Welcome to our panelists. Welcome, Dr. Grace Gidaiga, and over to you as you proceed with the panel discussion. Thank you.
So we are going to leave this for Christine as she joins. Oh, there she comes. Appreciate her with a clap as she runs. Ian, we have exactly 1 hour, right? Okay, so by 11:08. Okay, although we'll try and keep time. Do we have the other microphone, the panelists? Okay. All right, so my panelists have been introduced, and in the interest of keeping time, maybe as they respond to the questions, they can give us more details on what they do. But this is the rundown of the panel. I will be fielding a question to each. And then, Ian, you didn't say about asking questions on Slido. And then we will allow maybe 3 questions, and then we will give them the last opportunity, and it's a call to action. How do we come up with practical ways of doing things? So my panelists, karibuni sana to this panel. And my first question goes to Nzano, who is representing the DGCA. So I don't need to explain the panel, it has been explained by Ian, but as a person from the regulator, the industry regulator, how can regulatory frameworks be adapted to ensure they support and enhance open, transparent, and inclusive governance processes for the internet, while at the same time addressing concerns around security and privacy? Karibu.
Thank you so much, Daktari. Good morning, everyone. Skipping the introductions, I'm representing the Director General, Communications Authority of Kenya, who had another assignment and could not make it. To the question, there's a lot that the government is doing, and as you have heard today, even from the speech by the Principal Secretary, a number of issues are going on, including revision of the regulatory frameworks, which are already put in place, starting, of course, with the Constitution, which we can't ignore. That's the first governance point of reference, which has very specific articles that refer to the various freedoms when it comes to, of course, respecting transparency and openness. We also have the Kenya Information Communication Act, which, as the PS informed, is under revision. There are some 16 regulations which are being looked at. I hope you all had opportunities to give inputs. If not, I believe it's not too late. There's also the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, which was mentioned earlier. Of importance here are the regulations which are coming with the Act, which actually articulates a lot of details with regard to what is expected of us in terms of our expectations. Like when I was going through them, I realized that apparently each and every entity in Kenya now needs to have a Chief Information Security Officer. Now, these regulations, they also provide the job description of this Chief Information Security Officer. So, and that this needs to happen like in the next 12 months after the regulations were enacted. So, I think we are already within the 3 months there. So, these are things that we need to read and look out for, because in short, you have about 9 months to comply to such. But however, also we have, of course, the data protection, which I'll not repeat. It's quite known. It's very impactful in the society already. The ICT policies, the digital economy blueprint, among others. And with all these legal frameworks in mind, then we approach in various ways. One, of course, is through multi-stakeholder approach. And it is through forums like these ones, which have been going on for the last 17 years. And I must congratulate the conveners of KIGF. I actually participated in the first one 17 years ago. And it was in a small room in a place called Afralti, around Wayaki Way. But now you can see the far that we have gone, and congratulations for that. I think you deserve a big clap for maintaining and growing the KIGF. And in all these KIGFs, for example, the government has been participating, in particular Communications Authority, I think this is the first time I've not seen our logo here. So I was asking my colleague what happened, and we will discuss it at some point to make sure that perhaps the next financial year we need to have our logo up here somewhere. But all said and done, in Christianity, there's what they call the ministry of presence. So today we are sponsoring by being heavily present. We have more than 4 delegates from the authority will participate in about 4 panels which are upcoming. And we are here to listen, of course. We are here to get as much as possible feedback which we can take back, of course, to our Director General and top management of the authority, so that we can be able to consider on issues of governance going forward. Currently, we are over 68 million mobile subscriptions. 51.2 of them are mobile data, and 37.2 million are mobile broadband prescriptions. Now, 17 years ago, we were discussing very small numbers, but now these numbers have grown. 17 years ago, there were no Gen Zs, now we have Gen Zs. And these are the most heavy users, of course, of the internet, right? And we have had before the issues of spaces like the X, no offense to Meta is here, but also the other, of course, other platforms, Instagram, Facebook. You know, as a regulator, we have to be neutral. And then also, what Safaricom and other service providers were here, who have provided the infrastructure, and also what the government has done in terms of laying out cables. We are looking at laying out over 100,000 fiber cables across the country. My colleague Paul will give you the exact details, how far he has gone. I think he's almost about 60–70% in this initiative. We are talking about initiating services over the e-citizen platforms. We had a target of about 5,000 by June this year, which we surpassed. Currently in the e-citizen platforms, the government is accessible to you right from to your mobile device, of over more than 12,000 services which you can run right from your mobile devices. I think that the government deserves a clap for that. And oh, nobody's clapping. Please. Yeah. We respect the various, of course, initiatives that are happening around regulations, the National Cybersecurity Strategy, how cybersecurity governance is going on. We are in total respect, of course, to international collaboration, what is happening at a global nature. We try to participate in global activities, for example, like the open-ended governance forum, where member states have put in across in the UN various issues with regards to governance of the internet, including having norms and principles, international laws, how we should behave between country to country in terms of internet governance, confidence building measures, capacity building, regular institution dialogues. Among those also, we have to be adaptable and of course flexible. We support various sandboxing activities within the country. We partner, of course, with the private sector more now than ever in participating on various sandbox activities within the country. At the authority, we were the first to recognize that cybersecurity is a key issue, because we set up the Kenya Incident Response Team Coordination Center way back in 2011, and we enhanced it more in 2014. Most of the guys, most of the giants, of course, in the security sector were not seeing this area as key, but now as we speak, in any security setup, the internet and cybersecurity is on top of the agenda of discussions. Even brief downtimes, like when Microsoft went down for 10 hours, I think the day before yesterday. It was a big topic globally, isn't it? But before, nobody would have really recognized that. But now, because of the heavy dependence and the heavy reliance on such cloud activities as those, then it shows indeed that those services are important. The same way when the e-citizen platform went down for some few hours, just some few hours, it was a big issue because Kenyans could not get their services. That's why now the government is working hard in making sure that the services that are available, high availability, and sustainability in terms of giving services to all Kenyans. Public education and awareness is key, and I'm finishing. This is very important because we need to partner, we need to educate on best practices to discourage misinformation, disinformation. I'm sure most of us were shocked the other day when even leading medias in the US were complaining about a deep fake video of the US president, if you recall, President Biden. Some guys were saying that he may not be breathing and that whatever is being shown there is a deep fake animation of himself, but that was not true because later on we saw him speaking. So it's a key thing that we all need to be alive to and see how best to behave within the governance issues. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Nzano. When you said Kenya IGF started at Afralty, they didn't have a timer then. So as you can see, we have a timer, and you have exceeded your time. But you know, Nzano is from the regulator, so we have to be nice. Lest they decide that they will shut down the internet. What we experienced on June 25th, Nzano, was like sickness. For real, those of us who are so used to internet, we sat, and at that heat of the moment, we tried to purchase Starlink, but the credit cards were not working. Neither were. So we realized how we have become dependent. So we have to be nice to Nzano. Thank you very much. My next question, and please stick to the 5 minutes so that we have time for people to ask, goes to Lillian from Safaricom. What role can mobile network providers play in promoting and facilitating bottom-up governance processes for internet, particularly in underscored and underserved and rural areas?
Good morning, everyone. I'll be a little bit loud so that you guys wake up and don't sleep. And I just want to take you back to the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And I hope you all saw that it was modified to accommodate Wi-Fi in it. And Wi-Fi even comes before food, right? I'm sure the Gen Zs can feel me. So when you look at how it's drawn now, self-actualization is up there. Wi-Fi is at the basic of the basics. And when you look at it, like Grace is saying, when internet is down, you feel sick because you're grounded. So when it comes to connecting the unconnected and then the underconnected, of course, there's a lot that the industry needs to do, and I'll just break it down into 4 in some of the areas where we have contributed, and it's still a journey that we need to push ahead. And of course, connectivity, like I have said, is a basic that everybody must have now. And when you look at how we can contribute, or we have started contributing to the industry, is when you look at the Universal Service Fund that is supported by the regulator. And this is where they tell the investors, please put special funds aside so that we can be able to connect that person in rural Kenya, that person in Marsabit, North Horr, so that they can be able to enjoy the services like everyone is. Because when you look at most organizations, of course, when they look at their investments, the justification or ROI to the other investors is how much can we be able to make in this area? And that's where Universal Fund comes into play. So, and we have been able to do a lot with the support, and a lot is still ongoing. And it has helped us, of course, now reach in terms of population coverage, getting it to greater than 97%. And also, when you look at it, also, there's more incentivization that is required in terms of broadband connectivity, especially in the low-cost areas. And what we are doing as organizations is like looking at what cheap solutions can we be able to deploy to those areas while considering, while putting price as a factor. So that's why some point-to-multipoint links are also coming into play in those areas so that we can also have a competitive edge in terms of providing affordability to people in low-income areas. And of course, after connectivity, like when you look at the OSI layer, it comes to devices. When it comes to devices, when you look at smartphone penetration in Kenya, we're at around 58%. And how affordable are these gadgets to a normal Kenyan? They're very expensive. That's why I'm happy with Safaricom. We came up with a Lipa Mdogo Mdogo platform, whereby we are telling Kenyans you can own a device and pay 50 shillings or 30 shillings per day to be able to communicate on that device. So when you look at that fundi at site, they can be able to get their device and pay daily because they live on a daily rate, yeah? And we've also seen other players come into play like Watusimu. So that is another way of making sure that at least we are able now to connect, to reduce the digital device. And I'll give an example of how we connected Father Island to GSM back in 2000, I think it was 2004. And when we took connectivity there, we saw, I mean, how are people gonna power the devices? And what Safaricom did, they put power sockets outside the site and told the community, come and charge for free. Because how else are they gonna charge the phones? And you're seeing small things like those are the ones that are making a difference in our community. And the third one comes to delivering local content that people can relate with. How will that North Hall person be able to relate with the content that is global? So if you deliver something that they can start relating with, they're able now to use the services and also just come up with things like digitized agriculture, digi-health, you know, education for all. And of course also now through that we are able to deliver financial inclusion through M-Pesa to those communities that are unserved. And I believe if we work together as private industry and as government, we'll be able now to deliver these services to the people. With your support, at least we'll be able to get to the 8.5 million fixed broadband that the PS has mentioned, and we'll be able to move our smartphone penetration from the current 58% and drive it even higher in our country. And trust me, we'll go to the likes of Singapore and China, where everybody is connected, pushing gigabytes of data, and that's where we need to be able to progress forward as a country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lily, even for keeping time and for those critical points. We know the day of the shutdown, Safaricom was also on the firing line, and I always ask, why do we stay on Safaricom? But I was told we are Kenyans with our peculiar habits. We drink Tusker, we wash clothes with Omo, we've refused to move to other detergents, we've refused to move to other mobile providers. So really it's our problem, eh? It's our peculiar.
Thank you for staying with us.
It's our peculiar.
And please stay with us.
I don't know, Starlink had a moment that it missed. Hopefully they will have another moment. Now, to you, Desmond, you know, we are coming to you like this, and please keep time. How can tech platforms balance their commercial interest with the needs to support open, transparent, and inclusive governance of internet? And what specific initiatives can be implemented to achieve this balance? And I'm asking you this question because, you know, a lot of people think social media is Facebook. Even when TikTok has had an issue, people blame Facebook. So please speak to us and speak on behalf of platforms.
Thanks, Gigi. And I was just hoping you would say Tusker, Omo, Safaricom, and Facebook, just to ensure that we are consistent. I'm Desmond Mushi, Public Policy Manager at Meta, and Meta is a platform that is a company that owns the platforms Facebook, Instagram, Messenger, WhatsApp, as well as Meta AI technologies. And to just answer your question, I think the first thing that I would say is that ensuring safe use of our platform is in our commercial interest. I think I would say that is true for all tech platforms, including Safaricom, Airtel, and other mobile network operators. But to answer your question, I'll just, a number of things that I would say. The first thing is just how we are as a team, the role we play as public policy teams. And I'm joined with my colleague, Sarah Muyonga. Sarah, just wave. And really our role at Meta is to act as ambassadors between the company, that is Meta, and our stakeholders. And stakeholders could be regulators or government, ministries of tourism, CSOs, networks like Kenya ICT network, mobile network operators to innovators in Kenya. And what we really try and do is to bring some of the opportunities that Meta presents, like the PS was talking about, to Kenya, but also to take some of the challenges, issues, and frustrations that our stakeholders and constituencies have in our region to Meta. So that's one way of ensuring inclusivity. And to do this, we understand that we don't know everything, so we work very closely with partners, with people who are experts in their spaces. I see Lillian here. When you think about child safety, for example, I am not an expert in child safety. I understand what I do understand, so we heavily rely on the work that we do to our stakeholders. The first thing that we do as a platform, as Meta platform, is how we are designed and how our products are developed. And the way our products are developed in such a way that they uphold privacy, so we do it with privacy in mind, and that it gives you the guardrails to ensure your safety and security. So there's things that you might not want to see. You are able to filter some of the phrases or words or comments. You can filter who gets to see what it is that you share, and whose content you don't want to see. You can actually, so you have the power to ensure that you see the kind of content that you want to see, and that you can get rid of the things that you don't want to see. The other bit is, and that's for Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and Messenger. But if you think about meta technology, AI technologies, so Llama, for example, Meta AI, the way they're built with aspects around fairness, inclusion, and transparency in mind. And to that effect, some of the things that we usually share is we share the steps that we take to ensure that, we share it with researchers. For example, we have the open source libraries that share our codes, the codes that we use and the models that we use to ensure that someone can trace and almost, audit the processes that we take to ensure that, they are fair, they're inclusive, and transparent for that particular matter. And for developers that want to innovate in Llama, for example, we give them responsible guide, which is best practices on how you can do so and uphold safety and security of potential end users. The second thing is policies that we have, or guidelines that determine what stays or doesn't stay on our platforms. So I'd say a number of things to that. That these policies are developed with inclusion in mind. They are cognizant of realities and experiences of people from all corners of life. And even in developing them, and I remember for Kenya, for example, 2 years ago, we were reviewing a bullying and harassment policy. We interacted with CSOs in Kenya, including KICTANet. We interacted with Communications Authority to understand some of the frustrations and nuances when it comes to bullying and harassment. To just give you a little bit of context, the challenges that we are getting in our region is that there was a very thin line between political speech or calling leaders to action and almost bullying them and bullying their families and friends and people that associate with them. You're not really questioning the work that they're doing. You are basically going at them on their sexual competencies and things like that. So we got together, we took comments and feedback from people, and then took it internally to make sure that the policy is reviewed so that it reflects realities of the stakeholders that we work with. The other bit is the enforcement of policies. So how the policies are enforced, it's really with inclusion in mind, and that's ensuring that people in Kenya can tell us that some of these things that are happening really aren't healthy. They can be inciting and things like that. So we have inclusion in mind. We're also transparent in that we share transparency reports on our community standards and enforcement work that we've done quarterly, for example, on takedown requests from governments, on data requests from governments and things like that. So to ensure that you can go back and check what different governments are asking from Meta, even when there is threat detection. So when there is coordinated authentic behavior, whether by non-state actors or state actors, that is something that we are transparent about. And it's not an easy place to be. On accountability, some of the initiatives that we have in mind is what we call the Oversight Board, which is a board that can go and review some of the work that we've done on our content moderation work and almost call us to question. You know I am, I'm running out of time. The one last thing that I would say is on partnership, and I think for me this is really important, and Zan also spoke to partnership as well, and to this effect, the reason this is important is, as I said earlier, we don't know everything. I think we are able to do the things that we do because of the partners and the strength of the partnerships that we have on the ground. And so for the work that Sarah, myself, Mercy, and Helen do for the Eastern Horn of Africa, I really rely on the work that we do with the Kenya ICT network, the support we've been getting, and we've been giving to the Kenya Internet, the KICTAnet, Internet School Governance, to train young people so that they can become the kind of future leaders that they have to be. And so that's kind of what I would say, to just try and keep time as well. Thanks, Gigi.
Okay, thanks, Desmond. As you were talking about you not being mentioned, I think I will not be fair not to say that WhatsApp is part of the Tasker group and Safaricom. When you threatened us with intrusion of our privacy, we moved to other platforms. We moved to Telegram, we've moved to Signal. Then, mdogo, we started coming back to WhatsApp. Our group started convening again on WhatsApp. So somebody would leave Telegram and come and say, when did you guys come back? So WhatsApp is another tasker, because why are we there? Why are we not utilizing the other platforms? It's because of our uniqueness as Kenyans. So you will be happy to hear that. Now, Christine, we come to you as somebody and as from an organization that has been supporting digital policy, digital engagement, digital rights. What strategies can funders adopt to support initiatives that promote open, transparent, and inclusive internet governance? And how can they ensure that these initiatives are sustainable in the long term? Those of you who have worked with donors, you know after 3 years you are told, where is your sustainability plan? Or in year 2, we need to see your sustainability plan. That is the time that you're figuring out, this is what we need to do. Christine, in 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'll try to stick to it. And just as a little reminder, I'm heading a GIZ project that's called the Digital Transformation Center. It's funded by Germany and the European Union, and you actually find some of my brilliant colleagues across the room here. We have a table, a DTC table over there, Tevin up here in the front, so you might know some of them already. So yes, great question. And actually, I think, first of all, when we think about those strategies, cooperation partners, funders, the donor community, I think they could and should adopt approaches that are essentially not so different from the strategies that other stakeholders should adopt, and that we've heard here from my colleagues already, be it government, civil society organizations, academia, a private sector. I think we have a lot of things in common, and I think what we have in common is that we usually work with certain goals. We have KPIs that we need to achieve. We have to usually account for time and resources, and for that we usually plan. We often like to plan in linear processes. And I believe, and that goes a little bit into what my colleague from Meta said, we don't know everything, and I think no one knows everything. And I think thus the strategy to promote open, inclusive internet governance is basically also to shift the focus from the end result to the design process. So now this sounds quite abstract, but what I essentially mean is that obviously first we have to acknowledge that we are never done. With all those topics and challenges that we discuss, we are never done. We are in a continuous loop of refining and redefining. Internet governance will always be something to catch up with. It catches up with innovation. But I think this process is exactly where the value is created and where resources and energy needs to be allocated. And I think when we look into the last weeks in Kenya, we see exactly there was a lot of energy and a lot of resources being allocated. And I think, yes, as a second point to it, our tech world is complex. We all know that, it's not new. The internet is everything, it's all encompassing. for its governance to be linear, easy to plan, expert-driven is impossible. And I think the times where we had a couple of experts in a closed room coming up with a blueprint for solutions spanning the next 5 years, they're simply gone. I think it's very clear now we need everyone, we need all of you, we need all of us to find solution for our challenges. And I think that brings me to the next point. With this in mind, we need to accept open ends. We need to accept that our KPIs are constantly changing, and we need to utilize new platforms that are actually not so new, but we need to utilize them and recognize that, hey, this is actually where policy making is happening. That's what we've seen the last weeks. And I think changing KPIs and having question marks, having those open ends, they're not a sign of bad planning, neither in government, neither for donors, neither for private sector. And I think we need to have, we need to see the value in having very diverse judgments on those processes. And we need to be able to work with different scenarios at the same time. So for me, essentially, it's a skill set of somewhat accepting ambiguity and trust those processes, that if we involve the right people, if we take time, if we look and think twice, and if we value the input that is constantly being generated and is constantly out there, we will get the sustainable outcomes that we look towards having. And maybe also now this is still a little bit abstract to show that this is actually happening, and we've seen it in a huge scale now in Kenya happening in the last weeks, where we saw policy making happening and where we saw a lot of energy and resources being, of all of us, being dedicated to this, but we also see it on a small scale. And I'm actually also happy to refer to a process that as the GIZ Digital Transformation Center, we're very humbled to be supporting. It's the currently ongoing process of coming up with Kenya's very first national AI strategy. And I think for those of you who have been part in the process, and I think it's very likely that we have people here in the room who have been part already in this process, you see that this process is taking quite some time. And if we compare it to other processes of coming up with AI strategies that we've seen across Africa, be it Tanzania, Nigeria, other countries, we might recognize that Kenya is taking more time now already. And not so much, you know, is being able to be shown and presented now. But I think the reason behind it is that for the very first time, it's a hugely inclusive and transparent and participatory process. So as we talk, we have different groups of different experts coming together weekly and discuss. We have a series of town hall meetings that are being planned and carried out throughout Kenya, not only in Nairobi, to gather experts, to gather different people from different sectors, academia, civil society, research, to come together and to discuss. And I think in those processes we see we are in parts already on the right way, and we need to realize that coming up with the right solutions might take more time and might take more resources, but in the end it will still save us actually a lot, because we will have the results that we can actually work with. Yes, so I think from this point of view it's a little bit fitting into this idea of we don't know everything, no one knows everything. And we have to shift, you know, from looking towards KPIs and this is what we need to achieve, and to this is how we want to achieve. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Christine. I love that saying, you know, when it comes to internet, it is never done. I want to remind you that we are using Slido for questions. I already see there are 2 questions, but I think one was for the PS. There is already one for Lillian. So please go to, if you're not there already, go to Slido. You can either scan the QR code to get onto Slido, or you can just go to slido.com, then use the code KEIGF 2024, and you get there and you go to the Q&A, and please put in your question because we are coming there shortly. Now, finally, Judith, representing the civil society, People want to demonize civil society by calling us noisemakers. But I always take the opportunity to remind people that most of the freedoms you are enjoying are because somebody fought for them, and most likely it's civil society. The Gen Z have also joined that. We are going to be enjoying some freedoms because of those fights. So don't demonize the fights. Don't demonize those who do that. After all, we must ensure that human rights, where internet governance is concerned, we must have human rights. Finally, Judith, from Paradigm Initiative, what are the most critical challenges, and maybe I will just ask you to mention 3 as a maximum, to achieving a vision of an open, transparent, and inclusive internet, and how can stakeholders effectively collaborate to overcome them? I know we are the ones who push for collaboration, for stakeholder engagement. Please take it away in 5. So at exactly 20, we will stop you.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. So the key thing here, I look at connecting the unconnected. That remains a huge challenge. You find that globally, so far, maybe 2.9 billion people are the ones who have access to internet, but then you find that some are unconnected because they've chosen not to. They don't think internet is important. But then some are unconnected because they are not able to. So you find that this remains a big challenge, and it is something for us to think about, all the key stakeholders. What can we do to ensure that the unconnected are connected? Another challenge I see is internet shutdowns. And as Grace mentioned, for the first time in Kenya's history, we went through an internet shutdown. And that is something that is a big deal, because once the internet is shut down, then everything goes down, especially for a country like Kenya where we use internet a lot. So you find government have used different tactics. We have internet throttling, we have network disruptions, we have outright internet shutdown. So that also is something I see as a big challenge. Another thing I see as a big challenge is the cost of access to internet. I must acknowledge that a lot of effort has been done to ensure that the cost of internet comes down, but then we still have cost issue to deal with, the cost of data, the cost of devices, the cost of access. So these are things that still are inhibiting this free and open and transparent internet. Issues like taxation, you find that even when you look at the last financial bill, where did the taxman raid? They were going to raid the internet service providers. They were going to raid the gadgets. So you find that this is something that it keeps on occurring, and there's usually a space to look, okay, what else can we grab from here? So you find that this touches across the fees on services, the duties that we pay for different gadgets, and then of course taxes for equipment and providers. Another challenge I see is digital illiteracy, because you find that as much as, yes, we have access to internet, but how many people can use it effectively? There's a challenge in that particular area. So how then do we ensure that there's increase of awareness on how to use this particular platform so that it's effective? Another thing I see is the language issue. You find that a lot of content on the internet is in English. 55% of the content we have on the internet is in English. So we have maybe 12 top languages like Russia, German, French, Chinese. But then you find that if it's in English, then if those who are not able to speak English are to access internet, how then do they go about it? So that to me is also a big challenge. I know you mentioned, I'm just summarizing them. Another issue is the structural and cultural challenges. You find that currently on the continent, and even in Kenya, we still have the gender gap, which is a big deal. You find that a lot of more men have access to internet than the women. So this becomes a challenge, because you find that according to the ITU, 62% of men use internet compared to 57% of the women. So this remains a challenge.
Another thing we have is the generational divide. You find that they're the older people who cannot access internet, they're the younger people who cannot access internet. So this also remains a challenge because there's no flatness or inclusivity in that particular space. And of course, another issue I would mention is the inclusivity for persons living with disability. How are they able to access this internet? So these are things that keep on emerging, and to me, they play a big role, and especially when it comes to just ensuring that everyone has access to internet. So I'll sum it up there. Thank you.
Thanks so much for keeping time. Actually, you've even given us 1 minute, which is very good because you'll help us keep time. Now, so many questions for Meta, one for Safaricom, and I think there was one for government, but somebody has decided to just bring it down. I think it would have gone to Nzano on the supportive mechanism for local apps, but since it's not there, I think we can just give you a break. Now, the first one to Lillian. As you can see, there is a question on Lipa Mdogo Mdogo. Why does Lipa Mdogo Mdogo charge more than 50% as interest? And you're given there the statistics. A phone, 20,000, and a Lipa Mdogo Mdogo will cost 31,000. I don't want to read the last sentence, but
I've read it. I've read it, and you know, from our job, we are trained to listen to our customers and take feedback. So I'll list that as one of the feedback from our customers. But one of the key things I will also mention is that device affordability remains a big challenge in our country. When you look at tax prices, it's still very high. And, my ask on this table, because everybody is listening, and I'm sure we also have KRA here, or people who can speak to KRA as we speak to KRA, is we do need more tax incentives on devices. That is number one. Number two, we have a local assembly in Athi River, IDAC, that we have started that has employed local Kenyans and is making a big difference in the country. So we need more of that. How can you incentivize more organizations to set up more IDACs? Then you will see the cost of devices come down significantly. So that is the ask from the table, for us to be able to drive that inclusivity, so that the same way Gen Zs are driving with Uber to town and using iPhones, the ones in Turkana can be getting there and still being able to afford a good device that has a good camera where they can access information globally. So I think that is one of the actions, but feedback taken on the interest rate, I will make sure that your voices are heard. Thank you.
All right. I think there are a couple of questions for Meta. Desmond, do you want to respond to them?
Yes, I think the first question was on policies and guidelines. So, policies and guidelines employed by Meta platforms, how they are localized. I think, as I said earlier, the development of these policies is, uniquely consultative, to be quite honest. We consult with academia, with CSOs, with industry actors across the world. So as policies are being developed, they take into account perspectives of various constituencies from all corners of the world. That's the first bit. The other bit is that these policies are global in nature, and so for them to be enforced, they need to be principled, based on principle, and they need to be operational. And so to do that, sometimes at the point of enforcement, you need to take local realities. So something might be okay in Tanzania, for example, and not okay in Uganda, or okay in Ethiopia, but can be inciting in Kenya. So the same content in different jurisdictions can have different impact, and so what we focus on is the potential for harm because of that content, and not necessarily whether or not it is allowed by the law or something like that. So the way we enforce on our community standards is really based on perspectives of stakeholders who understand the context on the ground, so that's CSOs like Paradigm and others, who can tell us actually the way this content is inciting in Kenya. You might not understand it that way, but that is what it's doing. And some content can be inciting in different times and different moments. It could be okay to have that content today, but in a month's time, it could mean something very different in the spaces that the content is shared. So that's one. I think there's another question on safety and privacy, especially on derogatory terms and things like that. The way in which we do this is, as I said earlier, we work very closely with CSOs, but as well as regulators and others who report content to us, and when they report, they share context with us. And so on things that violate our community standards, we do take action, appropriate action, we take them down. Sometimes maybe people who do this in a coordinated manner sometimes can be removed on our platform, so it depends on the level of gravity of the violation, but action is taken. But to take action, you work closely with state and non-state actors who understand the context and can tell us, against our community standards and the potential for harm, why we should take one action against another. Thanks, Gigi.
I think that was also tied to one where somebody wants to know how FB handles fake accounts, online abuses, fake news. I think, have you responded to that?
Yes, in a way, but to just be clear, fake accounts on Facebook are removed. So if account is fake or impersonating and is reported to us, we do take action. There are instances where such accounts can be taken down by algorithms, so proactively, but in some instances, because of local nuances and things like that, they need to be reported for them to be taken down. And the same thing is true for misinformation. So, misinformation that can be harmful is taken down. There is some degree of misinformation that is subtle, and so we inform users that, because of an assessment of a third party, so third party fact checkers, that this content has been proven to be misinforming or untrue, or it's misappropriation and things like that. So there's an informed aspect, but if it's harmful and misinforming, if it's misinforming and harmful, content like that usually taken down.
Okay, thanks, Desmond. There's one from Wangoi, and I think she wanted to know whether Kenya gives preemptive right to locally based apps in phones imported or locally manufactured in Kenya. If yes, name the apps. If not, take it up. Promote Kenya. So I think, Nzano, you will respond to that. And there's also one, did Kenya shut the internet on June 25th? It actually says, Joseph, tell us the truth.
Thank you, Dr. On the first question, I'll take it up. Allow us to take it up, and we will look at the issues of those preemptive rights on mobile apps. I think it's a very good question. I'm not so sure if some of the regulations which are being developed now are addressing such issues, but perhaps we need to revisit. They could be. If not, perhaps then it's an opportunity to add on something and perhaps have a conversation around this area. So whoever who asked the question, I think it was, can reach out to me and the CA team, and we will work, and of course through Grace we will give an official response and perhaps have it published at some point.
Yeah.
Now,
actually, there's
about are you asking about the, which question are you asking about? The device or the? I was going to the next question.
Yeah, I think Nzano, there was also tied to that. There is still on efforts to expose African internet creations to global market,
yeah, and
whether we have a framework supporting the creation of AI development ops in Kenya. I think that's also tied to that issue of framework. Yeah, so please give a response and.
Okay, so.
A very short response. If you're not able, please give guidance, give direction, because we need to now clear.
True. Okay, so AI, of course, is a new technology which is growing, and Personally, I'm not aware of government initiatives towards this area, but I'm sure my colleagues are here, my team are here, they might want to comment to this later on in the other sessions. Now, the issue of, I wanted to answer the issue of June 25th. I don't know why we are, I think that's what I wanted to answer now. Okay, we have been working, of course, with IGF for many times. I remember way back in 2022 elections, there was the issue of no shutdown during elections, you remember? And we worked together. We came here, we had conversations, we had all the experts in the industry, and after we left here, I think we made a pact that this issue of shutdown doesn't exist. So a few days before 25th, there were these rumors going around. We issued a statement. I don't know if you have not seen it, please check it in the social media. We issued a statement indicating that, of course, there is no intention at all of shutting down the internet. I think that's the most I can say as of now. But of course, there are many other mechanisms of ensuring cyber hygiene, which has already been articulated by my colleague here, Meta, on terms of unacceptable content on the net. So of course, that collaboration is there. We pick it, and of course, we converse with the various providers. Thank you.
All right, Kate, there's a question you asked about harvesting use of data in the conversations being generated on it. I think we have a session in the afternoon where we will have a report on that, and that will be a good platform to ask. I think, so your opinion, okay. So I think some of those questions can be dealt in other sessions, relevant sessions. What is the plan of the government to provide platform for public participation and feedback instead of using third-party platforms? Again, that Zano. You can take some of this as feedback, but you can respond if you want.
We'll take it as feedback. I know the eCitizen platform has quite a number of different platforms being used on the back end, but I'm sure the team there is working very hard to make it uniform in terms of back end and ensuring sustainability of the applications and systems. So it's work in progress, but indeed, of course, we can reach out to the eCitizen guys and prompt them also to tell us what they are doing on that end.
Okay. I know, Nzano, some of those questions have been kind of hot, and my role here as the moderator is also to protect my panelists. So I will encourage you to have a bilateral with Zano, and we also have other members from the regulator. They are sitting at this front table here, and you can have a bilateral during tea time or lunch and raise some of those questions. The good thing I know is that CA listens. I don't know if you still listen. At least you used to listen. And even act. So 8 minutes, so 1 minute each panelist to give us a call to action, practical ways of implementing what we have just discussed from your perspective. And it is because, you know, the conversations we hold during the IGF continue to inform the work that is done the following year. So a call to action, and we will start with Desmond coming this way. Desmond, in 1 minute, because we have to finish on time.
Okay, thank you so much, Gigi. I think for me, the first thing to Nzano and the CA team, regulatory sandboxes are great. I think to Kenya ICT Network, one of the things that you've been doing really, really well is ensuring that we have a framework, a business operating environment that is conducive for innovation and that upholds inclusion, transparency, and fairness and things like that. What might be helpful is to export some of these best practices to other countries. You know, I think as we've seen these days, some of the digital frameworks or guidelines are done at regional level. So within EAC, within Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, just playing a much bigger role so that what works here can be something that works for the majority of the people. The last bit is, even as we regulate, as we think about AI and innovation, I think it's usually common for most stakeholders to think about how can we protect ourselves from Meta or OpenAI. It's more important, in my opinion, to ensure that we are creating an environment where Inua AI that the PS was talking about can become global. So thinking about local innovations that start out of Kenya that become global in scope and impact. And so if you think about it from that perspective, maybe you might land in a different regulatory environment from the one that we currently see happen. Thanks, Gigi.
Thank you. I think those are very good remarks from Meta, which I want to align to. And more to that, of course, I will not add more from what the PS has said. It is our senior this morning, that indeed we need to continue building our stakeholder, a multi-stakeholder approach towards the various issues within the internet governance as we progress into the future. I think that's the main take home for us today. We keep on listening. And as Dr. has said, indeed, in the authority we listen and we action. And of course, we believe we can extend this to government. And we shall continue to participate in such forums where we can get open and candid feedbacks. That's why we are here today. I mean, so that we're able to listen to you and converse together. Thank you so much.
On call to action for me, I will still speak about connectivity, because you're not yet there. And we still need to take services to our people. So calling on all the stakeholders, including us, to play a big part in that. And then the other bit, once connectivity is in place, is to safeguard it. And one of the key things we need to do is protect our infrastructure. Make sure that there are laws in place to be able to make sure that any vandals law is taken on that, because I don't think it's taken seriously in our country, and you find people trenching, cutting our fiber and affecting our citizens. Then the other bit, we need to put a law in place the same way NCA approves building construction. We should have data connectivity put in place as part of the approvals by NCA. That is another body we need, so that for every building that comes up, that is in play and it is a non-negotiable. Then also device affordability, I have talked about that. More tax incentives, more local assembly. And then in the cybersec space, we need to do more. I know work has started. In the same way you have put in cybersecurity, data privacy, when it comes to AI, we are underrepresented as Africa in that space. And we need to put content out there that is either suitable for us and that matches our culture as well. Because I remember the first AI model that was for face recognition that was built, it could not recognize an African face. So what role are we playing? And this is a call to all of us to make sure that we play in that space, and the time is now. So connectivity to our citizens is a non-negotiable. Let's play a big role in that. Thank you.
Judy, as you watch on time.
Thank you. So my call to action is let's keep the internet on and ensure that it's open, transparent, and inclusive. This way we are able to connect better, we are able to move together, and we are able to do a bit much more better. And this calls for a multi-pronged approach, so that then it's the civil society working together with the non-government organizations, government, philanthropies, media, academia. Every stakeholder is critical in ensuring that this is achieved. Thank you. Sorry.
The final one, and the clock is ticking. Call for action.
1 minute.
1 minute. I have 3 points. First, we need to keep engaging and applying ourselves as a whole society. We need to move out of the niche for policy making, and I think we're on a good way there. Second, we need to continue proactively to bring the different dimensions together. Open, transparent internet and privacy and security, for example, they're not on different ends of the spectrum. They go hand in hand. We would be fools to assume that cybersecurity is a niche topic for tech experts. We need to understand all dimensions and perspectives, users, platform providers, big tech, small tech, research, all of it. And 3, accessibility. I think there we still have a long way to go. Language, local languages, dialect, voice to text, text to voice. We have a lot of options there. It's something we need to focus more on every day in all our actions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, panelists. If we were to do a word cloud, we would hear words like partnerships, collaboration, engaging, connectivity, accessibility. The first time Zano talked about the Kenya IGF, of course I wasn't there, but when you talk about, we've been talking about being inclusive, and since we got into COVID, the Kenya IGF has endeavored to include even persons with disabilities, and as you can see, we have a full table of them represented there, and we want to clap for them for engaging in this process. I want you to please applaud my panelists. You believe they have done a good job. We will ask them to get into Slido and respond to the questions that were not responded to. And we need to take a group photograph in exactly 50 seconds. Thank you very much. Imagine we still have 10 seconds to this session. You need to clap for us for keeping time. I always tell this joke, you know, they say Africans should never wear watches because we never use them. But I want to prove today that mine has worked.
Great. Please, once again, let's appreciate the lovely panel one more time with a round of applause. Thank you to our moderator and all the panelists. We want to take a short break, but before we do that, we have some giveaways that we want to make sure that we can appreciate our delegates with. And to do so, I'll just ask a trivia question, and if you get it correct, the first hand that goes up, you will be able to get this particular prize. So I will start. Which body is responsible for allocation and management of top-level domains? Yes? Sorry? Domains such as .com, .org, and country codes like .uk. Which one? I can. Thank you very much. Please come and join me on stage. Let's appreciate him. All right, fantastic. And the next trivia. Let me go to the music lovers that are here. You will tell me the artist and the name of the album. Which is the highest, best-selling album of all time? Of all time. I know I have tech people in the room, so I just want to make sure that they don't get it correct. And Google in 5, 4, 3... Thriller by who? Queen Jane. Who? Michael Jackson. Please, and Derek, come and join me on stage. Come on stage, come on stage. Please come and join us on stage, gentlemen. Fantastic. The Gen Zs are wondering, which one is that? I also identify as a Gen Z Pro Max. Pro Max, all right? Just come to the center. Mr. Andere, please just talk to your subordinates and tell them, how does it feel to be a winner?
I wish I won a bottle of something, but it feels good. It feels great. Looking forward.
Thank you so much. To you, in 2 seconds.
Like you said, it feels very good.
Fantastic. A small photo for the gentlemen that are here. Let's appreciate our winners for the trivia. Thank you very much, Mr. Andere. You will get the bottle and fill it with that gift. Sante Sana, you may have your seats, good people. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to take a 15 minutes health break. We have also some tea and coffee that has been arranged out there for you. So delegates, if we can all be upstanding, it is exactly at 11:15. We hope that you can be back here at 11:30. Please, let's all rise, let's all rise, let's all rise. Okay, let's all rise. Give a high five to the person standing next to you and tell them, T is on Ali Hussein. T is on Ali Hussein. Yes, 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 yes. Fantastic. To our media team, let's have the sponsor videos as we go for our tea break and also the networking session. See you back here at exactly 11:30 in the next 15 minutes. Thank you.
As a business operating in Africa, the Day of the African Child gives us an opportunity to celebrate African children.
Our telemedicine service targets 32,000 children in Homa Bay, Samburu, Baringo, and Lamu counties. And we do execute this with some of our healthcare partners to ensure that children receive healthcare services on that particular day. Some of the stakeholders that we work with to ensure that these rights are protected and promoted include various arms of government. We also work with parents and caregivers. We work with various, as well as teachers and the clergy. The challenges that children in Africa face today include digital literacy, connectivity, affordability, and accessibility to devices. And to mitigate some of those challenges, we at Safaricom have partnered with Zeraki Learning. Zeraki equips teachers to provide secondary education to learners on a digital platform, and that gives the learners an opportunity to actually exercise their digital skills as they advance their educational skills as well. In the past, during celebrations of the Child Online Safety Day, we have brought our child customers together in Safaricom to create awareness around cyberbullying and how they can go about managing cyberbullying. There is also a continuous partnership with the Communications Authority through the Child Online Safety Initiative via COP that educates children on the opportunities, the vulnerabilities, and the risks of the internet. It is my hope and prayer that on this Day of the African Child, that we will each take time to reflect on the various opportunities that are there in the digital space for the African children.
Mobile operators have to keep their networks secure. But how do they know if they're succeeding? First, they need a yardstick, a standard by which to measure the security of any network and the equipment on which it runs. Fortunately, we've already got a standard, the Network Equipment Security Assurance Scheme, or NESIS. NESIS is a standardized cybersecurity assessment mechanism. It was jointly defined by GSMA, 3GPP, telecom industry's leading standard-setting organizations. To create NESIS, they consulted carriers, vendors, regulators, industry partners from around the world. The result is a unified global set of security standards that can be applied to all equipment vendors, all verification systems. This past May, Huawei became the first vendor to pass the NISA's audit for 5G wireless core network equipment. NISA's has three main advantages. First, it is customized, authoritative. NISA's was designed specifically for the mobile industry. It delivers security assurance methodology, threat analysis, definitions for critical assets, and general security assurance requirements. Second, NISA's is globally unified and efficient. It makes accreditation easier, faster, and less costly. This increases efficiency and reduces the burden that security testing puts on stakeholders. Third, NISA's is a continuously evolving open standard. It will keep evolving with regular new releases, and it's always open to feedback from different stakeholders. Trust is built on facts. Facts must be verifiable. Verification must be based on common standards. NISA's gives us a completely new way to assess cybersecurity of mobile networks. For 5G networks, it provides the right kind of standards. Customized, authoritative, global, efficient, unified, open, and constantly evolving. Now that
There's a lot of data in our phones or laptops that we don't want to share with strangers. Our daily schedule, private photos, text, emails, banking passwords. How safe is it, and what can we do to make it more secure? In the industry, your private data is called user communication data. It's a data user create, send, receive, or store. Nowadays, most of it is encrypted automatically, whether it's handled by WhatsApp, Gmail, TikTok, or Facebook. It's locked by security features like a password or fingerprint. When it goes from our device to cloud service, or is received by a friend after sending it out, it stays encrypted from end to end. Besides encryption, more and more laws protect our data. In 2016, Europe adopted rules called General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR. In North America, the state of California recently passed the Consumer Privacy Act. The rules obligate network operators and app suppliers to follow strict rules when they handle our information. By the way, network vendors like Huawei, Nokia, or Ericsson have zero access to our data. After delivery, vendors are under contract to completely get out of the picture. They only come back when invited by network operators to do maintenance, repairs, and upgrades. In those situations, vendors can only access operational logs and other network communication data. They do this under the content supervision of network operators. You and I, as consumers, play a key role in protecting our data. And we could do a better job according to the UK Information Commissioner Office. 9 out of 10 data breaches in 2019 were caused by consumer errors. We set security features on our devices when asked to set a password. Many of us choose no password to save time. Think again how valuable your data is. Do yourself a favor and secure your devices. Apps are another vulnerability. The apps in your phone or laptop should only be downloaded from trusted sources like Google Play Store or Huawei App Gallery. But the most important is to avoid clicking on links in emails from familiar addresses. It's so easy to get in trouble by clicking and installing malware or even worse, ransomware. Good cybersecurity doesn't just happen. Government pass privacy laws. Apps encrypt user data. Operators stay alert to prevent unauthorized access, while equipment suppliers build secure products. And we, the public, need to be smart. To keep data safe, we all have our part to play.
Check 1, 2. Great. For our delegates who are out there, would like to call you back into the hall if you can be able to hear my voice. Kindly requesting that you come in. Let us settle down. Let us settle down as we get ready for the next part of the program. Great, fantastic. Welcome back. Welcome back. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, delegates, if you'd be so kind, please give a nice high five to the person seated next to you and tell them, welcome back. Welcome back. It's good to have you here. Welcome back. Please, I'd like us to just do a small activity before we get into the panel discussion. I'd like to request all of us, please, if you can rise to our feet. Let us rise. Let us rise to our feet. Want to make sure that the tea and the coffee has already checked in. Right. Then it would be more comfortable if you can stand behind your seat. So you push your seat under the table. Great. This is a round table setting, but I'll kindly request that we all face this fantastic banner just to appreciate our past sponsors, partners. Let's all face forward. All right. Fantastic. And I hope the ones at the far end, you can be able to see me. Now, the partnership and the collaboration that we get from this particular engagement in this forum gives us the necessary traction in the industry and in this market. In that fashion, I want you to move your knees forward and back, forward and back, forward and back, forward and back. And to help me on this, I would like to call a few sponsors and partners on stage. We can have Michelle from ESET to join us. Lumumba from KENIC, please come and join me on stage. All right, fantastic. Michelle from ESET, come. She's the best dancer in Nairobi. We want to make sure that she can be able. And if you're part of the consortium of the partners here, please feel free to come and join us on stage. All right. Yes, Lumumba from KENIC. When we were doing the trivia, someone was asking, how did KENIC win a prize? And Lumumba told me, once you win a prize, come, I'll give you a hoodie courtesy of. All right? Our partners are free to come and join us on this. Now, this is the thing. We are the ones who are going to show them how it's going to be done, and I want us to do it together. Move your knees forward and back, forward and back, forward and back. So when the left goes forward, the right comes back. The interchange like that. It gives you a bit of a bounce. Let me see you do it. Forward and back, forward and back, forward and back. And then get your shoulders in there. All right? Put your hands here. You know the way you've been chasing that PO for 6 months, all right? Charge with it. And then I want you to start clicking. Nice. Click. And click, and then in 3, 2, 1, I want you to take it down and up. Take it down and up. Take it down and up. Fantastic. Now I want you to take out your hand like this. This is your thumb and your pinky finger. Now this is your phone, all right? With the collaboration and the partnerships you get from this particular event, your phone will not stop ringing. So I want you to put it down like this and take it up. Like this and take it up. Like this and take it up. Make sure your facial expression is good. We are taking photos, all right? Like this and take it up. All right. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, as captains of industry, you are going to take people from one level to another, and we'll take it from the bottom, both hands, and we do it together like this. Bottom. And hold it there. All right. From the bottom. And hold it there. One more time. Let's go. And hold it there. Mr. Director, give us that song. It is best done with music. Let's go with the knees. Put the shoulders in there. Put your hands up here. And start clicking. Nice. Click and charge. All right? Okay. In 3, 2, 1. Take it down, down, and up. Down, and up. Let's go. Down and up. Let's go. Down and up. Down and up. Down and up. Let's go. Down and up. Take your phone and pull it up. Take your phone and put it up. Oh, take your phone to more regional offices. An expansion of your business. Proposal has been accepted. Yes, the account has been credited. All right. Down. Take it from the bottom. Let's go. And put it up. Right. From the bottom. And put it up. All right. From the bottom. And put it up. One more time from the bottom. And put it up. Fantastic. Give a high five to the person standing next to you and tell them, I can teach you how to dance. I can teach you. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Michelle and Lumumba. Fantastic team. They will be doing their recording session in a few months as they tour the country. Let's have our seats. Thank you very much. Now we want to get into the panel discussion. Our key focus, our topic of discussion is on the digital public infrastructure for economic development and sustainability. At this particular point in time, I will invite the panelists. And our first panelist, ladies and gentlemen, the CEO, County Assembly Forum. Please help me appreciate with a warm round of applause, Lona Losem, as she comes forward. Lona, welcome. Makofi tafadhali, let's appreciate Lona. And our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is the Deputy CEO, Government Affairs at who are a seasoned speaker that I've engaged with it quite a number of times. Please help me appreciate Mr. Adam Lane as he comes forward with a round of applause. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, our next panelist is Director at the Communications Authority, and he goes by the name Mr. Paul Kiage. Mr. Paul Kiage. Let's appreciate Mr. Paul Kiage. We are glad to have you, Bona Director. Thank you very much, with a key focus on licensing and UCF. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, he is a chief evangelist in everything that he does, and he is also the Chief Executive Officer at KENIC, a leader extraordinaire. Please help me appreciate with a warm round of applause Mr. Andrew Lewela as he comes forward. Thank you. We are glad to have you. And to moderate this session, ladies and gentlemen, is a Senior Director at ICANN. We have him to come and moderate. Please help me appreciate Mr. Bob Ochieng as he comes forward. Mr. Bob Ochieng. Makofi tafadhali, let's appreciate Mr. Ochieng, Senior Director at ICANN, and he is best placed to come and moderate this panel. Over to you, Bob, and welcome to each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Should we start with the dance? And did you notice there was interpretation in sign language for the dance as well? Like, is that possible? Only it's, only at the IGF. So I know we have a very short time and a very large topic and eminent speakers and panelists who are, I'm sure, known to most of us in the room. The evangelist is known. CA is always around, is always behind the scenes. Adam is always with us in these meetings. And the counties, the center of the action. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I hope next time we'll have more ladies and gentlemen to this panel. And probably I'll just ask you to each do a quick round of introduction, in a minute each. Just introduce yourself and say a word or two about, what you're doing to this audience. I am allowed to stand here, but I think we have a mic each, do we? And we'll start with ladies. Lona, please.
Thank you. My name is Lona Losem. I'm the CEO of the County Assemblies Forum, and County Assemblies Forum is a coordinating body for all the county assemblies in the Republic of Kenya. We support them just to effectively and efficiently implement their three main roles of lawmaking, oversight, and representation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorna. Adam.
Good morning. My name is Adam Lane. I work at Huawei in Kenya. Huawei provides the infrastructure for telecoms networks, IT, equipment and solutions, as well as power solutions, and we have Huawei Cloud and other aspects of our business, including the consumer division as well. At Huawei, I lead the engagement on government and external affairs, which includes our work on policy and cybersecurity, as well as some of our CSR programs where we're connecting schools and TVETs and things to hospitals and hospitals to internet, as well as skills and training programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul.
Good morning. My name is Paul Kiage. I work for Communications Authority of Kenya as a Deputy Director in the Universal Service Fund Department. As you may be aware, the KICA of 1998 was amended sometimes in 2009, and a fund was created to be managed and administered by the Communications Authority. We support deployment of ICT infrastructure in areas which are classified to be unserved or underserved. Thank you.
Unserved and underserved. Probably time to also come or bring your dictionaries closer. I'm not sure we have the same understanding of what underserved is and whether it's different from unserved. But yes, we are coming back to that. Andrew.
Thank you, Comrade Bob. Andrew Lewela. I have the best job, I think, in the world. I evangelize.ke on behalf of Kenya and Kenyans. And really, I am the CEO at the Kenya Network Information Center. We have the delegated mandate to run what we call a registry that administers and manages the .ke domain for you, individuals, businesses, government, and everyone. We are not government. I need to emphasize that. Some people have the perception that we are government, but we are not. We are a private entity serving all stakeholders. I have a simple duty also to be a cheerleader for my team, some of them in the room. So I look forward to this conversation, Bob. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Evangelist. I think very soon I'll forget your name because every one of us refer to you as Evangelist. So we have an interesting topic. Digital public infrastructure for economic development and sustainability. And I think there are two terms that I see there that I want to help my panel to help me unpack. There is the element of public infrastructure for economic development and sustainability, and then there is the digital part of it. So it seems like, there is public infrastructure, but then there is digital public infrastructure. I wonder if there's a difference, or maybe not. So I'll start with Lorna. I guess we got our seating arrangement as was announced, and probably is what I'm following here. So from a county's perspective, Lorna, what is the current state of digital public infrastructure, in the counties, and what are the key components and services that you would say, make part of this infrastructure? Just paint for us a picture how the counties look like today in terms of digital public infrastructure.
Thank you. So in responding to that, I'll start by talking about what is within the ambit of the counties in terms of the public, digital public infrastructure. And in that aspect, I think I'll start from the existing legal frameworks. And mainly in terms of legal frameworks, this mainly is, I think, controlled by the national government, and in certain sectors that are devolved, especially I'll talk in regards to the health sector that is devolved, and in that there's an act on Digital Health Act that was assented to in 2023, and the main benefit for that in the counties is the implementation of the electronic community health information systems that have been rolled out in all the 47 counties. And within that, I think 95,000 community health promoters were trained and equipped to utilize those services, especially in malaria and malaria prevention and treatment. And then in we also try to look, so what other counties have done in terms of issues of infrastructure is currently there are digital hubs in all the sub-counties in the country, and mainly they're in the constituency level. And the government in the beginning of the year launched a digital hub drive that they want to construct 1450 hubs in all the 1450 wards in the country, because we have 1450 wards. So I think that is a program that will really enhance the digital infrastructure, just to provide accessibility of those the digital trainings and as such. I'll also talk about it in terms of funding. Currently, in the third session of the county governments, we have like 30 counties that have ICT as an independent department, and when we looked at their budgeting in this financial year, all those counties have tried to ensure that that department is well budgeted for to promote other issues, ICT and infrastructure. And then there's also the issue of the digital literacy program that is being run through the education sector, and currently all public primary schools within the country have trained around 20,000 teachers on digital literacy program. But also when you look at digital literacy, mainly it's doing very well in urban areas, and it's still lagging behind in the rural counties. And in that, if you see, most of them are like the lowest, the county that is very low in terms of digital literacy is Samburu. But I've seen the county has really put in measures, and they've budgeted over 500 million in this current financial year to ensure that is addressed. And Kiambu and Muranga takes the lead in terms of that at 51%. So it's, I think, literacy is still at the urban city counties, but we hope now the infrastructure through the ministry will now be enhanced in other counties, and also the literacy program will also be enhanced. And then I'll talk on the components that you've mentioned. What are the key components in this infrastructure? So the first one is inclusivity, just to ensure that those infrastructure are able to eliminate and reduce technical and social barriers to enable inclusion, as such empowering end users. Then there's also the issue of security and privacy, just to ensure that we adopt an approach that embeds key privacy enhancing technologies and security features within the core design of those infrastructure. Then there's collaboration, which has really been mentioned even in the first session. There's a need to ensure that there's a lot of collaboration in ensuring that the digital infrastructure reach to those rural Kenya. And then there's the issue of sustainability. Also, just currently the digital hubs are run within the constituency offices, so there's also a need to ensure that it's adequately funded to ensure that the sustainability and the operations within those hubs can still run. Thank you.
I think that was quite a lot. Definitely there are a number of items there that we want to come back on. a little bit more detail on how you are approaching collaboration specifically, because I know this is one area which, depending on where you sit in the industry as probably vendors or service providers, counties on the other hand, as also governments, how are they facilitating collaboration or partnership? So I would want to come back to that. But before that, I want to come to Paul. And Paul, you mentioned, one of the responsibilities, especially under your department around USF, is trying to bring connectivity to unserved or underserved. And probably you can just, elaborate this further. To what extent this has been done? What has been the progress? What are your, what is the impact so far of USF in trying to reach the vision that was, that people have about USF, that, for where commercial enterprises cannot actually find reason to go, that USF has come in and, provide a solution. Do we have examples? What would be your assessment on, the success of USF so far in reaching that particular mandate?
Thank you, Bob. As I said earlier, the fund was, it was formed in 2009, but did not start operating until 2016. The reason we could not agree with the licensees on the levy amount until 2014 is when we sent out the first invoices. To date, we've collected around 21 billion. And in my subsequent talks, you will be seeing how that money has been utilized. So, going back to the definition, unserved are those remote, far-flung areas of Kenya where there is no connectivity. Underserved are the slum areas or the low-income populations where, because of their levels of income, they are not able to utilize or afford those services the same way you and myself can afford. Some of the achievements we've made utilizing the fund, in 2016, we undertook what was called the first ICT access gaps in study, the ICT access gap study, which established that only 17% of Kenyan landmass was covered by 3G network. To date, we can say that we are at 97%, so only 3% of Kenyans are not covered. So to me, that is a big achievement. We started by rolling out infrastructure in 202 sub-locations. But of those 202, only 78 were finalized at a cost of 1.24 billion Kenya shillings. Then in 2019, we again advertised for further 101 sub-locations, which were all taken at a cost of 1.1 billion. They're all done. Then we did another access gap study in 2021, which now showed that the landmass coverage in Kenya had moved from 17 to 58%, and 3G had moved from 78 to 97%. And in that year, we also tendered for 68 sub-locations at a cost of 1.8 billion. As you go higher, the cost of closing gaps in those sub-locations get higher because they become true access gaps area where there is no road, there is no electricity. You have to do many more things, hence the cost increases. At the moment, we are in stage 4, where we are rolling out infrastructure in 313 sub-locations at a cost of 3.5 billion. We've also supported education broadband connectivity to 886 public secondary schools at a cost of 827 million. We are working closely with KALRO to support digitization of 16 value chain agricultural products at a cost of 88 million. And then we are also digitizing the educational content with the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development at a cost of 380 million. We are working with the Kenya Institute of the Blind to support content development and provision of devices for learners with special needs at a cost of 390. These are projects which have been done, not that they are planned. We are also working with the Judiciary Department in the automation of the court processes, and we've supported digitization in 43 court stations at a cost of 250 million. And then the famous digital superhighway project, where we are partnering with KICTA in deploying fiber in 19 counties, covering 2,500 kilometers at a cost of 5 billion. We are also partnering with Concert Technopolis in the rollout of the ICT hubs and innovation centers across the 1,550 wards at a cost of 2.8 billion. We are also supporting digital skilling, where we intend to support capacity building in ICTs in those remote areas of Kenya. And I think at the very lower levels, in terms of the regulatory framework, we've been working very closely with the FCDO under its Digital Access Program, and we have supported the licensing of community networks. I see a number of them are here, like Arid Lands Information Network, Lanet Umoja Community Network, Tunapanda, AiriNet. So this is an initiative which we developed between ourselves and FCDO to ensure that internet can reach the lowest level. We are also currently working with FCDO to support the wireless internet service providers in expanding coverage in rural areas. So if you had a calculator and you are tabulating, I think nearly all the 21 billion which we have collected is gone. So we don't have any money left. So that's a big achievement in terms of spending what we've collected from the licenses. Thank you.
So I think, Paul, you cut me off because I was about to ask if that tabulation and the collected amount tally. But Paul is quick to add that he has already added, and the figures he has given adds to 21 billion. So, yeah, 21B, isn't it? So did anyone fact check the figures? Otherwise, we'll come back to Paul because, but most importantly, I think that should translate into, real impact on the ground. And I am keen because in the list, and I know Andrew is here next to me, I did not hear him being mentioned as a beneficiary. I hope you are in good relations, or we will talk about it. But I think it's a question I'll come back to, Paul. What really qualifies to be supported, or what could qualify to be supported under USF, and what does not? So that I don't imagine my things and come and see you with a lot of hope. That would be important to clarify. So I want to come to Adam, just as an operator. In fact, I don't know if Huawei is today just an operator or it's a fully fledged one-stop shop for everything and anything. Adam will clarify. But what has been, in your view, probably how do you characterize digital public infrastructure? And for our environment, Kenya that is, to what extent has it been efficient in achieving some of the objectives that we expect out of digital public infrastructure? From that important lens that you have from the industry and building different solutions that leverage or that are supposed to work or actually also facilitate the same digital public infrastructure.
Okay, thank you, Bob. We are definitely not an operator. We are 100% not operating. We just sell equipment to operators. So that includes those who have data centers as well as those who have telecom networks. And maybe there is some misunderstanding about that. I've even spoken with people in the parliament who think that somehow the Konza data center, the data is somehow managed or controlled or run by Huawei, and it is completely not. It's entirely run by Konza and the government. Just the equipment that's storing the data is bought from Huawei. And we have no access, no control over that data. I can emphasize that very strongly, just like any other network. So equipment that we sell to other operators, we again have no control over it. We sell it, they operate it, and we just help with maintenance and servicing under very strict conditions. But I'm happy to address those questions more. So in terms of the specifics you mentioned, I think a lot of infrastructure is already in Kenya and is not very well utilized. There's actually a lot of fiber all across the country, and I think a lot of it is not connecting something. If we look at how many public institutions are connected, especially in education, schools and TVETs and healthcare, as amongst others, very few are connected, but many are very close to fiber. And probably almost all the others will be covered by a mobile network, as Paul has mentioned from the CA. 97% of Kenyan populations within a mobile network. So, and the studies have been done. The CA has done those studies. The World Bank has also done those studies. So my encouragement is that we have to make better use of existing fiber and connect more of the institutions alongside that fiber rather than just building a lot more fiber per se. Of course, there is a need for more fiber in certain areas. And we look at some of the challenges in Kenya. The biggest one really is around the issue of fiber cuts. To address the issue of fiber cuts, of course, there's some legal avenues, but there's also the issue of redundancy. If you've got multiple fiber routes reaching a site, then it doesn't matter if one gets cut because you have another option around that. So I would encourage that we focus more on connectivity to schools and hospitals rather than just kilometers of fiber that are built. That there is a need for more fiber as well in certain areas. I think the digital hubs, my friend here also mentioned from the counties, is also one of the biggest and most successful programs of the last 2 years. I think they can also be way better utilized. I think there's at least 100, I think about 100 or so in TVETs, another 150 or so that are in other institutions, and not many partners are collaborating with those centers. So they've got physical buildings, they've got computers, many have got internet, and there's a lot of opportunities to make better use of them. At Huawei, we're trying to work closely to provide training, especially through the TVETs on digital skills, to the lecturers there and for the students. There's 2 of the TVETs in the Chitume program in Kakamega that we've sponsored to provide internet equipment and connectivity and training. And we really encourage everyone here to find your nearest Chitume center and see how you can support it. So I want to emphasize that. The other major issue for quality of public infrastructure is the maintenance of it and the power issues. When you lose power, you often lose internet. So there needs to be more backup power and other issues to prevent that problem. I don't know why this year seems to have been a lot more power cuts than I remember from previous times. So that's an issue. In terms of experience, I think where we look, there's currently a regulatory gap in terms of quality of service or quality of experience for fixed networks. I know that's something that's been discussed. There's currently the framework for mobile operators. There isn't one for fixed network operators. It's a very complicated space because sometimes the power affects internet through fixed networks, as does fibercast, as do many other issues, but there are many frameworks in other countries around the world that have come up with frameworks around that. And then what should consumers expect from compensation or quality and so on. So that's definitely something we need to work on. I think if there's a framework where, whether it's public or private operators, then the consumer they'll be incentivized to provide better quality if they're going to potentially be punished, or if they have a regulatory framework around quality of service, and also quality of experience. Then the last thing I would talk about maybe is around e-government platforms as well. I think they're also kind of a public infrastructure. I know there's some digitalization of services going on. I think the government's talked before about how a lot of that is at the front end and maybe not at the back end. And actually, a lot more needs to be done behind the scenes, connecting services, connecting sources of data, and making more benefit from the digitization in terms of planning and strategic thinking, rather than just the front end aspect. And that will also help more with the efficiency of management of services. I think that's probably something I would emphasize, and maybe I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam. Probably when we come back, I would probably want to also hear, since definitely you are able to, you mentioned power, you mentioned maintenance of this kind of infrastructure. How are we faring, for example, compared to other territories? Are we doing fairly well? Are we really, wanting? So as I come to Andrew here, let me remind you that you can put your question on slido.com. The code is KIGF 2024, and we already have a few questions, coming there. For example, we have a question for Lorna on who decides, who exactly or how exactly are the policies and guidelines employed. No, I'm reading the wrong question, but it's around digital literacy and how such policies are decided. We'll come back to that. I want to come to Andrew, and me and Andrew, we are co-joined at some point. So Andrew runs a registry. Do we know what a registry is? So Andrew, you could start with that. And as you do that, is a registry, in this case, .k registry, considered public infrastructure? And to what extent have we leveraged, such kind of public infrastructure for socio-economic development, in your view?
Thank you, Bob. I was really crossing my fingers that I will see one hand that knows what we do, what a registry is. But allow me to try and explain. So the best analogy for what KENIC does or what a registry is in the domain space is really a database or something akin to your phone book. That's the analogy most commonly used, which is you have a phone book with 100 odd, maybe 1,000 friends, and while you have their numbers, you don't save, or you cannot remember all those numbers. So you layer in a name. I have Bob's number, but I can't remember his number, so I have Bob from ICANN. Yeah? And that nomenclature applies to the internet. You have IP addresses, which are like numbers, but because I can't remember all the IP addresses or assets in the internet, websites, server machines, and so on, we have a similar nomenclature. You give them names, domain names. Now, those domain names are put in a DNS system, a domain name system, which is really a database. And so KENIC for Kenya runs this database or that registry of names, ensuring I don't give Bob's name or Bob's number to somebody else. We resolve for those names. It's accessible because it's an asset. It's a digital asset where you can put your information, your business, and so on. So it's an important mandate, Bob, to answer you. It is a critical infrastructure, also protected not only under the regulator, because we are a licensee of the regulator, but also we are recognized as part of the list of critical infrastructure providers in Kenya. Yeah? Just like M-Pesa platform or many digital platforms are critical infrastructure. So the registry is one of those infrastructure that we secure, we avail to the public, it's accessible, and ensure its reliability. And that is at the core of any infrastructure, digital infrastructure. It has to offer those promises. It needs to be accessible, it needs to be efficient to access, so the cost per transaction should be as low as it could be, so that it can then accrue the benefits to all who interact with that infrastructure socially and economically. And we hope that even as KENIC, we offer that promise. I think the other thing is we are in the business of building trust. All public infrastructure or digital public infrastructure has to really aspire to ensure that trust is maintained. Because in offering our services, any breach of trust compromises the utility of this infrastructure. And that's why all providers around the room who run infrastructure perceived to be public and critical sleep, eat, and drink security, reliability, accessibility of this infrastructure. I'll give you a few examples, and my colleagues have mentioned a few of these platforms. Beyond the registry we run, I think the government has been embarking on smart gov or e-government solutions. I think one colleague mentioned maybe e-citizen. That is one of a digital infrastructure that's available to Kenyans. I mentioned M-Pesa and many other fintechs are availing this of infrastructure. In healthcare, we haven't seen much, but I think our colleague from the counties has mentioned some of the work they're doing with the community, the electronic community health system. And we hope that legislation and infrastructure around health can be built over time so that we can do more for our citizens. I also want to touch on e-learning platforms. I'm seeing a lot of e-learning platforms emerging, digital classrooms, online certifications. I see all my friends now on LinkedIn have done the AI. Have you done the AI online certification, Bob? You're planning. I'm also planning. So all these platforms, just to demystify it, for me, are digital platforms that help us improve the socioeconomic standing of citizens wherever we might be. I just thought I would tease out so that we are not limited in our understanding of this topic, and that many of you might be part of building some of this infrastructure or are consumers of this infrastructure. So, Bob, I'll leave it to that. In case you have any follow-up, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Andrew. So I am keen on really having this audience to engage us in this panel. We have quite a number of questions on Slido, which I want to read a few. I think I wanted to probably emphasize a little bit more on what Andrew was saying. Literally, if Andrew's infrastructure was to go offline today, say for 30 minutes or 1 hour, the impact is anything .ke as you know it will stop being visible to you as a user. And you as a user here could be anything. It could be KCB, it could be KRA, it could be State House, it could be just, you know, a simple domain name holder, you know, as an individual. So that is the kind of infrastructure that Andrew leads, and it is so critical that it is only visible when it stops working. You know, if power went off in this room, then we will realize there was power. Before that happens, we don't take note, isn't it? So that is how critical, you know, .ke is. And, you know, coming from that industry, that is how critical the domain name industry is to you and me that is using the internet. So do we have questions from the room before I go to what has been raised online? Who wants to go first? So I will take a round of 5 questions. So just raise your hand. I'm not sure if we have roaming mics. Okay, so let's just have the mics in place so that we do it very efficiently. Okay, so we'll be moving from that side this way. So Howie, please. And please keep your question to under a minute, and just tell us your name and your question.
Okay, my name is Howie from KiGF and Community Network, and mine goes to Paul. Thank you first of all for giving us a license. We've done 12 nodes by now. I think that's an. So my question is that what is the next process, especially for community network? As simple as that.
Thank you. Do we have another? So Paul, you can take note of that. We'll do a round of responses. Next to Howie, quickly.
Thank you so much. I'm Jacob Ngumi from Internet Society of Kenya. My question is to from County Assemblies Forum. What have you done yourselves as a County Assemblies Forum, despite what the county governments have done? Like, for example, county assemblies themselves, access to information, what digital platforms are you using to ensure adequate oversight of county governments and also legislation, public access to information, and also citizens' engagement as County Assemblies Forum, and also digitalization of your debates at the assemblies to fit the national standards of the Parliament of Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you. So Lorna, you'll take note of that. At the back, then I'll come to the middle. Your name and your question, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amrit Labaram from the Digital Transformation Center, GIZ, Kenya. So mine is partially a comment and also food for thought for informative sessions that will precede this. I believe the panel has focused more on digital infrastructure and last mile connectivity, which are more or less prerequisites for the adoption and full blowout use of DPI, which are open standards, platforms, and the ability to build upon each other's work in a collaborative manner. So as much as we're focused on the prerequisites, I think we also need to focus on policies that then push for the adoption of actual DPI, which is being done at the global level through the Global Digital Compact and other IGF forums. So what is Kenya's position in the adoption of DPI? We have a policy with the ICT authority to use open source software and applications as much as possible. But how are we as Kenyans creating the ecosystem for the use of Kenyan-based DPI? So promoting open source software developers to build the DPI that the government will use, and to ensure that the government will actually adopt locally made DPI.
So that was a loaded comment with very many acronyms at the same time. How many of us have heard about Global Digital Compact? So probably Gigi would want to say a word or two on that. Thank you for that comment. Any question in the middle? Going once? I see none. This side, please. Your name and your question. Yeah.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Roslyn Kabata from UNICEF, focusing a lot on justice for children. And my question is on online child sexual exploitation and abuse. I know the panel is discussing digital infrastructure. And my question is if the panelists have thought about working with the government on digital infrastructure, dealing with digital evidence. Is there any work ongoing on that? And how can Kenya leverage on the partnerships that we have with the private sector to enhance digital evidence management?
Thank you. So as you sit, probably I just want to put Nzano on notice. Probably just to also give a comment around the SAT and if there's any ties with digital evidence. So I'll come back to you, Nzano, but just take note of that if you could probably make a comment there. Yes, and then we come in front. Yes.
Thank you. I'm Jafet Togola from Haki Africa. And my question is in terms of public trust. Generally, the public do not trust the government, particularly in light of current political events. What is the government doing to improve public confidence in its free Wi-Fi facilities that are being installed in public spaces like markets? Because some of us, when we pass near them and it's connected, then we disconnect immediately. Thank you.
Public trust and trust. Well, that can be a 3-hour lecture, but probably the government in this panel will make a comment. Probably it applies to each and every panelist here. Adam, what are you doing to improve public trust from your various perspectives? I would really want to hear your comments around, trust and probably in relation to digital public infrastructure. And okay, very quickly, and then I come up here.
My name is Wangwe Muthama. On digital infrastructure, Rural ICT Hub has been closed for weeks now, and most of the time you're investing so much money on these institutions and you do not have any sustaining measures for them. So I'd also ask if you can diversify the use of ICT hubs, make them research centers. Africa and Kenyan population, by most of the time you have to ask to be included to these other platforms. So can we have research centers, which are also the ICT hubs, where you include OIT practitioners that have tech solutions that by human design and policy design factor in the diverse populations in Kenya and Africa. And I'm just talking about Kenya and Africa because I believe you're not the ones who make the rules. So can we have research centers that are centered for African needs alone? Research centers, ICT hubs, make them research centers too.
Make them research centers. I hope the government is listening. The government is listening. Okay. We are really pressed. Okay. Very quickly.
So thank you very much. You know, as the MAG chair, I have a veto.
I know.
I can always call for the mic.
Even my job is on the line here.
No. It's thank you so much for granting me the opportunity to ask a question. I'm Rosemary Koech Kimwatu, part of KICTANet. And my question in terms of digital public infrastructure, there's always a delicate balance between trying to get the best out of it and managing privacy rights and even actually getting the data that is required to do various things for the advancement of maybe healthcare, education, and maybe just helping us get better lives from the public sector. So what are the plans in terms of that regard, and what can we speak to in terms of ensuring an adequate balance of those two things that sometimes look like they're conflicting each other?
Thanks, Chimu. Probably that speaks to the actual theme of this IGF. Someone is really burning at the back. Probably if you could do a tweet, and you know that's less than... you want to do a tweet? Okay. Yeah, we could take that. The very last one.
Who is it?
Yeah, probably you can just hear you. You seem to be audible from there.
Thank you so much, Tweet. I had two things that I'm very passionate about: digital literacy and digital infrastructure. I work with children. And
your name, please.
Sorry, my name is Jennifer Kaberi. I work with Watoto News. 52% of Kenyan's population are below the age of 18. And whenever I hear digital literacy, and digital infrastructure, most of the time we are targeting 18-year-olds and above. Okay, you see these Jitume centers, they don't include persons below the age of 18 years. So as government, we, KICTAnet.co.ke guys, what are we going to do when we are talking about this generation that is coming? They've already turned upside down this government. But how are we supporting them in terms of literacy and infrastructure to ensure that they're empowered? Thank you.
Thank you very much. .co.ke or whoever you are, you heard that as well. Please, how are you supporting this group? We have around 10 minutes. I want to give my panelists at least 2 minutes each to give us a round of answers that were directed to you. Adam, remember I wanted you to comment as well on probably how we are faring on compared to other places from a maintenance, power and, all those things around public infrastructure. There's quite a lot of questions on USF, including whether you publish progress reports annually on, what you're doing with it, including what came from the floor. So, Lorna, please.
There's one question from the table that is here that is being channeled to their interpreter. As the convener of this particular panel discussion, do we proceed or should you take the question? From this table here.
I haven't understood very well.
Is
it online?
No. We have a question. They're a bit challenged, but it can be communicated to us. There's one more question. Are we willing to take it?
Okay. In a minute, please, then.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rodney Omondi. I work with V1, Deaf Empowerment Organization, and I have got 2 questions. The first one, I would like to know about how the persons with disabilities, how are they able to access digital literacy and also accessibility. It is a big concern for persons with disabilities and also with institutions. While you connect internet with other institutions, do you consider persons with disabilities of all ages? Thank you so much for the chance.
Yeah, that's a real challenge to all of us, I guess. But let me hear what my panelists have to say about that. Probably I'll also have something to say. Lorna, please, if you can come in that order. But thank you very much for that question and that reminder.
Okay, allow me. I only had one question from the second table here, and it was mainly about access to information and citizen engagement and what county assemblies are doing in that regard. So as a County Assemblies Forum, we did note that the main issue on access of information, it was a very big challenge. And as such, we tried to address it at the level of the county assemblies, and we did had training programs for the ICT officers and the program officers, and the same was implemented. And from that, all county assemblies have running websites, and also to make it easy, we try to integrate that all the websites to our website. So all the websites for county assemblies are integrated in our website, and all informations and reports and bills and motions that are churned out from the county assemblies are within those website. And also in terms of also enhancing accessibility, we have an online repository for all bills and acts that are passed by county assemblies. They're all within our website. And on the issue of citizen engagement, how we try to address it is, one, we try to look at the legal frameworks surrounding the public participation aspect, and we did support them to develop a model legislation that was customized to all the counties, and for county assemblies they did implement that, and we have a good case of a few county assemblies that, like Bomet, Nyeri and Kajiado, that are running Bunge Mashinani, where they take their discussions to within their wards. and also just to ensure that all citizens are able to follow their conversations. Most of them now have online sessions, and they do have YouTube channels where they ensure that their sessions are live. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you. Adam?
Yeah, I think in terms of the protection and maintenance of infrastructure, I think Kenya's done quite well with expansion of infrastructure itself, and I think maintenance is a challenge. I think if we have a better regulatory framework for fixed network infrastructure with service level agreements being required, for example, compensation frameworks and things, that will then drive operators to improve, and then also maybe some allocation of responsibility could go to those who cause the problems. So if, for example, somebody cuts the fiber and it's a road agency responsible for that road, the road agency should be the one paying compensation, for example, to the operator that then passes it to the consumer. Then the road agency would then better manage their contractors when they're repairing roads, for example. So I think if we just shout about it a lot, which we've been doing for 2 years, it won't make any impact. We need to have some frameworks and mechanisms and incentives to help address those issues. And in this case, government is often at fault, as is the private sector. You know, much like the ODPC can regulate government as well as private sector from data protection issues, so regulatory frameworks need to also apply to government users or government if they are the problem, which they may or may not be, but somewhere in the ecosystem they'll be part of the problem. So that's the first thing. I think the other topic, I think, goes around public trust, I think, and in Wi-Fi networks. I think that's very important. I know there's a friend that likes to keep his hotspot the name #GOK public Wi-Fi, and then anyone who's logged into any GOK public Wi-Fi hotspot with the same name anywhere in the country, whenever they're near his phone, they automatically will log onto his phone, to his Wi-Fi. And he, of course, could do whatever he wants to with their phone, potentially, if he wanted to. So having unsecured public Wi-Fi is not a good idea. There should be passwords, there should be AAA mechanisms, like authentication mechanisms and so on. I know Konza have also now got public Wi-Fi, and they've done it in a better way, let's say, where you have that AAA mechanism. They've looked at funding mechanisms for public Wi-Fi through advertising, through watching videos and things like that. That's definitely a better way to go than just completely open access public Wi-Fi that's not secure. But it also requires high quality access points and infrastructure on the software and hardware side to manage those Wi-Fi access points and ensure that they're good quality, both physically and from a software perspective, not just the cheapest thing that can be procured. The last question maybe I'll mention is around Rosemary's question on the balance of privacy and digital things. There is a very big gap, and I think this has been brought up in the ICT sector working group report that I know Mr. Walabango was also leading part of that so far there's a huge gap in the regulatory perspective around what is the strategy for data management. It's not just about digitizing information. It's you categorize information. What categories do you use? Who has access rights to what information? How do you enable the integration of public and private information in a way that protects rights, also enables the benefits of having access to that information? You know, so some aspects of data you want to know the time that data was collected or location of that data if you want to understand, say, potential risks from a healthcare perspective. You may not need to know the name of the person who had a disease, but you may need to know where and when they got a disease, for example. So that is a very important thing that's currently missing, I believe. I know the recommendation was to have like a chief data officer, not a data protection officer, right? They're not about protecting data per se, they're about coming up with a data strategy and trying to push more collection of data, management of data, and use of data. And the use of data, I think, is still the next step. You know, digitizing services is one thing, and then having data better categorized, better managed, better stored, having the rules, having the APIs, and then actually using it. When you really have the data, using it can be transformative. When you can, and I think that's been the biggest gap actually at the moment. But I think it's important we do protect people's data, and we need those categorizations and frameworks that will be regulated to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul?
Thank you. There are a set of questions which I think, as you alluded to earlier, maybe Zano and Caroline would handle, particularly the ones on child online protection and public trust. So I will take the one on what next for the community networks. Within our strategic plan, we've targeted to license about 10 or so community networks every year. I think in the first year we licensed slightly less than 10, but going forward we had intended to achieve 50, so I think more of them will be licensed. But more so in terms of what next, we are currently working on a grants management framework where we intend to be supporting community networks in terms of supporting content development and digital skillings within the spaces where they will be or they are operating. So that document is in the final stages, and once approved can support digital skilling and content development in that space. There was a question also from Omondi on how we've addressed digital literacy among persons living with disabilities. And in my presentation, I'd indicated that we work with the Kenya Institute of the Blind. We normally conduct annual assessment in schools across the country and identify what are the needs of the students or learners, particularly those with hearing and visual disabilities. Therefore, we support by buying assistive devices as well as the hardware for those kind of students across the country. That program already is ongoing. We also work with the KICD, and KICD has already digitized interactive digital content targeting learners with hearing and visual disabilities. So I believe this is a curriculum that is cutting across all students in the country. Over and above that, we've worked with the FCDO in terms of providing assistive devices, particularly for the Kenya National Library, what we are calling e-resource centers. They have about 62 outlets across the country, and all of them are equipped with computers, including softwares, particularly for the PWDs. In terms of, I think that I would take those ones. In terms whether we publicize the reports. The reports. Yeah. CA normally produces annual reports, and they are available on our websites. And there is a chapter on USF, what we've attained in terms of the projects. So I think they're available in the annual reports and on the CA website. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I know we are literally scrambling for the last 1 or 2 minutes. If I could just be indulged. Andrew.
Thank you. I'll lend my voice to some of the questions and comments and leave the government ones to Nzano and team. So the gentleman who mentioned the issue of persons with disability. When we speak broadly about accessibility on DPI, digital public infrastructure, I think that is at the core of it. We should not look at accessibility at a surface level, but we should look at all the, cracks where accessibility really, really matters. And no constituent should be left behind. And I'd like to summarize at least that aspect, with a framework that I believe is cross-cutting. For DPI to be effective, the cross-cutting issues are as follows. Internet access, it's been mentioned. Digital literacy, I think the lady at the back emphasizes on this. Data privacy and security, my very able director mentioned the criticality of that. And number 4, inclusive design and universal acceptance. And that really touches on that matter. So in designing DPIs, we have to really get the aspects of accessibility right. If we get the cross-cutting issues right as a stakeholder community, then the question many people have asked here of, and allow me, Bob, to get it right, because public confidence will be guaranteed. If we miss out on any of the cross-cutting issues, there'll always be doubt on whether our DPI is truly fit for purpose. Finally, two quick comments. There was a comment around what can we do with digital literacy. As .ke, we have a 3R model. The registry at the top, we work through registrars, and then the owner of the domain is the registrant. And for the different sectors, including education, we have partners who are asking us, how do we together avail domains for all the schools, 40,000 plus in Kenya, to ensure literacy is facilitated? We are supportive of this kind of initiatives. Same with healthcare, and same with any other vertical that's important. And the balance between the benefits of DPI, issues of privacy, issues of personal security, that will be a continuous conversation. As KENIC, somebody asked us offline, what have you done to the question of privacy? And we are guided by 2 principles. At the national level, do we have supporting laws, regulation, and so on? The answer is yes. And so we are guided by the Data Protection Act. But closer home, at a corporate level, we do have privacy policies. You can check them on our website, and other instruments that we continuously evolve to ensure that we deliver on that promise of balancing the utility of these systems and the issue of privacy and safety concerns. Thank you very much. I will give it back to you, Bob.
Thank you very much. That was a very loaded topic. I know we are literally out of time, and I'm not able to take further comments. Trust has featured, prominently in this discussion. If I asked you today if you trust the government, how many will say yes? Okay. It is an innocent question, Jameni. Do you trust the government? Sasa si ungoje. Do you trust M-Pesa? Do you trust Facebook? Do you trust KENIC? But the question is, you trust KENIC to do what? So trust is very subjective. If someone asks you, do you trust this person? Like, it has to be specific. Do you trust Facebook, for example, to connect to your friends? Then you probably will give me a different answer. Do you trust KENIC to, charge you for your domain names? Do you trust KRA to collect your fees? You'll probably answer me yes, isn't it? So trust is built. It's a currency that, you work to get to it, and so is the public infrastructure. If we can't trust it, if we can't build trust around it, then it's a wasted currency. With that, my apologies for being over time, but please join me in thanking my panelists for insightful discussion, and thank you for being part of this discussion. And I think we hand it back to the Master of Ceremonies. Thank you very much, everyone.
Check 1, 2. Thanks. Please, let's appreciate the panelists and the moderator one more time with a round of applause. All right, fantastic. We want to go to our next panelist, but before we do so, please, our media team would like you to display the QR code once again for Slido. Just in case you do not have that information, that is how you can be able to join, and the QR code is there. In the interest of just managing the questions, we are kindly requesting all the delegates to channel their questions to that particular platform. We'll only be able to give a roaming mic to the team that is right here, the disability team. So the ones who are a bit challenged, that's the one we'll be able to give them the microphone. But for the rest of us, the entire floor, please, we're kindly requesting if you'd be so kind as to use the Slido platform to channel all your questions. Great. So I'd like to call our first panelist, currently the Assistant Data Commissioner, Director, Enforcement at the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. Please help me appreciate Bridget Ndong as she comes forward. An advocate of the High Court and passionate about privacy, data protection, technology, and law. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is the Associate Director, KPMG. Please help me appreciate Moses Kipchirchir as he comes to join us on the panel. An experienced IT professional with over 13 years of experience. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is a board member at the Association of Fintechs in Kenya. Please help me appreciate Mary Mwangi as she comes to join us on the panel. Yet again, an experienced CEO with a demonstrated history in ICT. Our next panelist is the head of cybersecurity, policy strategy and standards, NC4. Please help me appreciate Dr. David Njoga as he comes forward, a highly accomplished and knowledgeable professional. And also on the panel, ladies and gentlemen, is the Regional Marketing Manager at ESET Africa. Please help me appreciate Michelle Korea as she comes to join us on stage. An accomplished marketer, strategic planner, and to moderate, makofi ya Michelle tafadhali as she comes forward. And to moderate this session, ladies and gentlemen, is the head of Data Governance, Digital Transformation Center, GIZ. Please help me appreciate Mwendwa Tevin as he comes forward, a tech and policy lawyer that is best placed to guide this conversation. Welcome, Tevin and the panel. Glad to have you here.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I've been told I'm the one who's holding you between you and your lunch, so we will try and speed things up a bit. But for us, it's like our panel is a follow-up from where Bob left when he asked how many of you trust the government, and how many of you trust the private sector, and how many of you trust KICTANet, for example. So we are going to be talking about that. And with me, I have a distinguished panel. And before we dive right into the topic, so the topic today is fostering a secure and resilient digital economy. I'll give each of my panelists, starting from Michelle, 1 minute to introduce themselves and what they do.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll try not to take too much of your time. We know we're standing between you and lunch. My name is Michelle Korea. I'm the Regional Marketing Manager at ESET East Africa. Allow me to do, since today's Thursday, a little bit of a throwback Thursday. How many of you here know Node 32? Just raise your hands. All right. Well, that's a sizable amount. Well, we are the company behind Node 32, and just like you, we have evolved and grown. ESET is a global cybersecurity solutions provider. We've been in the East African market for about 8 years now, and globally we've been in business for about 30 years. I handle all their marketing and communications across the East African region. Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. not say that to you, but I was introduced. Now, my name is Dr. David Njoga. I am the head of Cybersecurity Strategy, Policy and Standards at the National Computer and Cybercrimes Coordination Committee. Maybe I should also have the privilege of asking how many of us know about NC4? Okay, thank you for the first of hands. And for those who don't know about NC4, NC4 is constituted or is established under the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, Chapter 79C, Laws of Kenya, as the only body mandated to coordinate matters of cybersecurity in Kenya. We are discussing internet, and internet is owned by all of us, and nobody in particular. A lot of things are happening, so we are mandated to coordinate all the initiatives that secure the cyberspace of the Republic of Kenya. We have been in existence since 2018, and we are domiciled at the Ministry of Interior and National Coordination. The chairman of the committee is the principal secretary, Ministry of State Department for Internal Security and National Administration, whose greetings I deliver to you in this forum. Now, we are mandated, like I mentioned, to coordinate all the matters of cybersecurity. We also advise the National Security Council on matters cybersecurity, cybercrimes. We also develop national frameworks for securing the national cyberspace. So I think we'll delve more into that, but I am an evangelist. I saw the KENIC CEO talk about so much, but at NC4 we say cybersecurity is national security. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. My name is Mary Mwangi. I am a board member at the Associations of Fintechs in Kenya. The Association of Fintechs in Kenya is an organization that looks after the interest of fintechs within the country and also works in collaboration with the regulators and other key players in the industry. That is one part of what I do. The other part is I'm the CEO and co-founder of Data Integrated. Data Integrated is a company that is a fintech, and it's also a company that builds solutions in the ecosystem, mainly to aggregate for small businesses and mainly within the public transport sector in Kenya. So we digitize and automate matatus and anything in the transport sector mainly.
Good afternoon. My name is Moses Kipchirchir. I'm an associate director at KPMG. Most of you might know KPMG as an audit firm, but we are also a huge consulting firm. So I work in the consulting practice, and my area of specialization is in technology risk and cybersecurity, and we offer a range of services from assessments to implementation of solutions, also advisory around data privacy and other practices. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Bridget Ndong. I'm the Assistant Data Commissioner at the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. I'm in charge of enforcement. I don't think I want to ask anyone whether they know who ODPC is. I bet we have all interacted with the office. The mandate of the office is really to regulate the processing of personal data, provide for the rights of data subjects, obligations of data controllers, and the general processing of personal data of Kenyans, Kenyan data subjects. And of course, in so doing, we receive complaints, we create awareness, we have programs on awareness, compliance, encouraging compliance, etc. I'm looking forward to having a conversation with the STEAM panel and with the attendees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you can see, we have a stellar panel and a good mixture of people who can explain to us or expound on how do we build secure and a resilient digital economy that, because if we're able to do that now, we create the trust that was raised in the previous panel. And with that, I think we'll just dive into the questions for today. And we'll start with you, Moses. So the plan of our panel today is we are coming from general to specific. And now we'll start with you, Moses. And we've seen that Kenya appears to have taken a digital-first trajectory at the moment. It's like we've decided digital is going to pivot every aspect of our economy. And in light with that, then my question is then, what are these emerging threats and challenges that the Kenya digital economy and internet ecosystem are facing, given that it's the trajectory that we want to take?
Thank you, Tevin. It's true that Kenya has taken a digital-first approach to its economy, and we've seen that the digital economy and the internet ecosystem has grown rapidly in the last 20 years. And with that rapid growth, there are challenges and threats that we see. I've had speaker after speaker, as mention that we have critical national infrastructure, either being delivered on technology or operating on technology. If you look at our payment systems, even other critical national infrastructure such as the ports, our financial system, they are running on technology. So one of the biggest threats that we see is a rise in cyber attacks. We saw that last year, especially when there was a denial of service attack on eCitizen. We hear reports of ransomware attacks from private organizations, government organizations, here at home and abroad. So that is one of the biggest challenges that we will continue to see. And in fact, if you look at the global risk profile, the World Economic Forum says, cybersecurity or cyber attacks will continue to be one of the top 10 risks going into 2030. So this is an area where even as we grow our systems and as we develop our digital economy, we need to make investments to address cyber attacks. The second part, and I'm glad we had panelists here before us who went into the length on digital literacy and digital inclusion. And I think on literacy, there are efforts around especially looking after our vulnerable groups, the old, the marginalized. There are parts of this country where government services don't get. So digital literacy is going to be very important to grow that. Beyond that, there is inclusion, which is not just about the marginalized group. There is an economic aspect to it. Can our populations, are they able to afford internet services, even if it is available in those geographies and locations? So that is another challenge that we have to address. There is regulatory and legal challenges, and this is where a balance has to be struck between innovation and the regulation itself. So the regulation should not be stifling innovation, but we also have to put measures in place to ensure that our innovation is not advancing in a way that brings harm to society. And that areas around adoption of AI and the many technologies that we see. Still within the regulations, there have been laws that have been passed, including the data protection laws. There is a Cybercrime Act of 2018. That law needs enforcement. And to be able to enforce, we need to scale the law enforcement, especially on cybercrime. We need to scale our judiciary system to be able to adjudicate cybercrime as well. We do have online content and misinformation, and I think this is continues to be a big challenge. We are a free country. We are able to post what we can on social media sites and other platforms. This information is consumed, and it may be harmful to the population. We talked about children getting access to the internet. There's a lot of content in the internet that might not be suitable for different populations. So how is content moderation done? How is misinformation gapped going forward? Finally is on emerging technologies. I think in the last 2 or 3 years, we are seeing a rise, advancement of AI and adoption as well. Are we able to regulate these technologies? Can we use them responsibly? And then are we able to put it to use in a way that is beneficial to the society? So I would say in a nutshell, these are some of the bigger challenges and threats to the digital economy.
Thank you very much. And for all our speakers, I'll be giving you maximum 5 minutes due to the time constraints. And just to pick up from what Moses has said, perhaps David, I'll now come to you. There are 2 things that he has said that have stood out in terms of the threats. One of them being cybersecurity, and he's given an example of how last year we saw that eCitizen was attacked, and at the moment, one of the panelists from CS said we currently have close to 12,000 services on eCitizen and more to come. So eCitizen is starting to, it's just an example of one of the many critical government services that are now being digitized and are going online. So in light of that, my question was, what are the at national level and maybe even at county level, cybersecurity strategies and initiatives being implemented to protect the ecosystem? Because we've seen attacks happening to countries like what happened to Estonia some years back.
Thank you, Tevin, for that observation, and my colleague for that. Alluded to the fact that the digital ecosystem is growing rapidly in Kenya, and Kenya is actually taking a center stage in leading in the region in terms of digital transformation. From NC4's perspective, like I mentioned, that we are in the security space. That's why we are domiciled at the Ministry of Interior. We look at cybersecurity as national security. Again, we draw this from the fact that the Constitution of Kenya, Chapter 13, makes it very clear that national security is about protecting the Kenyan citizens against internal and external threats, including those that emanate from the cyberspace. Again, we look at the fact that most of you acknowledge that, yes, you don't trust government, but I guess you don't trust government because of what we also confirm that from the national perspective, our cybersecurity maturity status is still low. And this is evidenced from some of the things that you can confirm, that there's low awareness, poor cyber hygiene, we lack structures, there's limited collaboration, we implement vulnerable infrastructures, and so on and so forth. So then that also brings that to the core of what we see as NC4 in terms of the strategic importance of the cyberspace. We all acknowledge that. I hope for many definitions, cyberspace is really the backbone of digital ecosystem. So as NC4, of course, we have a deliberate mission to build a secure and resilient cyberspace through a coordinated approach, while we maximize on the good benefits of the digital economy. In the long term, we look forward to a safe and trusted cyberspace for the people of Kenya. So what we are looking at NC4 is that, of course, Kenya has got a lot of fast-growing digital ecosystem, which has been alluded to by previous speakers. But of concern to note is that cyberspace is actually bringing a lot of challenges in terms of how we deal with the national security issues. Again, people look at it from technology perspective, but for us, we look at it differently, because as a digital superhighway that it creates, it brings the concerns that would really put this country into a compromising situation. We see the cyberspace as providing a platform, where ITs and OTs drive, our rapidly changing industrial revolution and so on, while it's also providing a test bed for new and emerging technologies, including much talked about AI. So at NC4, we focus on identifying, protecting, detecting, responding, recovering, and governance of cybersecurity space. And we do this through many ways. One of the initiatives that is actually ongoing is the development of the national cybersecurity policy. We don't have one at the moment, but at NC4 there's a draft that is being developed, and we'll soon engage you as co-stakeholders to make your inputs in terms of designing our future in cybersecurity national policy. We also have a robust cybersecurity strategy, 2022-2027, addressing many issues of cyber governance, the policies, laws, and frameworks that are required, protection of our critical information infrastructure, the most required element of capacity and capacity building, response to cybersecurity incidents. Of course, the e-citizen attack gave us a challenge, but we thank God that it was managed under the existing frameworks. We're also looking at a lot of partnerships, especially between the government, industry, and academia, because really, through coordination is the only way that we are able to deal with the cybersecurity challenges, which are strange, dynamic, and complex to each and every one of us. So, like I mentioned earlier on, that NC4 has also gazetted critical information infrastructure. That forms a guideline for all of us to know that what we own, what we manage, what we use as our commercial activity is critical infrastructure and must be protected in the form that it's so required. In March this year, we published, upon approval by Parliament, the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes, Critical Information Infrastructure and Cybercrimes Management Regulations. It is one of a kind and one of the best in the region. And we believe that it has got critical elements that will help us improve the digital trust of our ecosystem. One is to improve the situational awareness through the three-tier cybersecurity operational centers. The other one is about setting standards of protection of critical information infrastructure. We have been surviving by gentleman's agreement on how best to secure our CIIs, but the regulations have brought minimum standards that are now compelling within the legal framework. The issue of the Chief Information Security Officer, as has been alluded to by my previous speakers, we also have the public key infrastructure, which is also going to improve the digital trust. The issue of capacity building has been emphasized and has been well projected in the regulations to include cybersecurity education, training, awareness, research and innovation, as well as establishment of cybersecurity centers of excellence, which is the Ministry of IC and DE is very passionate about. In terms of collaboration, NC4 as a framework is for a lot of entities, 8 of them, if you not 8, sorry, 9, and many others who have been co-opted locally, and they're mostly entities from security agencies, Attorney General, as well as other key stakeholders. But regionally, I can confirm that we are at the tail end of ratification of the Malabo Convention, which is the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, which is going to facilitate investigations and prosecution of cybercrimes and data protection challenges in the African region. We are also at advanced stages of consenting to the Convention on Cybercrimes, that is the Budapest Convention, and that should happen before the end of this year. Additionally, the government has also set aside or established mechanisms for reporting cybercrime, one of which is establishment of cybercrime desk at every police station and police post in the country. That's going to really reach out to everyone, including the ones at Mashinani. Lastly, let me mention this, that through some of these initiatives, again, NC4 is not doing all these activities, but these activities will be done through the concerned entities and agencies in the public and private sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we heard from Moses from the general side of things. Then Dr. David has talked to us a bit about now cybersecurity. We continue being more specific. Now, apart from cybersecurity, there's also the other big aspect of data. And to you, Bridget, I know your office is a child that was forced to grow up quite quickly due to the current circumstances. So my question is then, in light of what has been said, what are the key data governance frameworks and policies in Kenya to ensure there's a resilient and secure digital economy?
Okay, thank you, Tevin. Thank you, my fellow panelists. In terms of data governance and how I choose to look at it is privacy, the role of privacy and data protection in ensuring there's robust data governance framework in the country. And you cannot look at data without privacy. And actually, a quote that comes to mind is one by Bruce Schneier. He says, data is a pollution problem of the information age, and protecting privacy is the environmental challenge. So privacy really is at the core of data governance. And locally, the frameworks that we have in place, first of all, we have the Constitution and Article 31 and 35 on issues of access to information and the right to privacy. The Data Protection Act 2019 enacted to give effect to Article 31 of the Constitution, and it is the act that establishes the ODPC. As I mentioned earlier, the role of the ODPC is focusing on the protection of personal data of data subjects and the right to privacy. The Act outlines the principles of data protection. It sets out the rights of data subjects and obligations of data controllers. Pursuant to the Act, we have a set of 4 regulations. There's the Data Protection General Regulations, which further espouse what is contained in the Act. We have the Data Protection Registration of Data Controllers Regulations as well, which provides now for the mechanisms of registration of data controllers with the office. Then to a regulation that I interact with quite closely in my day-to-day work life is the Data Protection, Complaints Handling, and Enforcement Mechanisms. This provides for the procedure of investigations and complaints handling and enforcement. Then we have the little-known Data Protection Civil Registration Regulations. This specific to civil registration by government. And in addition to the regulations enacted by in place rather, we have issued, the ODPC has issued guidance notes on addressing issues that arise in respect of specific sectors in the industry. So we've issued guidance notes on the health sector, education, communications, digital credit providers, and I'm sure quite a number of these guidance notes are underway. The main purpose of these guidance notes is really just to ensure that what is contained in the Act and the regulations is broken down to what is relatable to specific industries. And in considering the nuances of the specific industries, for instance, how the data controllers and processors that handle the health data, it's important for us it was deemed important for us to break it down so that it's more easily consumed by the day-to-day operators and handlers of this data. So quite apart from that, we have other sector-specific acts and regulations. There's the recently enacted Digital Health Act, enacted in 2023, which enhances confidentiality and security of health data. Of course, provides for m-health, telemedicine, and e-learning, and data sharing within the medical space. There's, in respect of the financial sector, we have the CBK Act, we have the Banking Act, and specifically CBK guidelines, which make provision for cybersecurity, incident reporting and response. So in all this, security and privacy are the conjoined twins. They cannot be separated. So in terms of creating an enabling environment for these two to coexist, we actually do need that the data and robust data governance framework that actually enables these two to coexist without one, it might sometimes seem that one takes precedence over the other. They need to coexist for there to be a proper data governance framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From what I hear, in as much as we've said we are not trust the government so much, they appear to be doing a lot in terms of ensuring that we have a resilient digital economy and to create that trust. So now maybe we'll move on now to industry itself with Mary on that one. In as much as we've heard what's happening in relation to government, when it comes to specifically the fintech sector, which appears to be our North Star in Kenya's digital economy, we've seen some instances where there wasn't really digital resilience. For example, some of our biggest fintech providers, there's a time it went down and everyone was in a panic. Sometimes the banks, we've seen some of these downtimes when it comes to online banking. So my question is, in the fintech sector, what's happening to ensure that this resilience is enhanced, and building up from what the government is doing, and how you're taking that and incorporating that in your work?
Thank you very much for that question. So when you look at the fintech industry as a whole, and you're trying to see where do you build resilience, in some cases you have options, especially in the banking sector. There's multiple banks, so you could actually decide to integrate with multiple banks. The problem is sometimes they're using the same network, so when that network fails, then you will fail too. When you look at the telecom sector, you have very limited opportunities to diversify and to actually protect your business against that. So if they are having problems, you're also going to have the problems yourself. So you can also do something, I guess, these delayed responses where you can buff yourself by creating an expectation of when certain, if you're in the payment sector, when transactions will go through, and you're finding people are giving themselves extra days to settle their clients. But sometimes you're in a situation where you don't have that leverage, so you have to just go offline. And you have to work with your clients to provide offline services. When you look at most of the fintech sector in Kenya, it's still, a lot of it, the information is still offline. Even when you want to fully go digital, you are going to have these bottlenecks where the system can't fully go online. And in a way, it's a good thing because it gives you that security if things fail. But going online is an infrastructure project with many key players in it, from the people who are providing the fiber, from the people who are providing your servers, to now the other players that are actually using your platform. They also need to be online. And then now you can talk about the regulators, the schemes, the industry players. You have payment guys, Visa, MasterCard, or you're doing credit. So you have all these guys. They all need to be online. Everybody needs to understand their role so that you enable the system and the cycle to continue. If one of them breaks, it might break the whole thing. You know, we've seen these kinds of instances. So to protect yourself, sometimes you're limited. And you're limited to the capability of your partners. We are on the right track, I believe, but those kinds of challenges, until we have more options within the ecosystem, we're still going to be subjected to those kinds of limitations.
Thank you very much. And lastly, maybe I'll come to you, Michelle. Amongst all the partners here, you're like I like to see you like the watchman, the one who's supposed to ensure that all these systems are safeguarded. And a week ago, the watchman somewhere decided to press a button to an update. I think we saw it with your competitor, Cloudflare, and what we saw is the watchman knocked everyone off. So with that, I'm curious to learn, what are you doing in terms of monitoring, update, and keeping pace with the digital ecosystem, ensuring that the parties here also, you're ensuring no thief enters into the house. Yeah.
Thank you, Tevin, and to all my panelists. To start with, what happened last week was actually unprecedented. But looking at it from a perspective, it was a software issue. And in an ideal world, as a cybersecurity company, our work is to, of course, protect, detect, and respond. we would be able to test in a tested environment and would be able to roll it out. But in some instances, you roll out something and again, the system glitches. We also need to remember that in cybersecurity, speed is of the essence. And because speed is of the essence, sometimes we don't have that capability to be able to go through with this. However, at ESET, we do this in a number of ways. I'll start with our proprietary technologies. So we have two proprietary technologies. First and foremost is what we call our ESET license. Our ESET license is, of course, our multi-layered security technology. And this exists of our core technologies. And our core technologies are there during the pre-execution, execution, and post-execution of any upcoming and new threats. Now, the second way we do this is through collaboration with industry. As mentioned by all my panelists, collaboration with industry, of course, public and private is critical. And so we are a member of the Joint Defense Committee of CISA, which is the American Cyber Defense Agency. We're a member of the Global Forum on Cybersecurity Expertise, as well as a member of the Google App Alliance, which is it's a conglomeration of different sector players, and we aid in protecting the Google App Store. Thirdly, it is, of course, our research and development. So we have our global research and development centers. There are about 13 of them located all over the globe. And through these research centers, we're able to analyze and also look at any upcoming and emerging threats. And what this does, it helps us, of course, this intelligence helps us, of course, develop our products, as well as, most importantly, share this research in the public domain. Now, the ways we share this research, of course, is through our white papers, it's through our blogs, it's through our press releases, it's through conferences such as these where we come to share our expertise on what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all panelists for keeping time. So we have about 10 minutes for questions. And I'll be taking up the questions that are on Slido. There are quite a number of questions, so I'll just see where we'll reach in. I'll start with the first 5, then I see if we can do any more questions. So I'll start with the first one that I can see on my side. Are there any initiatives or programs in place to improve financial literacy and awareness among the public, specifically regarding fintech products and services? I think that's for you. The second question will be, many Kenyans websites don't have privacy by default. One has to actively opt out instead of actively opting in. What is the ODPC doing about that? Then, still again to the ODPC, what is the success rate of prosecution for complaints made to the ODPC? And is there a way of verifying this? Now, the next question is, I think you're in one. Yes, what specific measures have AFIKs? Not sure what AFIKs are. Association of Fintech. Okay, Association of Fintechs suggested to regulators in Kenya to ensure the security and resilience of neo-banking services, particularly in cybersecurity. Then, to you, David, how will cybercrime units at police stations be effective and reliable, given concerns about the overall seriousness with which serious crimes are handled? Yes. And then I'll ask one last one to you, David. What to ODPC and then to David as well. How far has the ODPC gone to implement privacy by default? It's almost like the first one, by issuing guidance and waiting for complaints. And lastly, what are the bounce back mechanisms in place in the case of a cyber attack on government online systems? Maybe I'll have Michelle and David answer that as well. So we can start.
Okay, thank you for the question. Thank you, Telvin, for further elaborating the question. On the issue of privacy by default, I think it's important to state first that the instances where opt-in and opt-out come in is where consent is a lawful basis for processing, right? So having established a lawful basis, the lawful basis being consent, then the data controller or data processor is obliged to ensure that this consent is specific, informed, freely given, and unambiguous. And to the question, specifically to the question on why most websites require one to actively opt out instead of active opt-in, I wish to first state that the office has issued guidance notes on consent, and they should be available on our website. So this guidance note set out with examples, situations where consent is required as a lawful basis, specifically on marketing or use of personal data for commercial purposes. So therefore, these guidance notes further elaborate how consent is actually implemented on a day-to-day basis. Where you visit our website and you note that the consent mechanisms are inadequate, we have our complaints and investigations department where you can file your complaints via the website, email, physically. You can always come to the office. We can record your complaint. And we have an investigations, regulations and manual that will guide us in investigating this particular website. So quite apart from waiting for complaints, there's actually the guidance notes on consent on this issue of opting in and opting out. There was also a question on the success rate of prosecution of complaints. As I said earlier, there's the Complaints, Investigations and Enforcement Directorate. We have received over 5,000 complaints. We actually do conduct investigations, robust investigations on these particular complaints. A big chunk of it is in respect of digital credit providers. So we actually do have an investigations directorate that will go through these complaints and make a decision which includes remedies such as an enforcement notice, compensation, prosecution, or we dismiss the complaint if at all. So success, as I'd say, is subjective to the recipient. Success can mean differently, depending on who is asking the question. But what I want to assure you is that once a complaint is filed with us, we consider it to its very end in accordance with the law.
Thank you. Perhaps I'll move to you, Mary.
Thank you. So the question on the financial inclusion in Kenya and the role of AFIC, Association of Fintechs in Kenya, in working with financial inclusion. I think there is several foundations in the country that have actually approached AFIC to partner in financial inclusion. But what we feel is that among Kenyans, financial inclusion is quite high. I think the missing part is economic inclusion. And by that, I mean what services can be provided to people who are financially included. And financially included means you have an account with a bank and you can get a loan, or you are actually registered with some form of financial institution or mobile money provided. So you find that majority of Kenyans have already crossed that path. So we consider financial inclusion in Kenya to be in the upper 90s or mid-90s percentage in terms of how many people can access financial services. What they do with those financial services is where the gap is. And with fintechs, we feel that fintechs are coming in to fill in that gap. You have the edtech, you have the other agri-tech, and all these other fintechs coming in to play the role of aggregating or integrating the services that are being provided at the local level, at the consumer level, and bringing them into a digital platform. And that is where I feel that AFIC, and working with the ecosystem players, is actually bringing the awareness of these kinds of services availability to the community. Now, on the second one, on the cybersecurity and the neobanks, I think in Kenya, the Central Bank of Kenya, when it comes to neobanks, they usually rank these kind of in two sectors. They don't really call them neobanks. They have what they call microfinance. And so you can get a license as a microfinance. And then within the microfinance, there is policy and regulation that guides you regarding cybersecurity and what needs to be implemented. And on a regular basis, you have to file reports. They can come in and audit and see if you're meeting those requirements of cybersecurity as a neobank. The other part, too, that they give licenses that you could say is a neobank is on the digital credit providers, and I believe they've done quite a number of those. There's close to 50 of them that they've given licenses, and this is where on the cybersecurity, they actually are quite stringent on it. They do provide a very high bar that these organizations, before they get certified, that they have to meet, and especially on things also in regards to data sharing and things like that.
Thank you. To you, David, 1 minute. The questions that were.
On the issue of the effectiveness of the cybercrimes desk at the police stations and posts, I want to say that this initiative came out of feedback that the public participation exercise noted that the victims of cybercrimes really want the reporting to be as near them as possible. So that is one of the ways. Secondly is that these desks shall be manned by competent and qualified police officers in cybercrimes and cybersecurity. Already a lot of capacity building is ongoing in that space to make sure that the nature of cybercrimes, which is complex to many people, shall be addressed by competent police officers. Again, there is an elaborate reporting framework which also complements the existing laws and regulations that will enable effective investigations, prosecution of suspected cyber criminals within that will be reported through these stations. Again, there's the interesting element of anonymous reporting, given that many citizens fear reporting some cyber crimes because of the sensitivity of their nature. So that platform for anonymous reporting will provide alternative channels for reporting such kind of crimes. Again, there's a lot of capacity building within the officers of the court so that they will be effectively prosecuting and dealing with the cyber crimes within the corridors of court. Our National Police Service also has adequate capacity for investigations as well as dealing with the forensic expertise whenever there is need. So I think if well embraced by all of us, I think it will be a good thing and it will enable more reporting and more prosecution of cyber criminals.
Perhaps, David, just a clarification. Are the offices and the website you've talked about, are they active or are they being set up? Maybe that's good to clarify.
They're being set up because the legal instrument was just selected the other day.
Okay. So I'll move to you, Michelle, maybe to also, if you have anything to say in relation to that as well. And then from here, I'll let all of you give 10-second closing remarks or statements, closing statements, starting here, Michelle.
I think David, my fellow panelist, has covered it all. But of course, in terms of in my closing statements, what I would continue to encourage, even as a vendor, is we would like to encourage a lot of collaboration across both the public and the private sector, because cybersecurity is no longer just an IT issue. It is actually a societal issue. It affects each and every one of us, and each and every one of us has a part to play. So continuous collaboration is how we can best fully utilize the digital space safely.
Any closing remark?
The government is committed to having a resilient cyberspace because that is really embedded in the government's agenda of bottom-up economic transformation agenda, which is digitally driven. So all of us need to collaborate in this space and do what we need to do to secure this space from the industry, academia, and government entities, so that we all have a secure cyberspace that can guarantee a thriving digital economy. And let's not forget that cybersecurity is national security. Thank you.
One statement.
I would like to say that the Associations of Fintechs in Kenya is a fairly new organization, and we have been lacking that kind of networking center for fintechs. And so anyone in the space of fintechs or would like to learn more of how they can be members in the Fintech Associations of Kenya, you can check out their website, which is afic.or.ke, And we are happy to work with different organizations to help grow the financial sector for the private industry in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think for me is to say all players have a role to play to secure our digital economy. For government, as we've seen, is the framework and enforcement. For private sector to do investments in cybersecurity. For civil society to play a role in reaching vulnerable groups and support educational efforts. And as individuals also, we have a responsibility to promote cyber hygiene.
Thank you. And Bridget?
Just to re-emphasize on multi-stakeholder collaboration, government, private sector, with the rights of the data subject playing a central role in this collaboration and in innovating. Privacy is, I think, now a marketing, gives you a marketing edge. And I'd like to encourage all data controllers and processors to prioritize the privacy of the data subject, even as we continue to innovate and see how we can work together in really building the digital economy locally and how we'll collaborate even across the continent and internationally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we've come to the end of our panel. My name is Tevin Mwendagitonga. I forgot to introduce myself. I was your moderator for this panel, and I hope it's made you trust the government at least 1%. How many now have a bit of trust with government from what they're doing? Okay, private sector, at least fintech sector. We're still not yet there. Okay, cybersecurity companies. Okay, we will continue. At least now the hands are going up. Even one is still a win. So thank you very much and have a good lunch. Yeah.
I should ask, how many trust in God? See all the hands going up. Look at all hands, all right. Please, let's appreciate our panel one more time with a round of applause. Great. We are just about to break for lunch, but I want to make sure that I can be able to gift at least 2 people, all right? I was informed that I was not able to come to the better half of this floor. All right, fantastic. So the first question, and don't shout it out, just raise up. The first hand that goes up gets to answer it correctly. The prize is to be announced later, not now, but you can personally come and see me. So which Kenyan athlete won a gold medal in 2012 and 2016 for the 800 meters? Yes. Who? Who is Rudisha? What's his first name? David Rudisha. Let's appreciate him with a round of applause. Okay. Still on this particular section, which is the highest grossing, as at 2024, highest grossing to the movies film of all time? Of all time. Highest grossing film of all time. Yes? Avatar. Let's appreciate him with a round of applause. And finally, to this particular section. Now this one, you need to give me the full name, not an acronym. Which famous Kenyan wildlife reserve is known for being one of the best places to see the big 5? Yes. It is not the full name. It is not the full name. Masai Mara National Reserve. Let's appreciate her with a round of applause. Thank you very much. Tumeenda Giraffe Center 100 times. All right. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to break for lunch. We are hopeful that we can be able to be back here at exactly 2:30. That is the target, to be back here at 2:30. We have, first of all, just a bit of announcements. We have our St. John's team that are right outside here. In case you need to find out about the value proposition they have, there's a package that they have that they are trying to position, and I think it's beneficial that you also have their value proposition with you. So just have a conversation with them. They are right outside the door. And then also, our lunch is going to be on the first floor. Once you walk out to my left, you'll find the stairway that is going to guide you there. We have our team from KICTANet right at the door. They will give you a lunch voucher so that now you can be able to enjoy your lunch. Your access to the voucher is your tag. Your access to the voucher is your tag. All right? And then finally, all the Gen Zs, I'd like to meet you for 2 minutes right here at the corner before you can go for your lunch. Please give a high five to the person sitting next to you and tell them, lunch is on me, lunch is on me. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch. You may access the door right there. Get your voucher. Your tag is your access. There's also another team. You can be able to access still this door. So there's one door here and another one there. Your tag is your access to the voucher. Towards my left, the stairway to the first floor. That's where you're going to have your lunch. See you here, hopefully. And I'm praying that we see you here at 2:30, all right? Enjoy your lunch and see you shortly. Thank you.
posts about themselves is going to stay there forever. Kenya ICT Action Network offers training on digital security.
message to 456 or call 234. For Airtel Money reversal, dial *222#. Report to the nearest police station.
Honorable members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Mwendo Kivuva from KICTANet. I'm representing Grace Kidaiga, who is the CEO and convener of Kenya ICT Action Network, KICTANet. KICTANet is a multi-stakeholder platform that in the industry has been known to convene all the stakeholders. And we are very happy that the government, through the Ministry of ICT, has actually taken Article 10 of the Constitution very seriously, because Article 10 is the one which anchors public participation and also bringing other stakeholders together. So we have been able to walk through this journey that the CS has been showing us this today with all other players, that is academia, technical community, civil service, civil society, and also business. And we are really grateful, Bwana CS, for actually bringing all the other stakeholders together in this platform, because as you always say, Kenya belongs to all of us. At KICTANet, we have been championing community internet networks, networks mashinani, where small players are able to anchor and to tap into the bigger ISPs to provide internet at the village level. So that's one component that we are helping with the 25,000 hotspots. So we have several small community networks we are supporting across the country, all the way from Kilifi to Kisumu. And finally, we have been very active in championing citizen cyber hygiene. Because if we take 25,000 hotspots across the country, you can imagine we have taken internet to the grassroots. And cyber hygiene, cyber security is a very big issue. You see, like the DDoS attack that was happening in Kenya, so many devices were not updated, and they are being used actually to do the DDoS on the different players within the country. Because the small players who have access to these devices are not updating, or they don't have enough information. Last year, we conducted a citizen cyber hygiene where we targeted and reached 3 million people through different players. We worked with Safaricom, ICT Authority, Ministry of ICT, and our development partners, FCDO, and the British government. And the ministry was actually very helpful in giving us access to all these players. So we are really grateful for that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Happy New Year. I like saying Happy New Year, so bear with me. welcome to another exciting episode of Digital Data Podcast. I'm Cecilia Maundu. I'm a broadcast journalist. I'm a digital security expert. I work at the intersection of technology, human rights, and journalism. And today, our topic is on cybersecurity for small, medium enterprises. So this episode has been made possible by our good friends from KICTANet. And KICTANet is a multi-stakeholder think tank for people and institutions interested and involved in ICT policy and regulation. You can find KICTANet across all social media platforms, and their website is a heaven of resources. Please make sure you check them out. So without further ado, I'm going to give an opportunity to my guest, who I have really searched for to be on this episode. Yes. So shows there is still a lot of need for a cybersecurity professional because he's extremely busy, and we are so excited to have him. Brian, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Cecilia. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all well. My name is Brian Yali. I am a lead risk consultant and also lead the digital forensics team for a cybersecurity consulting firm operating within Africa. Thank you for having me.
Wow, your description. Wow. Thank you so much for making it to the show. I know it's not been an easy road because of your schedule. We really appreciate, and our friends from KICTANet speaking on their behalf. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, Brian, we are talking about cybersecurity for small, medium enterprises.
Yeah.
Let's just give us an overview. How is the cybersecurity? I mean, with the work you work a lot with SMEs. Mm-hmm. So, how have you seen the trajectory of their cybersecurity practices, their cyber hygiene practices?
I'd have to say it's really improved over time. It's really gotten better. It's when I started working where I'm working, it wasn't as good as I thought it would be, and it's taken a lot of time to build it to where it is. So a lot of education of both the board's management, employees across board, and also even the people who do business with these SMEs to help them understand the need for cybersecurity, why it's important, and why they need to invest in it. So especially the investing in it part, because it may not have direct returns to whatever they're doing as a business. So it's more or less seen as something that takes away rather than adds into the pot.
Yeah. You know, I remember one time, I think it was a KICTANet function, and someone from your organization said that most of these institutions look at IT or cybersecurity as an IT department issue. They're not involved, like the way human resource would do their work, let the IT department do their work. Unfortunately, they don't know now because of the era that we are in. Everyone has to be involved. So it's very encouraging to hear that things are changing. Yes. And I'm hoping in the next few years we are going to be having a very different conversation. So, Brian, what are the most common cybersecurity threats that SMEs or small, medium enterprises should be aware of today? What are the things that they should be very keen about?
Traditionally, most of the organizations that were concerned about cybersecurity or security in any sense of it were those in the banking sector, because there was a direct impact on their core business, which is the finances. And because they're banks, they're big, they're regulated by a bigger body, then there's a lot of heat if anything goes wrong. And because of the clientele, people would be able to be up at arms very easily when they see something going wrong and something of the sort. So for the SMEs and other organizations, it wasn't really a primary concern. But as time has shown us, these SMEs have had to go online. They've had to digitize what they do, their services, etc. So they've now introduced their systems, their technology to the internet. And as they do that, there's been an impact on the same, because the same systems that you would use for your own good purposes, there's someone who wants to utilize them for not so good purposes. So financial loss has become a real thing for SMEs, in as much as they may feel that we don't have as huge a pool of money as some organizations, but they're still targeted for that money, because at the end of the day, if someone is trying to get quick money, small or big, it's something they've gotten. To data. We've seen data protection coming into play in the recent years, not just in Kenya, but globally. And now there've been fines left, right, and center targeting even schools in some cases. So we can see that it's no longer targeting the big boys or corporates, but now also small organizations. So they have to take that into account. And aside from financial loss, data loss, there's also interruption of services. Unfortunately, we experienced something as an entire country last year, where services were down. So it does also impact SMEs, because if your clientele can't reach your services, then why are they there? So this is some of the key things that have been affecting SMEs of late, and that they definitely have to be worried about.
That brings me to my next question, the issue of data protections.
Yes.
Which are some of the mechanisms they can do? Because some of them handle a lot of our sensitive data. So what are some of the mechanisms they can do to protect our data? Because, for example, when I go to maybe I'm buying something, or maybe I'm in an M-Pesa shop or something, and I've left there my ID, my name, my ID is literally my identity. So what are some of the things they can do so that we can also avoid getting messages from political campaigns, and you have never even been to that county, and you wonder, how did they get my number? So what are some of the mechanisms they can use to protect our information?
I think it cuts across board, not just at the SMEs, but when we focus on them, the key things to do in this case would be starting with identifying what kind of data you guys handle or you guys have. So just that step alone gives you some level of visibility as to how bad things are or how good things are. So you'll be able to say, we handle critical and sensitive data. What kind of critical and sensitive data do we handle? That's a first step. We've identified that we do. Now, where does this data sit? Where is it stored within our organization? Which systems is it on? Once you've identified the systems, then now you can go a further step of saying who has access to the systems, internally and externally, in terms of our vendors, people we do business with, people we interact with, our staff. Who has access? Should they be having that level of access? So you've taken it a step further from we've identified what kind of data we have. We have known now which systems this data is on. We have now knowledge of who has access to this data, whether employees, vendors, other people we do business with, people who just are in the office. In some cases, the data is printed out somewhere, and it can sit on a printer for days on end. So you may not think about it as data, but if someone else came and pulled that and it's a copy of your ID, a copy of your logbook or something of the sort, that's data that can be used in one way or another. So identifying what that data is, where it sits, who has access, then now you can start securing it. Where you can say, do we have strong passwords for these systems that handle this data? Do we have visibility on who has access to it? Okay, we have X number of vendors. Why do they need access to data set X, data Y, and Z? With that, you can now start fine-tuning those restrictions. If I, as a vendor, only need access to a certain element, I shouldn't get access to the whole data set. If I, as an employee, only need to see a certain element of that data, then expose just that to me. So with those small screws that you keep turning, then you increase the security around that data. And then you can tell who has access, and also now monitor and see it. If I work with this vendor and they only should be accessing our data between these hours, if I see off business hours access to that data, then that should tell me there's something wrong. If I start seeing data being transferred out of our organization that shouldn't be transferred, then I'll be able to say that there's something amiss here. So it's just small steps that get you to a better point. There are tools that can be used, but in some cases, it's not economically viable. So just those small steps can help. Then when the finances allow, you can go the second level of now using certain tools that are specifically focused on data security.
Something you said that was very thought-provoking, like who has access to this data, both internally and externally.
Yes.
I think most of them, because the data is there, they believe that, and I'm not making an assumption here, they believe that data, anyone can handle that data. Case in example, when you go to a cyber cafe, I know they have drastically reduced over the years, but there are still some cyber cafes, especially in town. And actually, when you go to those cyber cafes, they're always full. So people are in need of services. So you go, you find someone has actually printed an ID, and you know, this person goes to check on the printer, and they're like, no, you didn't print both sides. So they print both sides. So the other one is left at the printer. Then it's picked, thrown at the dustbin. Somebody else comes, you know, those small things that you're talking about. So it brings me to the next question, training. Like, what are the status of training of employees on cybersecurity in small, medium enterprises? Are they trained? Do they know? Because some of them actually don't know, you know? Yes. So what is the status of training?
Funny you bring out something about cyber cafes. There's a day I asked myself, you know, when you walk into a cyber cafe and you see the email address there, xyz@gmail.com, do we realize how much data we leave them with when you send it for them to print it? Like, they're left with your ID, your certificates, your... Some people, there's someone I saw who printed their bank plate. I was like, hey, okay, but story for another day.
But I think sometimes, let me come to their defense. Sometimes they don't know, because I've also been a victim of that. You know, you go there and you're like, oh, send to this email, because you're in a hurry and you send it.
True.
And then later is when you're like, oh my goodness, that thing is told in the...
yes, they have it ad infinitum.
Yes.
The day they decide to delete it is when it will go, but they have access to it.
Yeah.
So in regards to training, there are a lot of initiatives that have been put in place across board. ICT Authority, KICTANet, specific organizations, even the one I work for, which is Seriano. There's been a lot of education around data security, around information security that's been put out there. Unfortunately, it won't get to everyone. That's a sad reality. Some organizations take it seriously and will enforce that every quarter their employees have to do something in terms of training, either physically or through certain platforms, either a banner or something of the sort that's sent to them, or even set as the background for their desktop that will just highlight. Elements, but the reality is it's not across board. Not everyone will be trained on information security and the importance. Even
Check 1, 2. Great, welcome back to our delegates. We'll just give a minute or two for the rest of our delegates who are walking in to come into the hall, and then we can officially start the final part of the, not the final, the afternoon part of the program. Thank you, welcome.
As a business operating in Africa, the Day of the African Child gives us an opportunity to celebrate African children. Our telemedicine service targets 32,000 children in Homa Bay, Samburu, Baringo, and Lamu counties. And we do execute this with some of our healthcare partners to ensure that children receive healthcare services on that particular day. some of the stakeholders that we work with to ensure that these rights are protected and promoted include various arms of government. We also work with parents and caregivers. We work with various technology service providers as well as teachers and the clergy. The challenges that children in Africa face today include digital literacy, connectivity, affordability and accessibility to devices. And to mitigate some of these challenges, we at Safaricom have partnered with Zeraki Learning. Zeraki equips teachers to provide secondary education to learners on a digital platform, and that gives the learners an opportunity to actually exercise their digital skills as they advance their educational skills as well. In the past, during celebrations of the Child Online Safety Day, we have brought our child customers together in Safaricom to create awareness around cyberbullying and how they can go about managing cyberbullying. There is also a continuous partnership with the Communications Authority through the Child Online Safety Initiative via COP that educates children on the opportunities, the vulnerabilities, and the risks of the internet. It is my hope and prayer that on this Day of the African Child, that we will each take time to reflect on the various opportunities that are there in the digital space for the African children.
Mobile operators have to keep their networks secure. But how do they know if they're succeeding? First, they need a yardstick, a standard by which to measure the security of any network and the equipment on which it runs. Fortunately, we've already got a standard, the Network Equipment Security Assurance Scheme, or NESAS. NESAS is a standardized cybersecurity assessment mechanism. It was jointly defined by GSMA, 3GPP, the telecom industry's leading standard-setting organizations. To create NESAS, they consulted carriers, vendors, regulators, and industry partners from around the world. The result is a unified global set of security standards that can be applied to all equipment vendors and all verification systems. This past May, Huawei became the first vendor to pass the NESAS audit for 5G wireless and core network equipment. NESAS has three main advantages. First, it is customized and authoritative. NESAS was designed specifically for the mobile industry. It delivers security assurance methodology, threat analysis, definitions for critical assets, and general security assurance requirements. Second, NESAS is globally unified and efficient. It makes accreditation easier, faster, and less costly. This increases efficiency and reduces the burden that security testing puts on stakeholders. Third, NESAS is a continuously evolving open standard. It will keep evolving.
If you are around, please, we'd like to have a word with you.
Always
Ronaldo Gino, thank you very much.
Trust is built on facts. Facts must be verifiable. Verification must be based on common standards. NESAS gives us a completely new way to assess cybersecurity on mobile networks. For 5G networks, it provides the right kind of standards. Customized, authoritative, global, efficient, unified, open, and constantly evolving. Now that's a benchmark we all can use to make sure networks are secure.
There's a lot of data in our phones or laptops that we don't want to share with strangers. Our daily schedule, private photos, texts, emails, banking passwords. How safe is it, and what can we do to make it more secure? In the industry, your private data is called user communication data. It's a data we user create, send, receive, or store. Nowadays, most of it is encrypted automatically, whether it's handled by WhatsApp, Gmail, TikTok, or Facebook. It's locked by security features like a password or fingerprint. When it goes from our device to cloud service, or is received by a friend after we send it out, it stays encrypted from end to end. Besides encryption, more and more laws protect our data.
Great, welcome back to Delegate. I am confident that you are able to enjoy your lunch and had an opportunity to also network amongst yourselves. Would like to call the room to order. For the ones who are still moving around, kindly let's have our seats so that we can be able to proceed to this afternoon session of the program. Now, this is going to be quite an interesting part of the program, all right? And we would like to have a brief presentation on KICTAnet's draft report on the 2024 Finance Bill demonstrations and innovative use of tech for self-organizing. To guide us on this conversation, ladies and gentlemen, we have the privilege and the honor of having none other than Dr. Ronald Ogino. Let's appreciate Dr. Ronald Ogino with a round of applause. Makofi tafadhali, Dr. Ronald, as he comes forward to give us that particular presentation. Welcome, glad to have you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Ronald Ogino. I am in academia. I work at the Cooperative University of Kenya. Together with KICTANet, we were able to carry out some interesting research on the Gen Z protests that just took place some few days ago, I can say that. And we looked at the use of tech and digital tools in this. I'm waiting for the tech guys to. So as we begin, we know very well the Gen Z protests took digital activism to a different space. We are used to lots of people talking about things on the internet and social media, but not backing it up with physical activism. So Gen Z protests took it away further and introduced the physical aspect to the protests. So they were speaking online, and at the same time, they went to the streets to voice their opinions on what was happening. So with this, they used quite a range of tools to carry out the demonstrations successfully. So we want to look at some of these tools that they used for different roles. Okay, so this Reject Finance Bill 2024 started with a tweet on 12th June, and this morphed into something else. By 18th, there were street demonstrations. So we're just seeing the power of a tweet. The tweet triggered conversations, and these conversations moved to the international podium, whereby at the end of the day we had support from even the likes of sportsmen, like the Chelsea fans know very well the coaches who are supporting this. We had other politicians in the international front also supporting this. So what are some of the tools? Because of time, I'll just go through them very fast. For messaging, we had the likes of WhatsApp being used to message politicians, and they introduced this new term called kusalimiana, okay, which we'll refer to as doxing, some kind of doxing, whereby you realize that they got these contact details from different sites. In Kenya, we have open data. So these open data forums were being used to access these contacts of the politicians, and it aided the protests in a way, because at the end of the day, some politicians started responding to what the Gen Zs and the millennials were asking them. There was spamming of emails, especially IMF. There was a lot of talk that this bill was sponsored by IMF. So to the Gen Zs and other protesters, they decided, let's do this, let's spam their emails so as to get their attention to withdraw this particular bill. Okay? Then there was a lot of civic education. Civic education, different innovative platforms were used for this. You can see there is Dr. David Ndi using Git. They came up with a site where they recorded a number of insults that Dr. Ndi had given to the public. AkiHub was used to give updates on laws that are being used in Kenya, and Power to the People, whereby you find that this particular site creators were able to post updates on the kind of petitions that and bills that their MPs had voted for. WhatsApp was used for technical discussions and also to introduce older generations who had more of given up on politics. They were educated through WhatsApp forums. Then TikTok. TikTok was very popular because it was we used crowdsourced videos, okay, to get the finance bill being discussed in different local languages. And also, interestingly, it was also used to translate it into sign language, which means civic education was really passed to everyone who was interested. Then generative AI was being used. There was a custom GPT called Kenya Law Guide that you could enter questions and it will answer you on specific aspects of the bill. You find that tech was also used in dissemination, coordination, and mobilization. Trending hashtags, reject finance bill, which morphed into something else. Right now they're talking of Ruto must go. These have trended locally and also internationally, which has basically brought a lot of attention to what has been happening in Kenya. X-Spaces, for the first time in Kenya, we are having the common mwananchi having a discussion with the likes of the president. This is something that is unprecedented and has happened. Maybe getting some experience from what happened in Haiti, we have apps like the Zello walkie-talkie, which was being used to communicate on meeting points and remeeting points. Then they used USSD for meeting, regrouping, ambulance services, legal services in case you are arrested. This is where the Gen Z and millennials will communicate about how to regroup. Telegram, you know, with its covert nature, was also used to make arrangements, specific protest arrangements. So Telegram played a role. When it came to funds mobilization and accountability, I think right now most Kenyans have come to know of some people like Hanifa that we never knew of. So Mchanga was used for crowdfunding, whereby you remember when the first victims, Rex and Evans, died. Around 20,000 USD was raised in a very short period through the Mchanga platform, which also again tells you M-Pesa also played a big role as technology. When it came to accountability, Google Sheets of how the amounts were being spent were shared by the particular mobilizers. When they were collecting this data, they will share Google Sheets on how the amounts were being used. Still, on the same note, just back, we have to remember that smartphones were very important in all this, because the first picture of Gen Z protests that we saw online was they were holding the Kenyan flag and a smartphone, which shows you the role of technology in all this, because it was something that was meant to be very peaceful. Now, as much as we had the positives, both the Gen Zs and the government had a role to play when it comes to misinformation and disinformation. If you look at this first picture, it's very popular. And some of us thought that this is something that happened in Kenya, yet if you look at it, it happened in the 2016 French protests, okay? This was a picture of a lawmaker that was being attributed to some Kenyans beating him up, some protesters beating him up. Yet this was a Ugandan MP, okay? So these were, you can see the way tech was being, ideals were being pushed by both parties in terms of fake news, disinformation, misinformation, etc. Next. Yeah, so as we look at this, just to trigger the next discussion, we're asking ourselves a range of questions. Of course, we faced some issues. I remember Article 10, KICTANet, and the likes came up with voicing concerns and asking CA that will we be having some kind of shutdown during the protests? And evidence shows us that indeed there was a shutdown on June 25th at the height of the protests. So what happens during such times? Because not everyone is a techie. How do you access information? When we look at the use of generative AI videos, right now everyone is going AI. We are talking AI. We are talking AI. But let's ask ourselves some questions. When we use AI, is it going to propagate hate speech? Okay? And if it propagates it, it's going to be at a very, very fast speed. So what will you do as policymakers in that space to address such concerns? There are issues of hashtag shadow banning, okay, whereby you realize if you typed hashtag reject finance bill or hashtag Ruto must go, it was being muted. And there were some of these hashtags which were trending in the US, trending in Botswana, but if you look at Kenya, it was nowhere, okay? So these were some of the issues. Of course, we are talking of protesters being arrested, being tracked down. Some have been killed because of technology. Yes, we're greeting people, but we're exposing their data to, of course, we have threats when your phone number is exposed to everyone, yeah? So we are doxing, but this is also not ethical. Look at the pseudo accounts. A lot of pseudo accounts were being created, and these pseudo accounts will misinform the public about what is happening. So just a couple of questions as I leave to the next set of panelists. As we use digital tools for activism, we can see so far that it's promoted a lot of activism in terms of young people coming out and backing it up with what? With the physical protests. But what are some of the things that we have to look at? Are we using AI responsibly? Can we truly trust the likes of AI? Because we have issues like bias in AI. We have issues like hallucinations in AI, and some of us are depending on them fully. So what measures can we take as people in the tech space? Sorry, I'm used to lecturing, but I don't have time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Dr. Ronald one more time with a round of applause. Fantastic presentation, and definitely we can attest to all the happenings that were going on to that fantastic presentation. I think for us, the millennials and Gen X are usually heavy users of Facebook, not as like TikTok and the rest. But yes, thank you for that particular presentation. Now we want to go to a panel discussion that is going to be on fostering international cooperation for a secure and open internet. So I'd like to call in the panelists, and then we can be able to proceed. Our first panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is the advocacy lead East and Central Africa at Mozilla. Help me appreciate Mudhuri Kadhure. Mudhuri Kadhure, welcome on stage. We are glad to have you. And has a key focus on promoting equality and non-discrimination access to justice and media freedoms. Our next panelist is a senior program officer, research and advocacy at the Collaboration on International ICT Policy for East and Southern Africa, that is CIPESA. And he will be joining us virtually, but let's appreciate him. Paul Kimumwe. Paul Kimumwe, a round of applause. He's going to be joining us virtually. Our next panelist is the Deputy Head of Mission, Slovak Embassy. Please help me appreciate with a warm round of applause Charlotte Marie Matusova. As she comes on stage, we are glad to have you. Thank you. And our next panelist is a Senior Policy Analyst at Access Now. Please help me appreciate none other than Bridget Andere as she comes forward. Glad to have you here, Bridget. And also in the panel, we have the CEO at TESPOC And this is none other than Fiona Asonga to come and join us in the panel. Fiona Asonga. I had seen Fiona. Yes, yes, yes. Please, a round of applause for Fiona Asonga as she comes forward. I also need to mention that she has the award of the Top 50 Women in Management in Africa 2023. Glad to have you here. And this particular panel, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be moderated by a lady who is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and also Digital Rights and Policy Programs Officer at Article 19, Eastern Africa. Please help me appreciate with a warm round of applause Angela Minayo as she comes forward to moderate this discussion. Welcome, Angela, and also to the panelists. We are glad and honored to have you here. Go for it and take it away.
Just give me a moment. Okay, thank you. My name is Angela Minayo, and I'll be moderating this session. I work at Article 19 Eastern Africa, and Article 19 works for a world where we can speak and have access to information freely. To first of all introduce the session, this session is titled Fostering International Cooperation for a Secure and Open Internet. 1 minute. Yes, so this session aims to delve into the innovative solutions, regulatory frameworks, and initiatives that foster international cooperation and open internet and ensure protection of human rights in the digital realm. It will also consider the roles of the stakeholders and the impact of internet and digital platforms for peace, civic participation, and in combating online misinformation and disinformation. We are joined on this panel today with Mudhuri Kathure, Paul Kimumwe, Charlotte Marie, and Bridget Andere, and Fiona Asonga. Welcome very much, panelists, and I look forward to this conversation. I'm going to start with Mudhuri from Mozilla. And the question to you is, how can the internet and digital platforms be leveraged to promote peace, civic participation, and social cohesion, particularly in the context of online misinformation and disinformation? And maybe you can give us more context on why disinformation and misinformation.
Thanks very much. As you've heard, my name is Mudhuri Kathure. I work for Mozilla as the advocacy lead for East and Southern Africa, not Central Africa, as the MC mentioned. Mozilla Foundation is the not-for-profit arm for Mozilla Corporation. To the questions in terms of how we can use internet as well as digital platforms to enhance safety, security, look into activism, look at around accountability. First and foremost, it's a very interesting combination. And I was thinking to myself how those four things can sit together. Peace on one side, freedom of expression on the other side, information integrity there as well, and then civic engagement. And the other day I was watching one of the Gen Z leaders, and he was asked about peace, and he said, we don't want peace, we want liberation. And such a statement might make it look like, is it possible to have civic engagement? Is it possible to have meaningful accountability and at the same time talk about peace, especially at the moment where you're looking at misinformation and disinformation in this context? And I was thinking of the first thing is around the narratives that are built around these things. If you listen to some of the statements that are made by our leaders
when you're looking at internet, peace, and on the other side, freedom of expression and activism, it makes it look like it's not possible. Last year, before the Azimio Maandamano, one of the leaders said that they are not going to switch off the internet. And I was in a space with Bridget, and I remember us saying, no, it can't happen, it won't happen. It didn't happen. Come to this year, a couple of statements were made again by leaders. You know, I think yesterday a leader said, we've given out free Wi-Fi, and you know, now it's being misused. It should be used in this way. So making it look like internet is bad or it's being misused. And a couple of days ago, a leader said, you know, I have the machineries, I have the power to switch off the internet if you keep on misusing it. And so these narratives and acts that we've seen elsewhere makes it look like, no, internet cannot be used for good. Internet for good is just on paper and it's nothing practical. Then you look on the other side and you see the gains and the wins that, you know, internet accessibility has brought us. The whole Gen Z movement is a good example. You know, the movement started online. We can quote other movements, the Arab Spring that started there, the whole conversation that is going on in Bangladesh, and the action that went to it after, you know, by switching off the internet. So it makes it look like, no, I don't think internet can be used to bring, you know, to bring good. And examples will be cited of instances where internet has led to chaos, to use the list. They'll say, look at Yemen, these things started here, and what have you. So coming to this panel conversation and starting to look at it from the other side and asking ourselves, can internet, first of all, be used? Is there internet for good? Can internet be used in this case? And in the presentation that was made a few minutes ago got me thinking again, look, another narrative can come up, you know, in the context of information integrity. The internet, again, through the digital platform, propagates misinformation and disinformation. The two photos that we saw there, one coming from France, another one from Uganda, and we'll be like, you see, it's even, it's adding even more problems. And I remember there was a phrase during the Gen Z thing, aura for aura, propaganda for propaganda. And so it makes it look difficult. But then I think there are opportunities for us to use internet to promote, you know, peace, to promote social accountability, and we have examples for the social accountability. But if you look at projects, for example, like Social Media for Peace, that's being led by UNESCO and Article 19 here, you see there are actually opportunities that are there for us to work towards this. If you look around the issues of international cooperation, a good document or a good platform that can be used, for example, is the Global Digital Compact. Link that to the SDGs and see, hey, Internet for Good, SDG 17, how can this interact? Now let me move to the digital platforms, which have been seen to be, you know, so you move from internet accessibility and you say, look, this is happening, then to the platforms that are there. And often at times the conversation about platforms is usually the social media platforms that we have. So we'll talk of the X, and good examples have been given there, the rise of TikTok now and the rest. But more into that we've seen even more to it now, especially, again, I'll go back to the Gen Z revolution, with, you know, other civic, custom-made kind of platforms. The custom ChatGPT that has been discussed, Zello that was downloaded, I think, by 40,000 people in Kenya and used during the revolution, has also been a tool for it. And before that, we've had, during the elections, digital platforms that have been used to debunk lies, misinformation, and disinformation. The likes of Fumbua, I think the beginning of Africa Uncensored and their work then, we've had for the longest time one of the things that we are proud of in Kenya, Ushahidi, that has been used for the same. So there are actually platforms, and internet can also be used for it. Now, in terms of looking forward, and, you know, internet agreeing can be used for good. Digital platforms beyond the social media platforms too can be used for good. What needs to be done for us to ensure that actually these platforms and internet are used for good? Regulation has been discussed, and they made example of the opportunities that we have at the global level. The other day, the African Union endorsed the African Digital Compact as well as the Continental AI strategy. So those are some of the tools, I think, in terms of regulation that we have at the regional and, the continental and international level. Locally, we have a lot of legislation and regulations that from, the Constitution, freedom of expression, all the way to the many laws, cybersecurity laws with all its mistakes, the Kenya Information Act and the rest. I think with all these legislation and using them appropriately, then internet and digital platforms indeed can be used for good, especially when you're looking at information disorder in Kenya.
Thank you so much, Mudhuri. I'll put on my civil society hat and ask, are all forms of misinformation bad? Is satire bad? Is parody bad? And such things. And I think you can look at Article 19 publications on that. But thank you so much, Mudhuri. I'll move to Paul from CIPESA. My question to you, Paul, is what are the most effective strategies and tools for combating online misinformation and disinformation? And how can this be integrated into broader efforts to promote digital literacy and media information literacy? And Paul, if you can be kind enough to give us examples of such tools that have been done by CIPESA, because I know we did something with you around disinformation.
Thank you, Angela. I hope I'm audible enough.
Yes, you are.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Jambo. And I'm happy to be here, to be participating in this important conversation, taking cue from what Muguri has just shared, but also the previous speaker, Doctor, the session that the study that was done. When we talk about misinformation and disinformation, I think let me first also talk briefly about why it thrives.
I think we have lost Paul. I go to the next question. Okay, all right. We'll go back to Paul once we sort our technical issues. I'll move to Brigitte Andere from Access Now. Brigitte, my question to you is, how can governments, civil society, and the private sector collaborate to address the root causes of misinformation and disinformation, and to promote fact-based and trustworthy information online? If you could give us examples of the root causes of misinformation and disinformation, that would be great.
Thank you, Angela. First of all, I think we have to interrogate what the root of misinformation and disinformation is. And in my opinion,
recording in progress.
Most of the time, comes about as a result of informational vacuums and capacity vacuums. These informational vacuums can either be organic or inorganic, manufactured, occurring naturally. And so another thing that we kind of have to come to terms with as we have this conversation is that it cannot be one or the other. We will never have the opportunity to choose to either have a perfectly ordered informational system or, a disordered information, one or the other. If the disordered information exists, then we cannot have good information. That's not how it works, right? And so once we think of it like that, then we can go into kind of the solutions and talking about what a better information structure and system looks like. And so, of course, even when you look at the theme of this gathering, and something that I like to make fun of Gigi about all the time is that multi-stakeholderism, that's the name of the game. We all have to work together. Everybody has a role to play. And so when you look at kind of the players when it comes to misinformation, disinformation, we have government and authorities, we have companies and platforms, and then we have the people, and we have civil society, right? And everybody has a role to play. So when I think about who has what role, the first thing that comes to mind for me is, you know, the reality that we must have goodwill and intentional engagement. When we talk about goodwill, we also have to think about legislative goodwill. And you see, I think even Mudhuri has mentioned cybercrime acts, there's social media laws all over the region, fake news laws, laws that seek to curtail the freedom of expression. And of course, in as much as we recognize that disinformation and misinformation is not something that we should rejoice in as much as Angela has asked, is all misinformation bad? Of course, it depends on how it is being used, what end it is being used to further. So at the end of the day, in as much as we want to regulate and moderate content on platforms, we also have to recognize that this regulation and limitation of rights, because it is a limitation of the freedom of expression at the end of the day, has to be proportional, has to be necessary, has to be legitimate, it has to be legal. So putting in place laws and legislations that go above and beyond to curtail any form of speech is really not the way to go. And at the same time, when you look at platforms, when you're talking about goodwill and intentional engagement, I know a lot of civil society people in this room have had at one time or the other a conversation with a platform, with somebody trying to make their policies better, but at the end of the day, it needs to come to something, right? And, you know, another thing that we have to come to grips with is that disinformation and misinformation is nothing new. It's just that it's taking on a different model. I'm sure when my grandmother was a young girl, disinformation was from house to house, right? You had to run from your house and take the unsubstantiated gossip down to someone at the river. But now I can text someone the disinformation and catches on very quickly. And so how do we deal with these things? Because again, it comes back to the root cause, the informational vacuums that are created sometimes by people. How are people creating these informational vacuums? By making sure that the freedom of speech is curtailed, by shutting down the internet, by shadow banning. We've just heard about shadow banning, by banning platforms, by restricting access to certain platforms, even just governments even refusing access to information through other acts like the Official Secrets Act, Public Secrets Act, things like that. So those are the kind of things that we need to interrogate when we're talking about goodwill and intentional engagement. The second thing is, of course, the promotion of human rights, and I've touched on that a little bit. When limiting human rights, we have to ensure that they're limited in a manner that, you know, promotes the rule of law, promotes the spirit of those human rights. If we're going too far, what are we doing? We're taking away from the spirit of the Constitution in most situations. We're taking away from the spirit of that law. We're taking away from the right in itself as it's supposed to exist. And so even as we're thinking about how to get rid of misinfo and disinfo that is harmful, we need to think about how best to do it in a way that doesn't curtail human rights. And then transparency and accountability. And this goes to, you know, governments, it goes to platforms as well. What does this transparency look like? If I'm formulating a law, how do I ensure that people are engaging with it from the onset? If I'm making decisions, are there any mechanisms for review? Is there any way for someone to be notified before a decision is made? This goes to platforms, of course, and content moderation. How do we ensure that people have a good view of the decisions that are being made, of policies that affect them? We've many times heard, especially with platforms, that people don't necessarily even know the standards and policies and rules that exist on these platforms, but at the same time, they're subject to them. We've talked about many times having these really long-form standards and policies that nobody reads, and even if they read, they don't understand them necessarily, and we just want to click accept so we can use the service anyway. So how are we making sure that there is a lot of transparency around this? There's transparency around how decisions are made around content. There's transparency as to what the rules are, what kind of language you can use, what kind of conduct is allowed on a platform, and how to conduct yourself when publishing something, saying something, putting something out there. And accountability can be done in many ways, so can transparency. We have human rights due diligence, we have transparency reporting, accountability mechanisms that are independent and baked into processes that can be used in order to moderate content. And then, even more importantly, equity. I think this is a very huge conversation to be had. We can talk about equity all day, every day. A lot of the times, with the lack of context that occurs with a lot of platforms and service providers, it's very easy for people to fall into a trap where they're accused of spreading misinformation or disinformation, where misinformation, disinformation is spreading much faster than it's supposed to, because there's no capacity or training on the part of platforms for people to actually, whether it's reporting and having something taken down on time, it's not done. Which means what? The disinformation continues to spread. So equity is a very huge conversation that we need to have, especially when it comes to platforms. Are they investing as much as they should in the context that they need to invest in? Probably not. And that's something that needs to be done in order for disinformation, misinformation to stop taking root as much as it is now. And then, of course, the CSOs. I'm obviously civil society, and we have a role to play as well. And, I may be biased, but I think we are doing a pretty good job. We do a lot of research, we put things out there, we are making publication, making sure that their engagement and ensuring we have very cogent and congruent, we have solid recommendations for platforms, for governments, in order to make sure that disinformation, misinformation is not taking root and is not becoming more harmful than it already is. Awareness raising. This goes to really every stakeholder in this, in this mess that is the information system. As long as people know what misinformation and disinformation is, and what it does and what it doesn't do, what it can do, the harm that it could cause, then it changes things drastically. People need to know if there's a law, what the law is. People need to know if there's a policy, what the policy is. People need to know what misinformation is in the first place, or disinformation. People need to know what the truth is. And then, of course, engagement, both formal and informal, speaking to each other at all times, ensuring that we're kind of on the same page about what needs to be on platforms, what shouldn't be on platforms, what is harmful. We need to kind of come to an agreement about that, what that looks like.
Thank you so much, Bridget. I'm sorry I have to cut you short because we are quite scarce on time. But thank you so much for raising the human rights concerns around content moderation, around how we frame misinformation and disinformation, and how dangerous it is to have governments and corporations as the arbiters of what is true and what is not. I will go back to Paul from CPESA. Have you sorted the technical issues, Paul?
Hi, Angela.
You can proceed.
Is this better?
Yes? Please
okay,
proceed.
Thank you. Yeah, I think as both Bridget and Mudhuri have spoken, disinformation has always been there. But in this instance, it has taken on a new dimension because of the expansion and penetration of internet, which has enabled anybody with an internet-enabled phone to create and share and publish content, especially with the advent of generative AI, which has upped the tempo. So more people are now more tech savvy, and they are excited to try out the skill that they have acquired. And so, as we know it, how media works, that for legacy media, a lot of times there were systems in place that ensured that whatever went out either on air or in print had to go through certain levels of verification and cross-checking. But with the technology which has empowered everybody to have the capacity to publish, this has vanished. And so there is no more gatekeeping, because one individual is the publisher, is the person who is collecting information, they can document and share. And yeah, a lot of people are excited, to be the first one to share and publish. They want to, we don't know in most cases the impact of what we are sharing. And so for the most part, we can say that maybe the people are sharing in good faith, but also there is a lot of naivety in what we are doing. And so if we remember during the COVID days, there was a lot of misinformation that was shared pertaining to remedies, because people were excited, but also everybody wanted to share information that can be helpful. And in that, we ended up sharing a lot of misinformation and disinformation, which strategy worked for the people who are generating that kind of information. And so a lot of elements have chosen to exploit the situation, because we know that we are working with a population that doesn't understand the impact of what they are doing, particularly not knowing that if I share false information, I don't care so much what the person receiving it or how that person will be reacting and using that information. And so the originators of this kind of disinformation wants to propagate such narratives. And this happens a lot during protests and political contestations. And as I think the person who presented first demonstrated that there was also a lot of disinformation. And so we are working on a naive population that is ready to share I think share information, being the first one to know. And so, Angela, you asked me to talk about strategies and maybe tools, but I want to prefer to talk a little bit about the strategies. We can discuss the tools a bit later. I think, so for us as many of the people on the panel, we know that there are various strategies and approaches that have been adopted, approaches that have worked, but we just need to do a little bit more. And particularly, especially institutions that are responsible, that are occupying very prime positions, and that should be able to do a bit more. Especially if you talk about the media, and if we are talking about both legacy and online entities, we need to know that they should not let down their guards. I think verification should remain a cardinal goal and principle for proper journalism. It shouldn't matter that you are a traditional journalist, a blogger, or citizen journalist. Verification should be very critical. You are free to enjoy your right freedom of expression, but you need to also try and exercise it responsibly. So fact-checking should be a cardinal goal. And the other thing that we need also is the escalation of the tendency to be the first one to publish or to share the information. I think accuracy and truthfulness should be the driving factors in whatever we do. But also as individuals, you shouldn't just share off what you receive. I mean, try to verify, and there are specific means of verifying. So if you have internet, that means you have access to some of these such means, but also you can make specific calls to colleagues and find out, is this information accurate? This information goes viral because many of us are just willing to share without cross-checking, which really is very dangerous. Yet we can use, we belong to many platforms, we belong to many WhatsApp groups. You can just post and ask, is this correct? If not, then try to put it down. And as I conclude my submission, I think we need to do a lot of collaborative work, one among fact checkers, the media and influencers, to flag disinformation content. Now, a lot of times, as we have seen, fact checkers don't want to, or maybe they don't have opportunities to work with the media or with key influencers. Yet we need these through categories of people working together. Because media, for the most part, they are not equipped to do fact checking. Yet we have institutions that are specializing, they're getting training, they're getting skills to do fact checking. So, and the influencers that we have, we also need to work together so that whatever has been fact checked can also go viral and then be flagged and be put down. Then individual users, we need to try and be a bit more careful in what we are receiving, but also choosing to forward. You don't have to forward everything. I think there are no medals. So if we try to limit and the cross-check before posting, I think we shall have a better world. And also raising awareness, mainly collaboratively, Bridget spoke about it. So we need to do a lot of training for the population on media literacy, particularly what does it mean for you to be sharing whatever you are sharing. Don't just share, but look at the implications of what you are sharing. And I think we don't need more laws to regulate how we communicate. We have enough. Of course, incidentally, we just need maybe to decriminalize freedom of expression. but try to work on the population. We cannot keep legislating on every marriage that we have because there are a few people who are violating it. So we're just working with the individuals to make sure that the information we are sharing is accurate, truthful, and be willing to ask for verification. I think I can end now.
Paul, thank you so much. You have shared much on the need for cross-checking, the need for fact-checking, both by media houses and influencers before they share information on these platforms. My next panelist is Charlotte. My question is, what innovative solutions and regulatory frameworks are recommended to foster international cooperation and maintain an open internet?
Hello. So first of all, thank you for the question. And just to clarify, I don't really have any cybersecurity background or ICT or anything similar compared to my fellow panelists. But this is a good and relevant question, especially when we're talking about international cooperation. Living in the era of internet and basically the digital age, it is becoming more and more important to be able to cooperate and work together than it was ever before. So basically the internet has no borders. The challenges and opportunities that it brings with it have no borders. That's why the cooperation must be international. We must seek other partners also outside of the world, and I believe it's irrelevant if it's a small country partner or a big one. Let's say Slovakia, we are a very small country, yeah? So the population of Slovakia is 5.5 million. I believe that's like Nairobi, right? But still, there's always something we are able to learn from the way Kenya does things in the internet and the cyberspace, and vice versa. So this is a good topic to speak on. And here I would basically just raise maybe a few points regarding on how to go forward. So it's not going to be anything new basically, because all of these things have been here for a while. We've all been doing it. And I believe the most strong of the ways of how we can foster international cooperation to make the internet a safer and better place is obviously through public-private partnerships, which was already addressed here. Collaboration between governments, tech companies, and civil society, that's something that needs to be strengthened. So I think there's something on each of the sides that everyone can bring in, and having those incentives for the tech companies and for the private sector to engage and work together with the government, that needs to be strengthened, and that's something that we should be working on further on. Pooling of resources, expertise, and innovative capabilities, that's the way forward, basically. The next point, I'll try to be brief because I can see the time is ticking. But to summarize, basically, capacity building and education, and that's something I believe all of you touched upon before. So being able to educate children from young age, that's crucial and key. If we start from the young age and they get used to the way of perceiving that the internet can have many challenges and disadvantages as well, but the opportunities are something to be focused on also. So bringing that from the young age to children is going to change the future. Basically, they are the future. They are the next generation who is going to bring it forward. So teaching also critical thinking, because the misinformation and disinformation is always going to be there. We're not going to be able to stop it in any time soon. So just spreading out the message on how to work with this information, how to fast cross-check, and how to be able to critically analyze it and to decide whether, yes, this is something that can be reliable to a certain degree, or no, this I cross-check and I can see this is not truthful information, so I won't be sharing it further on. So capacity building and education. And on the capacity building side, Slovakia is cooperating with Kenya. We're very happy to be doing this. Hopefully there will be many more activities. We've been working with KICTANet as well, with the Kenyan government, bringing in experts from Slovakia. And having these expertise exchange programs, that's something that I think we can work more on and bring it forward more. Because basically we have the internet as an innovative solution of fostering international cooperation. We don't really have to travel the world to be able to meet and share the knowledge that we have. So we can just connect online, as Paul is connected now, and do some workshops, share the knowledge that we have and skills, and basically through this we can make it better, safer and more open, the internet. Regulatory frameworks, there's plenty of them, so obviously not going to even touch upon that. But this brings me back to the education. There's so many regulatory frameworks and standards that some people and some companies get lost in this. So again, education, spreading awareness on this, and the standards and frameworks to make them more cohesive and included for everyone. For example, in the European Union, we have the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation, and it's standardized and it helps to make the environment more attractive because it secures the personal data and information. So having this in like regional standards and agreements, that's something that could make it easier for the future. I'll stop there to give some time to my other panelists as well, but yeah, international cooperation, not being afraid to ask for help, to reach out for help, to ask what's the issue, and then to join forces together like this. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Charlotte. You've raised very important solutions regarding the fact that the internet has no jurisdiction and it forces states to collaborate both on security as well as ensuring that the internet infrastructure remains open. My next question is to Fiona, and I'll give a bit more context. Kenya had an internet disruption recently. And that internet disruption did not just affect Kenya, it affected our neighboring countries, which are landlocked and they depend on Kenya's internet infrastructure. My question to you, Fiona, with that in mind is, what are the key sustainability and long-term impact considerations for initiatives aimed at promoting an open internet, protecting human rights?
With fairness, to answer that question, I need 15 minutes, and I'm seeing that your timer has 6 minutes. So I'll try to be as concise as possible. What is the internet? It's a network of networks. Because it is a network of networks, that means that it is not possible for the internet to be locked to one country in the sense that countries are not able within the internet space to reinforce jurisdiction over the functioning of the internet. That said and done, the way Kenya has built its infrastructure for the internet since 2013, in 2013, both private sector, government working together developed a vision for Kenya to be an ICT hub and to be the region's hub to serve the region with internet connectivity and to be the lead in ICT. So as a result of that vision, our infrastructure is not built in a manner to separate traffic for Kenya, traffic for Uganda, traffic for Rwanda, traffic for DRC Congo, Southern Sudan, Ethiopia, and everyone else who lands at the landing station. And this was because Mombasa, being the landing station for already by that time two of the submarine cables, the only ones we had then, was looking as a favorable spot, and we're trying to position it as a favorable location for East African cable landing, submarine cables landing. That said and done, going back to the issue of internet disruption, I do not know, and I still don't have the facts to be able to confidently say that there was a significant disruption. Reason being, local internet traffic was working. Content that we are hosting locally in the country and is connected to the exchange point was working without any problem. And so certain service providers seemed to have been facing challenges. And those challenges could be as a result of several factors. However, as a principle, as an industry association, we can only come public with that information once the respective service providers have informed us on what the exact issue was. We have not yet received reports. We are waiting for the reports. And I can only stand on the public communication that was already out there. Seacom reported that they'd experienced a cut. Airtel reported they were having disruptions. Safaricom was having disruptions. Liquid Technologies was having some disruptions, but the rest of the service providers seemed to be operating quite well. Our traffic at the exchange point grew by almost 100% during the periods of the demonstrations and when everything was being uploaded online. So then when it comes to service providers and matters of ensuring openness of the internet, what are the things that we look at when you talk about internet openness? We are looking at the principles of ensuring accessibility in terms of ensuring people can be connected, and it is affordable accessibility. And that's affordable of not just the connectivity, but the devices. So it's a longer conversation. Maybe we could have a different session to look into it. Then there is the issue of security. And this goes into matters of integrity of information and misinformation issues, dependability and the safeguards that are put in to ensure that the networks are secure. And then there's the whole issue of privacy. There's been questions raised around privacy and how personal data may have been accessed or given out and mishandled by certain characters. At the end of the day, as service providers, it's not that we do not invest. We have invested and invested very well in systems that can ensure openness of the internet and openness of communication. However, our biggest challenge comes in on the laws and regulations. Today, I'm going through an issue of impersonation online. Someone has taken my content and my picture and is using it to scam guys on WhatsApp. It's been several hours. We're not yet done 24 hours. But since yesterday, when the issue came up to my attention, we've been following up to try and bring it down, to try and address it. We have to follow the law. See, we are busy activating and advocating for laws and regulations. As civil society, you come in and you support us, and we get these regulations in, and we get these laws in place. In order to respect even the rights of the criminal, we have to follow process. So it's not that service providers should, when it suits now certain issues as civil society is saying, now do. You helped us create the law. That law, we agreed, we signed off on it, all of us. We must follow it. There are things that also technically cannot happen, and technically, for example, we are asked to bring down domains. People expect domains to be brought down in Thank you. People expect domains to be brought down in 2 hours when it is a phishing domain. But that is not how the technical system behind the domain name works. We need at least 72 hours. So while we're waiting the 72 hours, as the public now, civil society, you start making noise saying nothing is happening. We are following the law. We are following the process. We have invested heavily to ensure that we can maintain communication systems, both the internet and phone and everything, all the communication systems that are aligned to the law, but ensuring you have access to information, Your data protection is happening, all the KICA, cybersecurity, everything is happening. So we do all that. So there has never been a situation where, and I don't think it's in the interest of any service provider to run their networks in a manner that they've not sufficiently invested and puts their customers at risk. What happens a lot of the times is we end up in a situation where the demand, like in this situation, our demand for internet connectivity from January to June was at a certain level. Therefore, our infrastructure and investment, including redundancy, were at a certain level. Then one day, it peaks. So when it peaks, it's when we realize, oh, we need to upgrade. And we did the upgrades. We have increased capacities. We have changed the switching gear to be able to accommodate more. And so we are then able to serve the customers so much better in terms of the quality of service they had during the purported disruption, which could have been congestion of pipes, vis-a-vis what our normal service is. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fiona. In short, Fiona says their hands are tied by laws, but she has also explained Kenya's very complex internet infrastructure that I felt needed to be explained as you have, so that as stakeholders we discuss from a point of information and also hear each other's challenges. You've explained how sometimes you think you have enough capacity and then there's more traffic and you're unable to respond. Something tells me I'm a very bad moderator. Can I get 5 minutes for the questions? 2 minutes. Can you pull up the questions on slide go? So panelists, I think you have 30 seconds to respond to questions each, if we have any. We did a good job, no? There's a question on online content generation is a 2 key responsibilities. Wait, I'll just read through and then assign questions. I think it's easier. Okay. Mudhuri, there's a question on how sometimes there is interference by foreign forces. We've had that a lot in the Kenyan protests, so I think you can take that up. There's a question on remedies to regulate, to discipline unregulated fintech actors. No, that's the previous, oh sorry, so I go up, okay. There's a question on, yes, there's a question on one woman's misinformation is another man's confirmation. Information that reinforces what we want to believe has power. Why curtail it? It exposes reality. I'll give this to Bridget to talk about the complex and nuances around misinformation. Character assassination, I think we will skip on that. Because of time, let's just answer the 2 questions. One on foreign interference. You didn't get the question. So the question is, the internet creates both opportunities, the internet both creates opportunities and poses challenges for democratic processes. One challenge is external interference in elections. Suggest solutions. And then the question for Bridget is, one man's misinformation is another man's confirmation. Give us more nuance. 30 seconds.
It's a very vague question, to be honest, in terms of external interference in democratic processes in Kenya. I think, quickly to answer to that question, one is online spaces go beyond our borders, and so any interested party in that conversation will definitely have their opinion in any democratic process. Examples were given in the presentation that was made before of footballers, of world leaders who came out to support the movement that was there. And so it is difficult, to like close the gates in the online space and say, no, you can't engage in the Kenyan democratic conversation, and so it's easy for that. Now, what I cannot respond to is questions of, external forces, the governments. I will not respond to
They want
that.
you to suggest solutions. How can we counter that? How can we stop external forces from interfering in elections? You cannot answer that.
Yeah.
You're not at liberty. All right, thank you. Bridget?
Confirmational bias is definitely a thing. And sometimes, I must admit, disinformation, misinformation can be a lot of fun, right? I think Muthuri mentioned aura for aura. When one disinformation was spread, another one to counter it. But the reality is that, and the easiest way to deal with this is to come with the facts. And I think we need to be very proactive in debunking misinformation and saying, this is what has been said by this side, and this is what has been said by this side. In as much as this furthers my agenda, this is the truth. So just debunk the disinformation and misinformation.
Thank you so much for keeping the 30-second rule. I'll now ask the panelists, starting from Paul, to give us their call to action in 30 seconds each. Again, sorry guys. Paul, please, 30 seconds. Call to action.
Yeah, thanks, Angela. Just to reiterate, we need to do a lot of media literacy trainings, especially for our population, and challenge especially the progressive freedom of expression laws.
Thank you, Paul. I'll go to Mudhuri, then Charlotte, in that order.
So my call for action is, building multi-stakeholder engagement should be intentional, should be beyond the walls of this space, should not be extractive, and should be meaningful. We should not have conversations again and again on things that should change for us to have a better digital future. For example, keep talking about investing in content moderation or on internet shutdown. Things should start running. We should not keep repeating the same things.
So I think my one would be to call on all stakeholders to not be afraid to raise their worries, their questions and struggles, and ask for help, because that's the only way forward, basically. If we are not able to, if we don't cover what we don't know, but if we admit, okay, we don't know what this, we need help in this area, and to cooperate in that way. Thank you.
As has been already mentioned, multi-stakeholderism is extremely important to the conversations that we'll continue to have. But in addition to that, no matter where you stand, the policies that you create and the standards that you create always have human rights in mind.
I think for my closing remarks, I'll comment on the issue of international cooperation, because at the end of the day, we have, the internet has made everything a small village, so to say, and we have to collaborate, we have to work together. We have to learn from other jurisdictions. When the Gen Z began their campaign, I found out that this is not the first country where leaders are having to go online. Japan has had a history and track record of influencers running their constituents online and then having to sit in parliament to now report and give feedback. So the trend has changed, and we need to move with the trend. And I think for leaders who are listening to this conversation or will be looking at it at some point, they need to realize that times have changed, and we need to change our leadership approach to be more accommodative and more collaborative across the different stakeholders.
Thank you so much, Paul, Mudhuri, Charlotte, Bridget, and Fiona. You have been amazing, wonderful panelists, and I've learned so much from you, and I hope the audience has as well. It was a pleasure to host you. Thank you so much.
Right, delegates, let's appreciate our panelists with a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you for your insights. Thank you for your value propositions that you put on the table, your experience. We appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you once again. Thank you, Angie. Great. All right, fantastic. Please give a high five to the person seated next to you and tell them, I am still in it. I am still in it. I'd like to call all the Gen Zs on stage. Not those who identify. All the Gen Zs to come on stage. Right? I'm allowed, I'm a Gen Z Pro Max. But all the Gen Z and Gen Z. Benis, come. Benis, I need you on stage. You come here. All right, all the Gen Zs to come on stage. You have the permission of the CEO and the chair of KICTANet to come and join us on stage. All the Gen Zs, I hope we'll all fit here. All the Gen Zs to come on stage. You need to come with the speed of millennials and Gen X. All right, so tukujeneyo. Very nice. Come join us on stage. They were very, I know there are many. I know they're here. Some can come on this side. Let's do this in the interest of time so that we can invite the next speaker. Let's do this in the interest of time. Great. Where are they? They're here. Chances are all over. Yes. Join on stage. Ali Hussein had invited all the Gen Zs in Nairobi, all right? Come. If we can't all fit on stage, some can be some on the sides. Benis is our lead dancer. Make sure you have some bit of space. Some can come on this side, Fantastic. Bona Director, are you ready? All right. Give us that jam. We're following Benis. Let's go. Gen Z energy on the stage. 29. All right, thank you, Mr. Director. Please appreciate our lovely Gen Zs. Thank you very much. All right. Fantastic. We are glad and honored to have you with us, and we appreciate your leadership. Asante sana. So at this point, we want to go we want to have a discussion on the youth IGF report. At this particular point in time, I want to invite a resourceful, dedicated, and dynamic digital media strategist and a communications expert with not just 5 but over 10 years of experience. He is an internet governance expert, climate action and digital rights specialist, and also he has a key focus on programs and grants management, partnership, and also building the ecosystem that is currently in. He is the executive director at the Africa Center for Climate Research and Innovations. Ladies and gentlemen, help me appreciate the one and only Mr. Keith Andere as he comes forward. As we say in Swahili, makofi tafadhali. We are glad to have you here. Keith, please let's appreciate him one more time. Welcome, Keith. Thank you for your support. Karibu sana. Gen Z Pro Max. All right, karibu.
Well, I aspired to be a pastor, so I don't know whether to sit or whether to stand. But I'll take the seat. Basically, just take 2-3 minutes of your time. and really just appreciate all of you, especially KICTANet. I'm here to say that I'm just a first among equals. We do have some of our friends and colleagues from the Kenya Youth IGF. If you're here, just stand or wave your hand, part of the MAG team. So the Kenya Youth IGF was started in 2020, but we came into effect in 2021. So we've been growing in leaps and bounds since 2021, when we started off as a small virtual session. I think we had about 30 people, and we grew to 2022. Again, we had it half a day in virtual. 2023, thanks to pressure from the chairman of the KICTANet, who wanted to see it grow to become something like this. And we had our first physical session a half day last year. And this year, again, we've continued to grow in leap and bounds. As the convener and CEO of KICTANet said, we even had a cocktail, right? So that means that we are growing. We had a full day of event, and we had about 30 participants on the day that our fellow Gen Zs had just occupied Parliament. So that tells you the commitment that the young people had to make sure that this conversation going forward. I remember that the eve of the event, the day that the fellow Gen Zs occupied Parliament, we were talking with Gigi around 9 or 10 o'clock, wondering whether to go on with the event or to cancel the event because of the protest. But we went ahead and had it, and we had very awesome group of people who came in. We looked at some of the issues that are being discussed here, ranging from cybersecurity and digital safety online. We talked about AI governance and data governance, and the report is available online at the Kenya IGF as well as the KICTANet. And so for us here, we're just very, very honored and thankful to KICTANet to provide the space for young people to continue to build the engagement and bring in the new voices. So when we look at some of the Gen Zs dancing here, I think that is what the Kenya Youth IGF aspires to do, to continue to connect and bring up, more young people into this conversation. And we hope that this is not just the end after the Kenya IGF, but looking to grow the engagement of young people, to the East Africa, to Africa, and to the global IGF. So if you've not registered, please do register. The Youth IGF is not just a national initiative. We have youth initiatives all the way to the global IGF known as the Youth Track. So really, really counting and calling on my fellow Gen Zs, millennials, and Gen X who really want to also identify as Gen Zs, to still come. You can contribute, you can mentor, you can do hand-holding for, these young people in space around the IGF, community. So thank you so much, KICTANet. Thank you for all the colleagues who made it very, very possible. I'm also very happy and very pleased to say that Kenya is a first of many. And we also, I think, the only country in the world, if I'm not wrong, to have the children IGF. So I'm very pleased again that we have Watoto Watch Network who've been coordinating this. Mr. Moderator, I don't know whether I take it away and invite the lady, or you want to come and also just invite the coordinator for the Children Youth IGF. Oh yes, so there's a video from the Children IGF, and Lillian will come very quickly and talk about the Children IGF and show the video in 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Keith. My name is Lillian Karaoke, and I'm the Executive Director for an organization called Watoto Watch Network. And we deal with child online safety, so awareness raising initiatives on internet safety. And on top of that, now we are also the conveners of the Children's IGF. This year was the 5th Children's IGF, and we held it in Laikipia County. So we believe that it is very key to capture voices of children, not just in Nairobi, but in other counties. So last year we had it in Busia County, and this year we had it in Laikipia County. And you will watch the video to hear what unique ideas or what unique perspectives children have from Laikipia County when it comes to the internet. Yeah, thank you.
name is Lilian Kariuki. I'm the Executive Director for Watoto Watch Network. We are also the conveners of the Children's Internet Governance Forum. Today we are in Laikipia County and we are commemorating the 5th Children's IGF. We have had amazing discussions and deliberations by the children. They have given input on the type of internet they would want to have. This is captured in a video format that you'll be able to watch right away.
Hi, my name is Celine from the Rising Stars St. Christopher Schools, Nanyuki, here to talk about the internet we want. I'll first start by talking about following up on digital devices. In the northern part of Kenya, the children have no access to digital devices, computing devices due to the lack of transportation. And because of this new curriculum, CBC, children require digital devices for digital learning. Also, there is advancement of wireless fidelity, Wi-Fi, to withstand weather changes. Like in the rainy seasons, the Wi-Fi is highly affected and it is going to go slow. But if we advance it, weather conditions will not affect the Wi-Fi. Lastly, programming of apps according to ages. The programmer should create apps according to suitable ages. Thank you.
My name is Watoto Charles. I am from Laikipia County, and this is the internet that I want. We should install the spam detector so as to promote or avoid computer software damage. 2. Disabling URLs of explicit sites. This will avoid advertisements and searching on content like pornography. 3. Using closed networks. When we use closed networks, we will avoid hacking. And lastly, taking down hate speech and mean comments automatically.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth from Laikipia County, and this is the internet I want. All age groups should be put in their respective categories. Ages below 13 should not be allowed to watch pornographic material. Secondly, all parents should have a link to their children's account. Whenever a child is accessing the internet, the parent should be aware. And lastly, parents to download what they want their children to watch.
My name is Ilai from the already St. Christopher School. And I'm here to talk about a topic of utmost importance, the internet we want. First of all, I'm going to start with the law. Law enforcement should ensure that they have applied policies and cookies before joining a certain app. And also making constitutions that can help and implement the laws of certain social media platforms like TikTok. And secondly, to go connectivity. Parents and children should also be connected in these social media platforms to ensure that all of them are having a safe and peaceful time in the internet. Parents should also have time to bond and interact with their children. We do not expect the firstborn boarding school, secondborn boarding school. The parents always around looking for jobs, but the child left alone with a nanny and any gadget that has the capability of getting into a social media platform. What will that child have? And parents, if you are listening, ensure that your children have much needed time with you and still the bond that you have with your child.
So that's the voice of the children, how they interpret the internet, how they feel the internet should be according to them in terms of their safety. Yeah. And thank you, KICTANet, for this platform for the children. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, the internet we want. Please, let's appreciate Keith and also the lovely lady one more time. This is a fantastic initiative. Thank you, KICTANet, for also just passing it down to the younger generation. Thank you for that. Now we want to go into a panel discussion where we are going to focus on technology-facilitated gender-based violence and also child exploitation. So this focus, we want to foster dialogue and also the knowledge exchange on these stories and also the best practices that are there. At this point, I'd like to first of all start with the moderator to moderate this particular session, ladies and gentlemen. From representing KICTANet, please help me appreciate Cherie Oyer as she comes forward. Okay, welcome Cherie. And she's going to be moderating this particular session. Cherie Oyer is a bit of French from Luo Nyanza. Okay, and then our panelists, ladies and gentlemen, from the Cybercrime Unit, National Police Service, please help me appreciate Simon Kipruto. Simon Kipruto, round of applause for Simon. Welcome, glad to have you, Simon. And from Mtoto News, ladies and gentlemen, help me appreciate Jennifer Kaberi as she comes to join us on the panel. Jennifer, we're glad to have you. And from the Communications Authority of Kenya, we have Caroline Murianki. Caroline, let's appreciate Caroline. Fantastic. Caroline, we're glad to have you, and thank you for your thought-provoking questions during this particular forum. And also on the panel, ladies and gentlemen, representing Meta Platforms, we have Sylvia Musalagani to come and join us. Sylvia, where are you? Let's appreciate Sylvia. She comes. And also now we have from FCDO UK Aid, we have none other than Charles Juma. Let's appreciate Charles Juma as he comes to join this particular panel. We're glad to have you. Cherie Oyer, over to you. And the panelists, welcome once again. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, thank you very much, Ian, and for everyone for sticking around until this time. And I want to also welcome my panelists as well. So this session is, we are talking about technology-facilitated gender-based violence and children exploitation. And if I could just provide some context, we want to talk about some of the knowledge exchange and success stories. So at KICTANet, we have worked on issues of technology-facilitated gender-based violence for a long time. I could pin it to maybe from 2007 when we were talking about issues of privacy and from a gender perspective. And I liked what Christine Schultz said in the morning, that for issues of technology, it's a never-ending loop because of the new advancements that we have. And even as we fight to minimize issues of technology-facilitated gender-based violence, you also realize that perpetrators are creative with every single day, but also we need to also share some of the success stories that you've done, that you've had as well. So at KICTANet, of course, we have the 4 pillars that you work with, issues of research, for instance, that also inform our other pillars, such as policy advocacy, capacity building, and multi-stakeholder engagements. So last year we did a research that focused on technology-facilitated gender-based violence across the country, and we found that the numbers were very high. Around 54% of respondents had given feedback that they had experienced technology-facilitated gender-based violence. And now from this context, for instance, I just want to now throw it to my panelists, and I'll first go to Sylvia, and my first question to Sylvia would be, what collaborative efforts and partnerships have proven successful in tackling the challenges of digital safety, and how can stakeholders from different sectors, that is government, private sector, civil society, how can they work together more effectively to address these issues? Sylvia, you can go ahead.
Thank you so much, Cherie, and good afternoon, everyone. As introduced, my name is Sylvia Musalagani, and I am the Head of Safety Policy at Meta, covering Africa, Middle East, and Turkey. And I'm part of a global team that focuses on addressing issues to do with safety of the experiences when it comes to safety of the people using our platforms. And so a lot of our work is focused on child safety, safety for women and other vulnerable groups, issues around human exploitation, suicide and self-injury, and other mental health and well-being issues. And so it's a pleasure to be back in this conversation after a very long time, having been a member of KICTANet for a very long time before I took up this role at Meta. And I think that you started off with a very important bit in terms of collaboration, because we know when it comes to online safety is not just a problem of platforms, it's not just a problem of governments or civil society. It's not siloed in how it happens. So it needs collaborative efforts to address the challenges when it comes to safety online. And I think it's important to really address what kind of challenges that we are dealing with. And we know we've had from the young people or the youth who attended the IGF and also the children who attended the children's IGF in terms of the opportunities that they see online, encouraging parents to also join this online platform. So we know online platforms provide opportunities for young people and even for us adults to engage, to find meaningful things to do. But at the same time, there are criminals out there who are trying to find ways to exploit these platforms. So when we're looking at issues around child online protection, a lot of the focus is really on identifying who these bad actors are and ensuring that we are responding to them. And as platforms, we've put in place community standards or policies to ensure that we are not allowing for harmful content that would impact on the safety of the people using our platforms, be it young people, children, be it, women. And we try as much as possible to ensure that our policies are also developing in relation to how the dynamic the harms are. And in that process, collaboration is very important. We do not do this on our own because we do realize that we are not the experts in everything. So when it comes to online safety issues, we have CSOs who are directly working with victims or survivors of technology-facilitated violence against women. We have law enforcement who take in the reports of, child online protection incidents. So it's important for us to ensure that we are having conversations and we are bringing them in when we are developing the policies to address these harms as they play out on our platforms. And this is something that my team is very intentional about. We currently have over 400 safety partners located all across the world. We have a safety advisory board that consists of experts who are working directly on these issues, and a youth safety advisory group, as well as a women's safety advisory group, just showing that we take the collaboration around addressing these issues very seriously. And the other bit, because I know we've talked a lot about policy, and these conversations also, navigate a lot around the policy and how they respond to this. But coming from a tech company, the technology to address these harms is also very important, and collaborating around these technologies is very important. So as Meta, we are part of what is called the Technology Coalition, and the Technology Coalition is a group of industry or companies that are aimed at fighting child online abuses. And so we've come together to share our technologies with each other, to share signals of what we are seeing on our platforms, so that, we are all united in addressing these issues. And that's on the child online protection space. And I would really like to see more on the space of technology-facilitated violence against women when it comes to collaborations around fighting the harms that, people who are using the platforms may face. But I can talk about also two important collaborations that I think are success stories in terms of collaborating both on the child online protection side, but also on the technology-facilitated violence against women. So first, to address self-generated images, and specifically those images that are created by minors, we partnered with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children to develop the Take It Down platform. This is a new platform that prevents young people from young people's intimate images from spreading online. And it uses meta technology to allow the user to hash the image on their device and report it directly to NCMEC. And NCMEC will then work with the technology companies to ensure that anytime someone is trying to share that image, they're not successful in doing this. And that's for the young people, but also for the adults. This Techidon actually builds on the success of a tool that we had initially developed with the Southwest Grid for Learning, an organization that is based in the UK that addresses issues of non-consensual intimate images sharing. And so this technology that has built on that now enables adults to also report any threats of sharing of their non-consensual intimate images, and NCII will work with the participating platforms to ensure that we are responding or preventing these images from being shared online. So these are just two examples of successful collaborations between industry players, but also NGOs, and we even work very collaboratively with governments who sometimes send us these reports because they also have helplines who are receiving this report. So just to end my intervention is saying collaboration is very key when it comes to addressing online safety concerns, be it child online protection issues or technology facilitated violence against women. And this is something that Meta takes very seriously. Back to you, Cheryl.
Thank you very much, Sylvia, for those insightful contributions. I totally agree with you on the issue of collaboration, and that just segues into the next question that I'll be directing to Jennifer. Jennifer, you work with children, and I know that this work cannot be done in silos, you know. So what are the key roles and responsibilities of different stakeholders in creating safe digital spaces from your work that you do?
Thank you so much, Shelley. Pleased to meet you at last year. So my name is Jennifer Kaberi. I work with Mtoto News. Mtoto News is a children's digital company. We leverage on technology to make children visible. We do this in 3 ways. We do this using content, where children create, curate, and circulate content by themselves. And then we provide participation platforms, both virtual and physical. And number 3, we do research around media, technology, and child participation. When I saw this question, I was like, stakeholders, what do we mean by stakeholders? So if you've lived in Kenya long enough, I'm just going to translate this. It's nyama choma, you know, goat eating party. Who are the people who are goat eating in this safety conversation? Okay? I will start with the soft meat. Okay? The soft meat is what in my community we used to give children. You know, the liver, you know, the heart. Okay? What is the liver here? These are the soft people. These are the people, the steak itself, okay? These are people who are nearest to the child, the humans, okay? These are family, parents, siblings, cousins, friends, okay? In this stakeholder conversation, okay? So these are teachers, okay? These are the human interaction. These are the people who provide, what do they provide? They provide values, okay? Values are taught at home. Values are taught by parents, and values never change, okay? So that is the role of parents, teachers, siblings, friends, okay? And that is their role, okay? If children don't have values, if children don't have principles which have been taught at home, they're most probably going to be bad people online, okay? Because values never change, okay? And then we go to the next level. They're hard meat, okay? Which most people don't like because we need to chew it, okay? And these are policies. Who provides policies? Government. CSOs are the ones who support government, or they check government if they're doing that. So the next stakeholder here is government. And the work of government is to provide policy and enforce those policies, okay? And CSOs to ensure that these policies are being adhered to. But also the role of government is also to regulate, okay? And regulation is 2 ways. It's not just regulating that stakeholder who is industry, but also to regulate how the country is or the governments are, okay? And then the third stakeholders is industry, okay? So industry is not Sylvia's team only. I'm talking about people who produce hardware, okay, and other sorts of softwares, okay? Okay, and the thing about industry, it's very tricky because it's the juicy meat, you know, the one that you never want to leave, the one that is right near the bone, you know, you go, oh, we don't want to leave, okay, the addictive nature of that meat. You know, have you ever gone to goat eating and you see this person is on that bone and they never want to leave it, that steak, it's just the T-bone itself, not the meat on the T-bone, just the T-bone, okay, because it's sweet, it's addictive. Okay, so but how can we be able to put all this together to ensure that the child who is at the center is safe? Okay, we need to ensure that this goat is eaten or fed, whichever you want to look at it, in a manner that the child is at the center. The child does not suffer. So the role, again, values. Okay, the value that we cannot underestimate the role of parents, the role of teachers and educators, the role of communities in instilling values. Okay, we can teach all the safety measures. Industry can provide all sorts of tools for safety, but if these children don't have the values at home, they're still gonna be harmed online or harmed online. Okay, so we need to ensure that we empower our parents to be able to parent digitally, okay? Because parenting never stops because of technology. Okay, we also need to provide that the family and the humans, let me just call human, the human stakeholder is able to provide a safety net, okay? Safety, yes, there is a red button, the 3 dots on a digital platform to report, but the best safety net to a child is a human. There's that human person that you can go around to and say, I am not feeling safe. I need this kind of support, okay? So are we providing that kind of human nature? And then regulations, okay? We need to have regulations that are not deterring innovation because we are still a very small industry. Of Jeff Bezos' school of thought, we are still in day one on technology. So we need to have regulations that do not curtail or limit innovations. Okay, but can be able to at the same time provide a way of safeguarding our children. Okay, KOSA, the Kenya, not Kenya, gosh, I wish it's Kenya. The Kids Online Safety Act has just been passed in the US yesterday. It's going to change how we experience technology as Africans. Okay, yes, it's American, but you know, all the industries are in the US. So how ready are we to be regulated by the US? You saw what happened with GDPR. GDPR came and boofed everything. Same, KOSA has just been enacted yesterday, has just been passed yesterday, and as soon as the enactment happens, it's going to change a lot of stuff. Are we ready for that? And then tech. I will say something one of my mentors told me. It's a social issue, not a software issue. Okay? Have we taught our children how to interact with technology? Because most of the time, I'm going to say something very controversial, we teach our children to stay away from technology instead on how to live with technology. Okay? Have we trained our children how to live with technology, how to interact in technology, say in a way that it's part of their life and it's not interfering with their way of life? Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jennifer, for that analogy of Nyamachoma and just painting that picture of a cascading responsibility from one sector and one stakeholder to another. Thank you very much for that. I think we will take that in mind so that we don't think it's just one stakeholder that is responsible. I like what you said about even from the parents, from the very close-knit, have responsibilities as well in terms of children, issues of protection of children online. And that takes me to the next panelist. So, Caroline, my next question is, what are the key policy and regulatory frameworks that are needed to create safe digital spaces and address the risk of digital transformation? We've seen issues of the fragmentation of the laws in this sector. Could you just expound on that?
Thank you very much, Madam Oyer. Indeed, this question is quite loaded in that there are two aspects to it. There is the need to create safer digital spaces and the need to address the risks of digital transformation. So with regards to creating a safer digital space, there is need to appreciate our lived experiences in this space. What do we see? What do we hear? What do we feel? I believe our previous presenters have actually shared with us, especially what is happening in the Kenyan online space. And what we've noted is that the discussions have now deepened, and people are now more focused in conversing on matters that are, substantive matters, as opposed to one person maybe tweeting and then the next tweet is an insult or something or rather. So we can see that there's been a significant change in the manner in which we are using and leveraging technology. So as we look at creating a safer digital space, there is need to appreciate the need for a whole ecosystem that supports this. We may not wholly rely on policy, but the regulatory framework needs to be supported by an ecosystem that would support this. What do I mean by this kind of ecosystem? We are looking at the need for policy and legislation. We have spoken about this quite extensively today. There is a plethora of legislation and statutes that attend to matters relating to ICT and regulation, from the Kenyan Constitution that speaks to the Bill of Rights, to the National ICT Policy that speaks to the direction through which Kenya is meant to achieve a digital transformation and be a digital economy, to the Kenya Information and Communications Act that speaks to regulation of the sector, to legislation that also speaks to cybersecurity aspects and entrenching trust within the sector and instilling consumer confidence, and that's enshrined in the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act. The Data Protection Act also speaks to these matters and provides it provides for manner in which data is to be managed, shared, obtained, among other things. So with regards to policy and legislation, you can see that there is quite a lot. And when we look at matters relating to children, especially when it comes to policy and legislation, the Children's Act also has embedded in it provisions relating to online safety. You'll also appreciate that there are other legislation that address this matter. So let's continue to look into the whole ecosystem. There is the need for standards. From a regulatory perspective, there is need for the regulator to actually ascertain that service providers are providing services in a manner that meets certain standards and requirements. We do this through various means, having license conditions and certain guidelines. In this regard, when it comes to online safety issues, we have provisions within the licenses offered or issued to service providers with regards to that provide for privacy, data privacy. And further still, when it comes to child online protection and safety, the authority has developed draft guidelines on the same, and they're currently undergoing public consultation. Indeed, the matter that was raised earlier when it comes to public Wi-Fi has also been provided for in that proposed guideline. And we seek to extend the safety provisions from the licensed service providers to those who indeed provide those kind of services within public spaces, libraries, and schools, among other platforms or areas. When we look at going back to the building of the ecosystem for a safer internet experience, we also need to appreciate the need for law enforcement. And the legislation referenced earlier would actually articulate the offenses that the offenses, if indeed those laws are breached. And I believe my colleague from law enforcement will delve deeper into that area. Within the regulatory framework, there is need for creation of awareness so that consumers can understand what their rights and responsibilities are, so that even children can be able to exercise their rights and freedoms within the digital space, and so that they can also participate actively within the digital economy by learning, playing their games, and engaging deeply on matters of their own interests. So awareness is a very important aspect when it comes to building this kind of regulatory framework. Another aspect is with regards to capacity building, and this should be a matter embedded within the system so that we can be able to ensure that the relevant stakeholders are empowered with the means to be able to attend to any challenges or harms that may come upon any users of communication services. For us to be able to also design or develop appropriate policies, there is need for research and understanding consumer behavior within the online space. And we have seen quite a lot of studies done in Kenya and globally, and we hope to leverage studies and surveys within Kenya to be able to better inform our policy development. I believe my colleague has also spoken to collaboration and partnerships and the need for consumer empowerment. I'll just conclude by saying that building a safer internet experience or enabling this within the sector would have to recognize some few principles, so to speak. One being the rights and responsibilities of children and users of technology. Another is the fact that child online protection and safety is everyone's responsibility, in that we have a role to play. All stakeholders have a role to play. And the best interest of the child should also be paramount in the design of solutions and in design of services that are offered to this category of stakeholders. A multi-stakeholder approach is something that has been mentioned numerous times today. And there's also need for commitment to online safety by those in the policy development phase, within the regulator, within the sector, and among all of us. Further, data protection and safety by design should be concepts that we should be, is a principle which we should rely on and actually entrench within our day-to-day operations. There is also need to empower consumers so that they are able to make informed purchase and use decisions. When we talk, I like the way Jennifer spoke about this matter being a lot more of a social issue as opposed to a technology issue. If we empower consumers to make right decisions, if we empower our users, our children, their parents, then they'd be able to make better choices combined with the values that they really hold dear to be able to steer children in the right way and the right manner. The last two principles are on transparency and accountability, and the need to drive productive internet use. I think this has been underpinned by the engagements we've been having online. There's been a lot of debate.
Caroline, I'll ask you to wrap up
yes,
so that we are out of time.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I'll summarize my thesis. And the last one is on inclusivity, in terms of ensuring that persons with disabilities have access to these services in a manner that is safe. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Caroline, and thank you just for running us through the different laws that are available. And that just takes me to the next panelist, Simon. I know that we have talked about the laws that are there, but also we have to take cognizance of the fact that some of these laws were enacted way before technology advanced to the level that we are at right now. So, and therefore, there's also issues of even capacity building there are some gaps there. My question, therefore, is how can law enforcement agencies enhance their capabilities and collaborate with other stakeholders to effectively combat technology-facilitated gender-based violence and cyber and children exploitation, while ensuring protection of individual rights and promoting safe civic space and online participation. Simon, just for housekeeping, I'm going to give you about 4 minutes, please, so that we can be able to come back and have our closing statements.
Thank you. The National Police Service has different units that handle issues to do with technology-based gender violence, facilitated gender-based violence. At the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, we have the National Forensic Laboratory, which has around 13 different laboratories in it. Where I work and where I head is the Digital Forensics Laboratory, where we deal with the cell phones, the computers. We deal with the electronic evidence aspect of it. Then we have the anti-human trafficking and child protection unit that is based at South Sea here. Their work is to investigate all issues to do with transnational, human trafficking, to have a better word, human trafficking. And we also have a cybercrime investigations unit that also assists in the investigations of all these crimes. As my colleague from CAK has stated, we also collaborate with them in terms of enforcing the laws that are there. For the technology-facilitated gender-based violence, we have the premium law, the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act 2018, which has several aspects or several laws that are defined there. Some of it could be, you have child pornography, you have inducement to deliver electronic messages, then you have the wrongful distribution of obscene and intimate images. When it comes to distribution of obscene or intimate images, the biggest challenge we have currently is that we have the threshold or the number of people reporting such crimes is not as we'll have expected. We see them online every day. We see abuse images of women online, but how many report to the police? Could it be that we don't receive the complaints as expected, or it's an issue of fear of being maybe exposed? So those are some of the challenges that maybe with KICTANet we can come up with ways or means of maybe enlightening police officers to handle the customers at the police station better, or also in encouraging the victims to report, because a case reported, a case investigated, a case prosecuted, that's a success story, and it tends to be a warning to those people who perpetrate such crimes. We have international collaborations in terms of our capacity building. We have the regional bureau, the Interpol regional bureau, which is based at the DC headquarters, and we also have the national central bureau. What happens is that Interpol is a interconnection of police services all over the world. The headquarters is in Lyon, France. And what happens is that when there's a case that we are being given hints in terms of crimes that happen in Kenya, of which we've not been able to identify it locally, they normally send us intelligence through the National Central Bureau. Once it comes to the National Central Bureau, we're able to handle it. We also have the collaboration with KICTANet, the International Center for Missing and Exploited Children. One of their hints led us to arrest one Terry Ray Kreigler, an American missionary, who was abusing our children in those parts of Ngong. Was arrested and was jailed for 55 years. Those are some of the success stories we have. The government has also deployed tools and technologies at the National Forensic Laboratory, the Digital Forensics Lab. We have a set of the latest tools that we use for exploitation of gadgets, preparation of reports, and giving testimony in court. I wasn't able to come in the morning because I was giving testimony in court on one of the cases. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Simon, and we will take you up with that offer of collaborating to empower law enforcement authorities in terms of issues, technology, facilitated gender-based violence. We're still on issues capacity building. I'll go to Charles, and my question is, what role do education and awareness campaign play in promoting safe digital spaces, and how can these initiatives be designed to effectively reach and engage diverse populations? Charles, you'll have less than 4 minutes. And also encourage from the audience, if you have any questions, please go to the Slido platform and maybe just indicate which panelist you're directing your question to. Charles, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Oyer. My name is Charles Juma. Maybe I'll not need all the 4 minutes. So I'm the advisor and the country lead of the Digital Access Program of the UK government based at the British High Commission here in Nairobi. So all of you are very familiar with the UK government's Digital Access Program. It's about catalyzing affordable, inclusive, safe, secure digital access for excluded populations, especially women, persons with disabilities, young people, people of age as well. So in the interest of time, I'll also encourage you to look at our UK government's digital development strategy of 2024 to 2030, which is continuing the work of the Digital Access Program up to 2030, and we will be implementing that strategy. So some statistics around these conversations have been around, a man has 22.7 times or chances to earn a job in tech sector as compared to a woman. 2.7 times a man can land that job versus a woman. 85% of women globally have witnessed or experienced online violence. And 20%, in a study that was done in 13 countries, 20% of the children in those countries indicated that they suffered online sexual abuse. For more information, look at our strategic plan. It's available online. It focuses on digital transformation, digital inclusion, and a whole chapter on digital responsibility and digital sustainability. So using Jennifer's analogy of the nyama choma, I would just say, for you to implement any successful program, I would use the analogy of the ugali. When you're going to prepare ugali, our mothers made sure that the cooking stones have not been laid on. There is firewood, at least for those times when there was no gas in the village. There was water, there was flour. I don't know what else our mothers required to make sure that the ugali and the cooking, whatever is required, even the cooking stick. So I think I'll say that is the approach we take as UK government when we are supporting digital development projects, that everything is integrated. I think the conversation has been around intentional integration. That is the message, so that it's not siloed interventions. You don't just do skills for no reason. You don't just do digital services for no reason. You just don't do infrastructure for no reason. But you just need to integrate all these ingredients into one program. And at the center of it is the online safety and cybersecurity awareness. That's what I would say has been our experience. It has been very successful. KICTANet has been one of our implementing partners. And on the cyber hygiene perspective, the multiple stakeholder engagement has been a great strength that has made us succeed in the project that we've implemented, and therefore the multiple dimensional approach to delivering these solutions. That's how I can summarize it, and happy to take any questions, but encouraging delegates to visit the website and access our strategy and reach out to me directly in case you have any follow-up questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Charles, for keeping time and for those insights. Thank you for even bringing that perspective of the fact that women are the most at risk, yet they're the least represented in the sector. I don't know if you have any questions on Slido. If you do not, then I'll give each panelist 30 seconds to do their call to action. I'll start with Sylvia.
Yeah, no, thank you. And this was a very interesting conversation. Great to hear from the colleagues on the floor, on the other panelists. Sorry, and you know, I think the bit on collaboration, as was the intervention I was asked to respond to, is very, very important, and we've seen it can be successful when applied in the right ways. I think one area where I've seen a lot of gaps in collaboration is in the legislative front. And I say that because as Jenny mentioned, we have the COSA Act in the US, which, you know, a lot of stakeholders came in to ensure that it has come through. And yes, it will apply to the companies as we are we are based in the US, you know, like we're headquartered in the US, but we still have to be intentional on the regulations that we are developing in the region, because a lot of the issues that we are facing, especially with regards to technology facilitated violence against women, are very contextual. And so we have to ensure that we have, you know, the policy and legislative frameworks that take in our context into account. So I would still encourage collaboration around building policy and legislative frameworks that, you know, aim to solve these issues as they impact us. And, you know, very, very appreciative of inviting myself and just Meta to be a part of this conversation. And I look forward to engaging even more with you.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Sylvia.
you.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. Simon, your 30 minutes, your 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Mine will just be a call to everybody here. Take the message home. Fighting technology crimes requires collaboration between law enforcement and the public. Once you make a report to any police station or any DCI office, we'll pick it up and follow it up. You can also take advantage of the feature, which is toll-free. You don't need to disclose your details, just report your crime, and we'll be able to handle it. Let's fight this monster together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think my parting remarks will be that the regulator has been on this since 2011. We have over 40 partners, but we're actually looking for more so that we can deepen our collaboration and broaden some of the initiatives that we've been having over the years, so that we can be able to conclude. Out of the 17 or so projects under the authority's Child and Online Protection and Safety Program, there are others that have been concluded and others that are still in the process. And we look forward to increased collaboration with relevant stakeholders so as to actualize this and create a safer internet experience for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think my call to action is to just borrow from KICTANet's strength, the convening strength of multiple stakeholder, multiple dimensional. If it's working, don't fix it. So let's work from a multiple perspective, multiple stakeholder, multiple dimensional, and be intentional. Now that we're in the society, our society is dubbed to be Society 5.0.
Thank you so much. I work with children, so I'm going to do another analogy. It does take a village, okay? And every person in the village has a responsibility. According to me, KICTANet is that, remember that auntie that was always on your business, will beat you on behalf of your mother. You understand? So I think let's play that role, okay? See, civil society where that auntie, okay, or that overzealous uncle, okay? Let us be that to children, okay? Let's hold government accountable, but all hold ourselves accountable as we hold the industry accountable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you so much. You've been a wonderful audience. And if you could just have a word cloud for everything to sum up, collaboration, community standards, multi-stakeholderism, values, non-deterring regulation, safeguards. Tech is a social issue, not a software issue. Awareness creation, understanding consumer behavior. I've also learned digital forensic labs and so many other things. I'm so grateful for this conversation, and I hope we continue to work together to create safer spaces online. Thank you very much.
Great delegates, let's appreciate our panel with a round of applause. Job well done. Thank you for guiding us on that particular topic. We appreciate each and every one of you for your insight. I just wanted to mention of importance, at the back of your tag, the tag that you currently have on, at the back of your tag, you will be able to see 3 QR codes that are there. One is for the program, and the middle one of importance is the one for the Q&A, so that now we can be able to access your questions on Slido. And then the third one on the evaluation, that one we have given you an opportunity to evaluate every session, so you can be able to give us your feedback on that. But most importantly, for the Q&A for Slido, it is the middle one. Please feel free to access it and engage us on that particular platform. Most importantly, when we are having a panel discussion, we'd like to get your insight and your views on the same. At this particular point, we want to go to the Kenya School of Internet Governance Award ceremony. And I have the privilege and the honor of calling one of the faculty members from KESIG. Please help me appreciate with a warm round of applause Barack Otieno, as he comes to guide us on this particular fantastic award ceremony. We're looking forward to this, Mr. Otieno. Welcome once again, and thank you for your indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ian. Good afternoon. Good evening. Kwani mmechoka? Na ndio siku inaanza. Okay. Without further ado, I'll invite Teacher Karis to join me on the stage. And as Teacher Karis comes, I think you've really enjoyed most of the panels that we've had today, haven't you? Ama tulikuwa tunaisema aje kwa klasi ya English? Have we or we haven't? Most of the moderators happen to be alumni of the Kenya School of Internet Governance, meaning that there's something beautiful that is coming out of the work that the school is doing. KICTANet has been facilitating or running the Kenya School of Internet Governance for the last 9 years, the first class being in 2016, and we've been growing from strength to strength each year. Just to give you some statistics before I hand over the floor to Teacher Karis, to guide us and invite our alumni, our new alumni, The total applicants for the 2024 Kenya School of Internet Governance class were 727. You can see the demand. It's been a challenge coping with that demand, and we've been working towards ensuring that the school is actually sustainable. So happy to report that now we have citizens who are keen to pay so that they can be able to be new voices in the internet governance space. And we want to invite anyone among us who has not gone through the Kenya School of Internet Governance to consider the next cohort. Of these 727, we could only take in 79, and out of the 79, 69, which represents 87%, completed this year's school. In terms of gender, we had 27 male, or 34%, and female participants were 52, which was 66% of the class. In terms of those who completed the session, there were 22 gentlemen, or male, representing 81%, and female were 47, representing 90% of those who completed. And I learned of Valedictorian was actually a lady, for that matter. I think the ladies deserve a round of applause. With that, let me hand over to Teacher Karis to guide us through the next session.
Thank you so much, Barak. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Kelvin Kariuki, a faculty member and instructional designer at the Kenya School of Internet Governance, and I'm also an alumni of the Kenya School of Internet Governance, specifically the founding class of 2016. So at this point, I want to tell every alumni of KSIG to stand up, kindly. Please be on your feet, and the rest of us can clap for them as they stand up. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, thank you so much. You can see them. The lady, Sherry Oyel, just keep standing. The lady, Sherry Oyel, who just moderated the previous session, is an alumni of Kenya School of Internet Governance. The gentleman that you're seeing there, who moderated the Kenya Youth IGF, Mr. Keith Ondere, is also an alumni of the Kenya School of Internet Governance. Also, Telvin, please raise up your hand. Telvin is also an alumni. And I've also seen here a very special lady who has achieved much in this space, Miss June Okal, who is the senior stakeholder engagement at ICANN. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Asanteni sana. And at this point, I want to ask the rest of us, because we've been seated for quite a while, to be upstanding so that we can invite on stage the KSIG class of 2024 graduates. As we clap, please let's rise, and the graduates please walk forward on stage. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. Alan Wafula, where are you? Tukuje tafadhali. I can see Kambua. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Let's keep clapping for them. It's not an easy hustle. Asanteni sana. Please walk on stage. Karibuni sana. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Thank you, thank you. Come up on stage. Thank you, thank you. And at this point, while they are here, I want to invite our convener at KICTANet and our CEO, who has greatly supported this initiative together with the trustees, to give the keynote address. And after that, she will assist us in pinning an alumni lapel to these particular achievers. I want to mention that these are the ones that were able to attend physically, but we also have the rest attending online. So tuwapigie makofi pia wale ambao wako online. Asanteni sana. Please.
I didn't know I was supposed, okay, be seated, please. I didn't know I was supposed to make an address, but I just need to say that we started KSIG in 2016. Yeah, and it was a request. Let me just say, when I took over, so 2015, we held the the internet governance, and we had very many fresh voices. And at the end of that meeting, some of them came to me. I don't know if Grace Baum is here or she has left. Oh, Grace Baum will come, headmistress. She was among the, and Liz Orembo, is she still here? Please come. Those were the first headmistresses when we ran KESIG. You need to come so that you are recognized. And so we actually sat, me, GB, Liz, I think, and Kivuva, and decided we were going to design a course that would bring in fresh voices. But also, it was, we expect you to do advocacy. Advocacy, those of you who've done advocacy, know that it can be a very tiring process. You can do advocacy and you don't see results. So people get tired and fall off the way. So there's consistent need to have people coming into these fresh voices. I am sure you've been told about how you can participate in policy engagements. We expect you to participate. We expect you to bring in freshness. We expect you to bring in the energy. I see most of you are Gen Zs. To bring in that fresh energy into this policy-making process. And I think the Mandamanos have shown you that you can contribute. I need to remind you that Article 10 of our Constitution makes that constitutional requirement for people to participate in public policy, in policies that they are involved in. So when we have a law that we need to analyze, to present to relevant authorities, and we call on volunteers to help in chambuaring, please come to the front and say you are interested. And this is the other thing I always say. If you want to be in those conversations, imagine you must participate. There is no way out. So you will be hearing people going to parliament. You just see some of your classmates who are in parliament engaging with the ICT committees. You will be hearing there will be a visit to Kipruto and the director of DCI. You'll just see some of your classmates there. And you'll be wondering, why are you not there? But it's because you have your certificate and you decided to keep it. Where do you keep your certificates these days? Huh? You just put it's just there online, yeah? Until a day when you will need to apply for a job. So you'll just go there and download it and attach. Make use of that. Make use of the knowledge that you have done. So Grace Bomo, please come just say, oh yes, and Liz also. Where is Liz? Yeah, so Liz was our first headmistress, 2016. We usually give, like we want people to be the headmistresses. In the subsequent year, 2017 and 2018, GB was the headmistress. I think even 2019. And then 2020, COVID, so we did it online. And Barack has taken over with Judith from that time on, and they've been consistent. Oh, Walu is there. The Moodle that you use. And Kivuva, where is Kivuva? Is it there? They actually designed that. And Walu, we call him professor. He's refused that title. He needs to complete that PhD. Walu, the end of this year, we want to have a party. So celebrating your PhD. So Walu updates the content every year to bring in the new topics. For example, when we started, there was no talk on data protection, there was no talk on AI. So every year he takes that responsibility to bring in and update on what new content needs to be brought on board. And that is why we ensure that every year we fit in within the context of what is happening in the tech world. And so at this point, I think, Cariz, I'll give you back and you can do, the headmistresses can actually do the pinning, and I will invite Walu. I will also invite Rosemary, the chair of the MAG, to come and support in giving the lapel. Okay, so how do they do it? Where is the camera? They don't know how to use it. Okay, give some to GB, to Liz. Yeah, yeah. And then they will, yeah. Pity hapa. GB. No, there isn't. There's only one. Or just, yeah. Do we have to do all of them? No. I will also invite our chairman, please come and do the honor, and our ICT elder, Dr. Kate Getau, who also closed one of the KICTAnets, I think in 2017, and she was also the guest speaker. Please do the honor. Lepol. Ziko hapo. With Cariz. Kate. I forgot to say that. Even. Pardon? Okay, sawa. So asanteni sana. Photo. Oh, with all the headmistresses and okay, headmistress ingieni hapo. Ingieni hapo. Tukuja hapa chini.
We're going to make you work out one more thing. So,
Great, let's appreciate them with a round of applause one more time. Makofi tafadhali, please, let's appreciate them. Thank you for a job well done, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, moderator. Good evening, everyone. My name is Wafula Karani Alan. I work at Heri Africa Higher Education Research Institute as a project manager and in partnership with HeriNet and CIS. This evening, I'm honored and privileged to stand before you just to give my remarks concerning about the graduates that have just been here. First of all, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the stakeholders and all the KeIGF family for making sure and providing us with the learning material to all the learners who went through this process. Personally, the experience that I had during my learning session was with the founder of the internet, that's Vincef, when he came one-on-one on the platform just to talk to us on the issues concerning how he started the internet, all the difficulties that he had to go through to achieve his goals at the end of the day. And from it, I just come to realize that everything for it to be achieved, it has, or rather it just calls in for the mind that is ready for it. And that's why they say that opportunities only meet those who are ready for the best. My remarks, or rather my call out action to the graduate is that for the knowledge that you have been given, all the content that you have been able to grab all the way from cybersecurity, data protection, and then data advocacy and everything that we learned, let's just bring it into action. As we can see, our madams here, they are calling us out already that we come out and be the speakers or the forefront to other people. So that's my call out for you today as we proceed on this journey. I'm also asking that let's keep on working about it, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alan. And as we wind up, on behalf of the Valedictorian, Anna Wangoi, I want to invite Immaculate to receive this gift. And I also want to invite on stage our chairman, Mr. Ali, to hand over this gift to our best student. So Immaculate, if you're here, please come forward. Walu, you're going to wind up with a vote of thanks for this particular session. So please step forward. Yes, Immaculate. Thank you. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you, Teacher Karis. My role here is just to give a vote of thanks, particularly to the sponsors for the KSIG, and also the graduates for putting in their time. I know the course is quite intense, but you managed to graduate. As Gigi said, this is sort of a talent pipeline, because as you can see, we're growing old. Gen Zs have to replace us. And we want the next talent to be better than us. So those who have graduated, I hope you continue carrying the flame of internet governance. Get involved. There have been examples of previous graduates who have gone and done great things globally. So we want to make sure that the current cohort follows in that trail. The other thing I would want to say is that next year we shall have 2 sessions. So instead of doing just one KSIG, we want to have 2 cohorts because of the demand. This year we had almost 200 applicants, and we had to really block some from the opportunity. So next year we will make sure that we have 2 cohorts, and so if you didn't attend the KSIG this year, there's an opportunity early next year to make sure that you don't miss your slot. Other than that, I want to thank the sponsors, the speakers, and the students, and KICTANet for making this KSIG 2024 successful. Thank you. Back to the MC.
Thank you for that, Mr. Welubengo. Let's appreciate him and the entire team for a job well done, and congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic. In the interest of time, we would like to go to the next part, which is on the repertoire summary. And these are the action points and also the way forward. At this point in time, I'd like to call a KESIG alumni. Ladies and gentlemen, help me appreciate Wamboi Karori as she comes forward to give us the repertoire ceremony summary, and also standing before us as a KESIG alumni. We are glad and honored to have you here. One more time, let's appreciate her. She comes forward. Welcome, Wamboi. We are glad to have you here.
Hello, everyone. How are you? I know it's almost time to go home, but please, not yet. Not yet. Oh, yeah, we have cocktails, so not yet. So we started off with opening remarks from Dr. Gigi and Ali Hussein, who emphasized on the importance of multi-stakeholder engagement in shaping the future of the internet, leveraging on digital technologies for social and economic development, protecting human rights online, and ensuring effective, inclusive governance. All right. All right. Thank you so much. Am I audible enough? And then we had, sorry. And then we had, in his keynote speech, PS Tanui outlined the government's vision for a digital Kenya, focusing on infrastructure development, digital inclusion, and collaboration. He stressed the importance of multi-stakeholder collaboration, improving digital literacy, and addressing challenges such as fake news and AI impact for responsible technology use. And then we had the first panel discussion, which was on building Kenya's multi-stakeholder digital future, which focused on strengthening open, transparent, and inclusive governance for the evolving internet. And then we had some of the key challenges which were highlighted was achieving inclusivity amidst constant innovation, and addressing barriers like internet shutdowns, digital literacy, and accessibility. And some of the recommendations that were given include tax incentives for affordable devices, increasing local manufacturing, and developing frameworks for AI and public participation. We had the second panel discussion, which was on digital public infrastructure for economic development and sustainability, which emphasized on the need for collaborative, inclusive strategies across various stakeholders to achieve equitable access, service efficiency, and socioeconomic progress. So some of the highlighted things were the importance of focusing on the design process for internet governance solution, addressing challenges like connectivity, high costs, digital illiteracy, and language barriers. And the call to actions included broad engagement in policy making, integrating various governance dimensions, and enhancing accessibility through inclusive designs. And then we had the third panel discussion, which was on fostering a secure and resilient digital economy on Kenya. And the key strategies discussed included leveraging cybersecurity technologies and industry collaborations, addressing privacy through active consent mechanisms, and improving financial and economic inclusions. And then we had Dr. Ronald Ugino, who highlighted how technology played a crucial role in the recent protests in Kenya. And the concerns which arose were about misinformation, data privacy, and the ethical use of AI. The dialogue pointed on the need for responsible AI use and addressing the challenges of digital activism. We had the fourth panel discussion, which was on fostering international cooperation for a secure and open internet, which emphasized on the importance of collaborative efforts to address challenges in the digital realm. And the panel underscored the need for global partnerships to tackle these issues effectively, emphasizing the internet's potential to facilitate positive social change while acknowledging the risks associated with digital platforms. Then we had the Youth IGF, which was by Keith Andere, and the Child IGF video by Watoto Watch, which highlighted the involvement of younger generations in internet governance and the discussions and their perspectives on the digital challenges and opportunities. Then the final panel on technology facilitated gender-based violence and child exploitation, which highlighted the importance of robust legal frameworks, international collaboration, and capacity building in addressing these issues. The session underscored the role of education and awareness campaigns in engaging diverse populations and advocated for a multi-stakeholder approach to create safe digital aspects and tackle the importance of the impact of technology-facilitated gender-based violence and child exploitation. So some of the things which are very evident from what we've discussed today, we've seen the things which have come up are collaboration, inclusivity, governance, stakeholder involvement, transparency, and partnerships. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that, Wambui. We appreciate you, and thank you for your insight and also for that fantastic summary. At this particular point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we want to go to the final part of the program, this part, all right? But we have a fireside that is going to come up later as we proceed. At this point, to give the vote of thanks, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite a lady who has been voted as the top 35 most influential women in technology according to CIO Africa. And also, she's the head of data protection at Kenya Commercial Bank. And also, ladies and gentlemen, she is the Kenya Internet Governance Forum Multi-Advisory Group Chair, representing this region exceptionally well. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me appreciate such an exceptional leader. She is none other than Rosemary Kimwatu, as she comes forward to give us the vote of thanks. Please, let's appreciate her with a round of applause. Someone that we look up to. We appreciate your hands-on leadership and also your unwavering support right here at KICTANet. Welcome.
Asante sana, Ian. As has been said earlier, when he starts talking about you, you look to see if he's actually the same person. But I'm truly grateful today, and it's absolutely special because I've been the MAG chair for the past 3 years. And one thing I'll testify is that we have grown in leaps and bounds, and it's a big thank you. A thank you to all of you, but with all protocols observed, we'd like to thank PS Engineer John Tanui, who represented the government and graced us this morning. And then, of course, our panelists, who are, just showed that we are a true multi-stakeholder representation as KICTANet. All of you as panelists came in from various divisions, whether it's public sector, whether it's private sector, whether it's the other community that helps us, the development partners. We are truly, truly grateful. And then, of course, the entire fraternity and you, our guests. But also a special shout out to the various facets that come together to make the IGF a great thing. You know, I think it's been a funny tenure because at once we had to go digital. We should have had a physical IGF, and at some point that had to change. Then now, even for the first time, we've had to postpone an IGF in history because of the mandamano that happened. Gen Z, yeah? But we are truly, truly grateful. Despite that, we've still had a full house. We've still had all our panelists. And I'd like to give a shout out, of course, for those that happened earlier. We had first of all, KESIG, Barak, and your fraternity. I think we've just seen that just now. And congratulations for all those of you who graduated. Lilian, Watoto Watch, Asante Sana. I think we will continue to be the country that has children's IGF until the rest decide to catch up. Shout out to Keith Andere. We have seen the growth of the youth IGF by leaps and bounds. It started off as an online meeting, then a half-day physical session, and then now we even have a full day of youth IGF. How fantastic is that? And then, of course, I'd like to thank the multi-advisory group that I help lead. And one thing all of us don't know is that we have 7 a.m. meetings every Tuesday for about 4 or 5 months ahead of the of this event, to try put this together, and to weave together all the tapestry that makes this what it is, and we're truly grateful. But of course, of great importance are the great support and the executors. That is the Secretariat. Asanteni sana. KICTANet Secretariat, I think it's really important. And at this point, I'd like to have, if any of the MAG members are here, please stand. MAG members, yeah? Stand close so that people can see you. Yeah? These are the guys who braved very early conversations and brought in ideas and actually, helped to make sure that this was what it is, truly inclusive. Then I'd also like to give a great shout out to the Secretariat and the KICTANet leadership and the trustees. You can stand. Just in case nobody has seen you today, let's not leave. Yeah? Look, there's even a guy at the back of the room who doesn't say much, but does so much for us. Kivuva. Yeah? And then, of course, our leadership, our chairman, Ali Hussein, thank you so much. The vision you have for us, and he keeps telling us you need to go 10x. I hope we've gone 10x from the first time. Yeah? And Grace Gidega, Gigi, our gracious leader, who is tough, but also gentle at the same time, allowing us to be who we are and to give our best. Then to our sponsors, you share with us the belief that we need to build and sustain Kenya's multi-stakeholder digital future, and to protect the internet as we know it, and to build the future of the internet as we would like to have as stakeholders. So our sponsors, Asante Sana, Luminate, Meta, the German Corporation, the Digital Transformation Center, the EU, Team EU, Safaricom, Huawei, ESET, APC, Paradigm Initiative, CIPESA, Access Now, UNESCO, KENIC, ICANN, Article 19, TESPOC, and Liquid Intelligent Technologies. Thank you so much. I hope I haven't missed anyone, but we made sure that we printed your names at the back. So it's truly thank you, and this is not the end. We have said that I'm just saying thank you officially, because after this we're going to have a very exciting session with a fireside chat. And for those who know, there's usually the MC Ian, but afterwards there's usually an MC that comes up with our live band. We won't mention names, but if you stay, you will get to know who that person is. A legendary fireside after party MC. Asanteni sana, guys. See you.
Thank you. Please, let's appreciate Rosemary one more time with a round of applause. Thank you. We appreciate you, and thank you for the fantastic work that you do. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we want to take a short tea break, just for exactly 15 minutes, and we want to be back here at exactly 6 o'clock for the fireside chat. As Rosemary has mentioned, Thank you. So what I just wanted to announce is that, yes, there's going to be a cocktail session after the fireside chat. I would like to see also who is the co-MC there. So please, ladies and gentlemen, we also, as we walk out, as advised, that there is a giveaway bag, just an appreciation for every delegate that is here. You'll make sure that you can get it right there at the reception. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give a high five to the person seated next to you and tell them tea is on Rosemary Kimwatu. Fantastic, thank you. And see you at exactly 6 o'clock for the fireside chat that is going to be followed with a fantastic cocktail session and networking session. Thank you once again. Enjoy your cup of tea, health break, and see you in the next 15 minutes.
My name is Munzir Dale. I'm a professor of electrical engineering and computer science at MIT. The partnership that we have with
Check 1, 2, rate. For the ones who can hear my voice right outside the hall, we would like to call you back in. Welcome you back in as we call the room to order so that we can be able to proceed with our final part of the program, which is a fireside chat, fireside discussion. Want to give just 1 minute to allow the delegates who are right outside the hall to walk in so that now we can be able to start on the final part of the program. Great, fantastic. All right, so welcome back once again. Delegates, we are glad to have you here. And we want to start off our fireside discussion. And then, as informed, we have a cocktail session that has been lined up after this fireside discussion. A good opportunity for us to network with each other. Our focus for this fireside discussion, ladies and gentlemen, is on artificial intelligence and also emerging technology, all right? And our first panelist, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call upon a tech policy researcher from KICTAnet. Ladies and gentlemen, help me appreciate with a warm round of applause, Natasha Karanja. Natasha Karanja, let's appreciate her as she comes forward. Natasha Karanja, we're glad to have you here, part of the panel. Natasha Karanja, I believe that most of us are here. Please come on stage. I'll call the panelists one by one to come on stage. Natasha, let's appreciate Natasha. A round of applause. Glad to have you here. Our second panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is from fastaga.com. Help me appreciate Mutembe Karaoke. With a round of applause, Mr. Mutembe, we are glad to have you. Thank you once again. And our next panelist is Chairman Data Governance and Emerging Technology at the Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy Sector Working Group. Help me appreciate the legendary John Walu Bengo as he comes to join us on this particular panel. And I believe our next panelist will be joining us online. Ladies and gentlemen, help me appreciate a Senior Policy Advisor, OpenAI, Ebele Okobi. Let's appreciate him with a round of applause. We'll make sure that he is online. And our next panelist from Evas Technology Africa, please help me appreciate the one and only Mr. Michael Mishie as he comes on stage. He is an AI guru and he has the title of Top 40 Under 40 Men under his belt. And to moderate this session, ladies and gentlemen, I need to say that he is the chairman of the Association of Fintechs in Kenya, the vice president of the Africa Fintech Network, umbrella body of Fintechs, and also the chairman at KICTANet. Ladies and gentlemen, help me appreciate none other than Ali Hussein as he comes to moderate this session. Welcome, Mr. Ali Hussein, and the panelists, over to you, and thank you.
Can you play that soundtrack again? I want to give away something nice before I start. Isabella here. Isabella online? Guys, please pay attention to this soundtrack. I'm going to ask a question. All right, who can tell me which movie or series this soundtrack is from? I would like to give a hoodie like this. My panelists are not allowed because they're going to get their stuff anyway. Who can tell me what the soundtrack is? Who raised their hands first? Yes, sir. What movie or series is that soundtrack? Blacklist? No. Yes? Person of interest? Correct. Can you please see Mwendwa Kivuva for your hoodie? Can you tell us? Can you please give that young lady the mic? Can you tell us why you think I chose that soundtrack and why Person of Interest? Why do you think I chose that soundtrack for Person of Interest? If you can't answer that, I'll cut that hoodie in half.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Francisco Biro. Okay, I think you chose that soundtrack because the whole series is about technology. Just, yeah, I think that's the main reason.
Okay, the reason why I chose that whole series is about artificial intelligence. It's about, in the future or in the near future, artificial intelligence gaining what is known as AGI, artificial general what? Intelligence. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. Please confirm Ebele is online. She's? Hi, Ebele, we can't see her, please. All right, guys. This is all about AI today and emerging technologies conversation. So the first thing I did today morning is I went to now my favorite search engine, and that's called perplexity.ai. Perplexity.ai is a search engine that is powered by a number of AI engines, including OpenAI. And what I did is I simply asked Perplexity. So as we love to say in Nairobi, wacha niwaibie siri. As a moderator, so I asked it, I prompted it. As a moderator in a fireside chat at the Kenya Internet Governance Forum on the topic artificial intelligence and emerging technologies, please give me some key talking points. Response in less than 1 minute. Your key talking points for the fireside chat on artificial intelligence and emerging technologies. Number 1, introduction to AI and emerging technologies, and it gives me a couple of points. Number 2, impact of AI on development, gives me a couple of points. Number 3, balancing innovation and risk, gives me a couple of points, and they're on point, no pun intended. Number 4, digital governance and ethical considerations, couple of points. Number 5, enhancing human rights and inclusion, a couple of points. Number 6, future of AI in Kenya. And number 7, call to action. And then it summarizes. These talking points will help facilitate a dynamic and insightful conversation during the fireside chat, ensuring that all perspectives on AI and emerging technologies are considered. It took me less than 2 minutes to get all these talking points. With that introduction, I would like to invite Ebele to quickly introduce herself. Hi, Ebele. Good to see you after so many years.
Hello, Ali. Thank you so much for having me.
You are welcome.
And
Please proceed.
There's a little bit of a delay. Sorry, there's a little bit of a delay. So if I sound awkward, it's not just because I am awkward. But anyway, I'm so sorry I couldn't be there in person. My name is Abella Okobi. I am a longtime fan of KICTANet from my days at Facebook, and I'm so thrilled to see KICTANet still thriving and still facilitating all of the conversations that need to be had around tech. So I'm now a senior policy advisor at OpenAI, and I'm going to be disappointing because I have to be honest and say that I have many more questions than I have answers. And it's not just because I just started at OpenAI in June. It's because many of these questions that I have are questions that still remain. So I heard you talking a little bit about AGI readiness. There's still a question about what is AGI? How are we defining AGI? What does that even mean? There's a question about what does readiness mean? So even if we had a definition for what AGI means, and different AI companies have different definitions, people talk about it in phases. So I'm going all the way from creating prompts that have a certain level of intelligence, and even intelligence is a term that's debated, all the way up to autonomous machine learning, such that essentially the machines can program themselves. Even the conversation around learning is debated, because is it learning? In the case of even AI, artificial intelligence, is in some ways a bit of a marketing term that covers a broad range of topics, covers a broad range of technologies. In the case of OpenAI, we're talking about large language models, which those of you in the room are probably better at explaining. But I will just use my own dummy explanation that I use for my kids. But essentially, it's predictive. So you train a model on a huge amount of information, and essentially the model is able to predict because it's got all this information. Is that learning? I don't know. I think that's still a conversation that we're having. But I think some of the questions that I have are and the questions that I'm most interested in are what are the implications for communities, people across the continent? One of the questions that I'm struggling with is we already know that there is a digital divide, and my 15 years, actually at this point now, 18 years in technology, I've gotten extremely tired of the term leapfrog, but the extent to which mobile technologies allowed a leapfrog of some of the infrastructure issues that were related to traditional forms of telephony, but it means that there isn't the infrastructure, because right now you have in the global north, there's an ability to use that same infrastructure to power the large amounts of infrastructure or compute necessary to make at least large language models possible. Large language models that are as bigger and bigger is roughly commensurate with how accurate they are or how useful they are. But if you're talking about such large amounts of compute, what does it mean in terms of geographies where you don't have access to that infrastructure? Will it exacerbate the digital divide that already exists? Will the potential benefit of AI be only available to the few? And will it mean that those benefits that are only available to the few create more and more inequities? Another question is around bias. If the models are trained using information or data that is from only certain parts of the world, does it mean that they will exacerbate or further exacerbate inequities or biases that already exist? Because if you have biased data that's being fed, will it then spit out further biased information? So I know that I should be someone who should be up here as a cheerleader for the technology. I have always seen my job, particularly within the company, within any tech company, to raise questions that drive more equity, that drive more inclusion. There's also the question around climate. So we know that our areas of the world are more susceptible or are more subject to the impact of climate change. With the vast amounts of compute necessary, the vast amounts of electricity, the vast amounts of power necessary to run these models, will the impact of this technology be something that creates
benefits in the global north, but the cost of it is felt in the global south. So these are questions that I am very, very, very interested in in having collective conversations about. And I see my role here at OpenAI as bringing the voices and bringing the questions of people across the continent into the conversation. So the final questions I will end with is AI for what? Ali, you talked about how incredible it is to be able to put questions in and then have it spit out answers. If we're looking at the majority of Africa, where many of us are in agriculture, many of us are in the gray or black market economies, how are we going to ensure that the benefits of this technology that are so costly in order to our populations, when, I mean, yes, we have those of us in the room who have the privilege of being able to engage with the technology, but the vast majority of our communities are trying to solve different problems. So how do we ensure that AI is solving the problems that are relevant for our communities or relevant for the vast majority of our communities? So I'm going to stop there. Again, I know that my role in some ways is meant to be a cheerleader for it, but I want to be a cheerleader for something that's as inclusive as possible. And that's why I think conversations like KICTANet that happen at KICTANet are so important. So I'll stop talking.
Bele, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your opening statements and some of the questions that you are already starting to put into focus. So I'm going to go to Wedaka. Wedaka? Oh gosh, there's no Wedaka. Sorry, Mutembe. Opening statement. Just quick introduction, yourself. Opening statement. Let's try and keep it short. So what I would love to do is actually have a conversation. I will intersperse this with questions and comments from the audience. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ali. And really grateful to be here. KICTANet is always like a thought leader and, you know, the engine behind a lot of the thoughts that come out in terms of policy of the AI space and generally the technology space. So it's a pleasure to be here. So my name is Tembe Kariuki. I'm co-founder and CEO of a startup called Fastaga. We're an AI startup based here in Kenya. We've been in existence since about 2019. And the interesting thing is through that time, you know, we've seen the time where nobody believed anything about what machine learning and AI could do in terms of being on the continent to now where everybody actually is having this conversation, particularly about generative AI. But the question I always ask is that, you know, as also, you know, was mentioned by Bella, you know, recently, is that there is now the emerging AI divide. And for us as Fastaga, we've really focused on how can you do on-device machine learning on some of the low-power, low-connectivity smartphones that we have on the continent so that we can actually be able to democratize AI. And one of the interesting things is we realize that, you know, there's about a third of the African population, that's about 800 million people who don't have access to the internet. And even those others who we say have access to the internet, you know, most of the time if you're walking around in Nairobi and you ask someone to check an Instagram message or a TikTok message, the first thing they'll do is like,
Sina bundle.
Yeah, sina bundle.
Sina bundle.
Sindio, right? Sina bundle or ngoja niakishe nini data, right? So we realize that I think on average it's about out of a whole week, right? If you just total the amount of time people have their data on, it's maybe 48 hours in total, right? And so that becomes a big challenge to actually, as was mentioned, people having access, especially to the generative AI in terms of the chatbots. But then also going back to the realization that if you think about it, chain rule, which is, you know, chain rule or Bayes theorem, these are things that were, you know, these are theorems, mathematical theorems that underline what machine learning and AI is today that were invented by people like Leibniz, like in 1676, right? That's when chain rule was developed. But we're still saying that we have a challenge of implementing AI today, while there are actually a lot of mature machine learning technologies that we could actually be using in a lot of our industries instead of now jumping onto the bandwagon for generative AI, right? So what are some of the, you know, low-lying areas that we can actually use to impact the continent. Because these are all parts of what builds up into AI. So that's also a lot of like our challenges, even as a startup. We're always asking ourselves, okay, let's not get too involved in like a lot of the hype and actually look at the practical solutions that we could be using for the different stakeholders, whether it's in, we were actually having a conversation earlier with Adam about, cognitive health in Kenya. In terms of you're talking about emerging technology, you're also talking about in the medical space. What can we do in that space for getting vectors of diseases in Kenya from the different hospitals? You don't necessarily need generative AI, but you could use machine learning for that. And these are mature technologies that have existed for the last 300 years.
Thank you so much, Mteme. Thank you. Natasha, over to you. And as you do that, maybe give us some insights on what educational institutions are doing in terms of research regarding AI and emerging technologies. By the way, guys, let's remember it's not just AI, it's AI and emerging technologies. I know AI sometimes it's the buzzword now, so we forget about the other component that we are discussing here today. So let's keep that in mind. Over to you, Natasha.
Thank you. So my name is Natasha Karanja. I'm a researcher at the Center for Intellectual Property and Information Technology, also known as CIPIT. So it's an academic think tank that's housed in Strathmore, and we do a lot of tech policy research. So regarding what educational institutions are doing, so a lot of our research is evidence-based. We aim to have like a wide, holistic approach to our research, not looking at AI and its impact from like the average person, but like some elements of intersectionality. So looking at race, looking at gender, and also looking at different capacities for the abled and the disabled as well. So more or less just creating awareness and informing policy with our research.
Thank you, Natasha. That was short and sweet. Michael, as you give us your opening statements, talk to us about your experiences, and as you do that, maybe touch on what the public and private sector could do to collaborate and make sure that AI and emerging technologies are for good.
Thank you. My name is Michael Meshe. I am the co-founder of EVAS Technology. We build data protection and data privacy tools that leverage artificial intelligence. To what you've to your question around the public-private participation around AI and emerging technology, I think the biggest role that this collaboration needs has always been around funding, because of the scale of a lot of these emerging technologies. You look at artificial intelligence, this has been previously mentioned. Compute is quite a big cost, which leads to a huge cost in power, and so no one person can do it alone. I know Amazon recently got into a partnership with a data center that's nuclear powered. Microsoft is looking into nuclear power as well. So there's now that shift, because now you need more energy, because you have about 16,000 GPUs, they need to be powered. You need to constantly train your model. If you look at emerging technologies such as blockchain, the entire infrastructure, if you look at a distributed network such as any blockchain, all those devices need to be up and running. And the more devices you have, the stronger security-wise and trust that you build on the blockchain. Look at something like quantum computing, it's the same thing. This new architecture that's no longer following classical physics can be disrupted by light, sound, temperature. Small disruptions can seize its computations. So they also need a lot of power, a lot of cooling. I don't think it's one private sector entity will own the next emerging technology wave, or one public sector, though there's a lot of effort to do that, especially around regulation and other things around IP, which we can get into why some things are open but they're actually closed.
Michael, thank you so much. John Walubengo, over to you, aka Walu, aka John Task Force Walubengo. John, you've sat on, and you still sit on government task forces on technology. But the one that interests me most, and I think would interest everybody here in this room today, is your participation in the AI blockchain task force a couple of years ago. So, as you open your statements, try and also answer this. What are the key regulatory and policy considerations for governing emerging technologies like AI, blockchain, IoT, etc. in Kenya? And when we say in Kenya, obviously, the rest of Africa sort of looks at what we do and sort of get onto the bandwagon. Over to you, John.
Okay, thanks, Ali, and you're very right. I currently serve on a government task force that looks at reforming the whole ICT sector, the laws and regulations. It's a sector working group. We finished our report and we were about to hand over to the ex-CS, and we'll do that with a new one. And I was chairing the thematic area on data governance and emerging tech. And as Ali says, whatever Kenya sort of drafts, whether in form of strategies or legal documents, other countries pick up and sometimes implement better than ourselves. But in terms of, and I think I can share the thinking of the task force, and we hope the new CS will adopt, is that in terms of legislative and regulatory framework for emerging technologies, which includes AI, blockchain, IoT, and others, we approached it from the perspective of data. Data is sort of the foundation. If you don't have a mature data pipeline, then the technologies that will ride on that, the new emerging technologies that will otherwise use the data, won't happen. And if you don't have indigenous data in a format that our innovators can create on, then it means we become net importers of foreign technologies. And nothing against Ebele and, you know, OpenAI, but as Africans, we need also to play at a space where we are contributing our own indigenous technologies in the AI space. And Mishie here and Mutembei are trying to make that happen. But unless there's fertile ground of indigenous data sets, and when I talk of indigenous data sets, we're looking at health data sets, agricultural data sets, transport data sets that are reflective of our local context, to the extent that the innovators now can create indigenous AI solutions that the foreign entities perhaps are not interested in because the market is too small for them, but we create our own local digital economy owned by our youth, using our own data to solve our own socio-economic problems. So that is the focus of that particular thematic group. And I think at this time I also want to share that the general feeling, is, particularly for AI, is that it's too early to have legislation on the same. It's way too early to sort of start saying Europe has an AI Act, so where is Kenya's AI Act? We feel that it is not yet time to start legislating around a technology that has not yet matured within our local context. So let let the innovators play with it. Let them build rather than burden them with regulatory obstacles in terms of you must register before you build an AI model, it must be approved, it can be rejected, etc., etc. I think that's what I would say. Thank you.
Walu, thank you so much. To your point, I want to raise two things, and then I want to open it up for one or two comments, and then I come back to the panel. So please, Ian, have roving mic ready. To a point. One, there's this group of, allow me to use this tough word because I mean there's no other way to put it. There's this group of clowns going around that put together an AI and robotics bill or society or some nonsense like that. What does that task force have to say about that group? That's one. Two, yesterday in one of the WhatsApp tech policy groups, there was a screenshot, I don't know whether you saw it, I'll try and figure it out here, about some MP already starting to talk about AI bill and shit like that, forgive my French, in Parliament. What's the position of the government? So that we don't have this conversation where we are taking you guys to X spaces and we are splitting you guys in 4 or 5 different quarters. What is the position of the task force?
Yes, actually task force. I don't speak for government, but I can share the thinking in the task force, which, as I said, we hope the new CS will adopt, which is that it's too early to have an AI legislation. But at the same time, as a democratic country, we have the legislative arm, Parliament. And the Constitution allows anybody and everybody to, with the help of their MPs, to bring bills to Parliament.
Okay. So private member bills.
Yes. So this is what they call a private member's bill. It's not a government bill. And the Constitution allows anyone to push their bill as far as they can. But we still feel that at some point the parliamentary process must engage with the ICT Parliamentary Committee. I think KJ is the chair, who will then perhaps consult the Minister of ICT on their position, and then the ministry will submit a position that we believe will mirror what the sector working group is advising. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Alu, for that sort of vote of confidence in our thinking. I will open it up to the audience, and I also see that there are some online questions. Maybe somebody could send me that link on my WhatsApp so that, because I have not gone
Ali?
to Slido.
Ali?
Yes.
I'm just wondering, before we move on, can I just say something about regulation, only because I think it's important if you're talking about a context that's not Kenya. So as we talk about regulation, so yes, I agree that it's early for AI specific legislation, but I think it's important to note, since we're talking about Pan-Africa, that a lot of African governments don't have privacy, data protection and privacy legislation. And so I just think in order to create an environment where where there is informed consent and where you're thinking about privacy, I think this is something that the government should be sure that there is a sort of a data privacy framework that's fit for purpose. I would also add that there are some safety issues that are not specific to AR, that are just internet safety regulation, which Kenya may be in a different position, but we have many governments across our continent, and the AI will exacerbate those issues. So one thing I will say is, no, there shouldn't be, right now it's too early to regulate AI specifically, but there is a particular regulatory framework that not enough of our countries have, that I recommend.
absolutely agree with you, Ebele.
Ali.
That foundational, I'm coming to you in a minute, that foundational component on data and stuff like that, that's super important for you to even start thinking about anything else. Walu, you have a burning comment.
Yes, I wanted to agree with her that there's the Data Protection Act, which Kenya already has, and other African countries should, by all means to try to have that, particularly because the AU, through, I think they call it the Malabo Convention, already has a treaty that expects member countries to put together a Data Protection Act. Then just to pick from Ebele, the fact that we have said it's too early to have AI Act, it doesn't mean that the sector should be leaderless, radarless, and our thinking is that self-regulations. We want to engage the industry so that they're able to say, this is how we feel the developers of AI solutions should build. Because AI has inherent risks, by all means. And the fact that there is no AI Act, or there's no proposed, or the government may not be in a hurry to have an act, does not mean there should be a vacuum. Instead, it means that can the developers or the AI community have the norms, the practices, the expected, they call them guardrails. When you build an AI solution, does it have checks and balances to make sure that human rights issues are not violated, or to make sure that the AI solution is not abused to do things other than what you initially intended? That is super important. It has to be taken care of.
Thank you so much. I will hold it here now. Just open it up for the audience too for now. Question or comment. Keep it short and sweet, please. We don't want a PhD thesis on AI. And then I will also go online and ask and check for a couple of questions. You first, and then I want a lady. Yes, my Gen Z there. The one, look at me, yes, you. Yes, you had your hand up. Oh, okay. So after him, I will come to you. All right.
Thank you very much.
Introduce yourself, please.
My name is Tep Kenysiroy Eutychus. I'm in the education space. I'm a teacher and a photographer and an AI enthusiast. It's just a comment.
Teacher, AI enthusiast, photographer.
Yeah.
Hustler.
I was just thinking about the discussion on regulation. And I think it's too early, but I want to maybe suggest to the guys who are in the space if they can consider older models of technology such as USSD and offline access to an AI model that is actually offline, so that people can access it even when they don't have data. It can still help in terms of the upskilling and also learning and providing value to the general public. Thank you.
Challenge to Mutembe and Michael. I hope you've had the teacher, photographer, and AI enthusiast. Yes, introduce yourself, please, and your question or comment.
Thank you. My name is Roslyn Kabata. I'm representing UNICEF. My specialization is on justice for children, and thank you to KICTANet for organizing this. I'm so passionate about AI, emerging technology, and I'm in the child protection space. So the conversation that's ongoing right now is so pertinent to what we are doing right now as UNICEF. We did a disrupting harm report during COVID time that showed that there's increase in child violation cases. Then, of course, Kenya has a now national plan of action on online child protection. And for the justice sector, which is what UNICEF is trying to do, is get the justice sector into the tech space, which I think has been a disconnect. And from what we are seeing now, or the conversation that's ongoing, is that yes, there are models or emerging technologies that are coming up, but the laws and regulations need to I don't know, play catch up, and that's the conversation we've been having, because one, there's a lot of online child sexual exploitation and abuse happening because of these emerging technologies, but we do not have the laws that have caught up to what has already been developed. So my question is, or my request is, that the tech space or the ICT sector make sure that you don't leave out the justice sector, because in as much as we have progress in the tech space, there are also emerging crimes that come up from those emerging technologies. So one, it's a request and a question. Request that please don't leave out the justice sector, and justice sector doesn't mean judiciary and police. Justice sector is judiciary, police, prosecution, probation, prisons, children officers, lawyers. It's a whole sector, and at least we have the now National Council on the Administration of Justice, which coordinates the justice sector. So we need to make sure that our preventative measures and response measures add up to what the world is doing. And then also domesticating or ensuring that we have a protected space, even if the emerging technologies are coming from abroad. What is Kenya doing to make sure that we are gatekeeping our environment, especially for children? Yeah, so
thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I said 2, and then I'll come back here, and then we'll do some online, and then we'll come back to you. Ian, I see that you have attempted to hive off half an hour from me. I shall completely ignore this nonsense here, because we have 1.5 hours. Is that correct? Yes. No? Check the agendas from 6 to 7:30. Am I wrong? At any rate, I'm between you and the cocktail, so utadu. Anyway, back to, I think I would like Michael to respond, but also respond to my good friend, the teacher, on his challenge. And probably I'll open it up to the rest of you to answer the good lady there. Michael, over to you.
Thank you. So to the teacher, around having offline models and smaller models, I think that's what Africa needs. A lot of the large language models, the other generative models that are out there are meant for, I think, connected communities. People have access to internet and it's affordable. When you come to Africa, for example, about 80% of our economy is SME. So how do you get a supermarket, a school in Turkana to access ChatGPT via API to do all this work? It makes more sense to build smaller, specialized models for this case, and I think that's what Mtembe is building. At his place, that's what we are building, is small local models that can be used for data protection. So going that route is inherently the solution for Africa, because the markets are quite different. If you also look at even the incumbents such as OpenAI, sorry, not the incumbents such as Google, who have used artificial intelligence for a very long time, you find their use cases, they have a higher retention rate. You find the AI-first applications have a lower retention rate. You'll find the same will apply to Africa, where if you build an AI-first tool that's hosted on the internet that can't get offline, you will suffer from that. It's important, obviously, to then keep updating it over and over. To her point around regulation and legislation, it will always play catch-up. There are things we can't change in this world, taxes, death, and all of that, and the fact that regulation and legislation will always forever be slower than the innovation. But that's a good thing. Regulation and legislation, for the most part, is built out of what I call crime and punishment. No one gets rewarded for following. If you follow the law, we leave you alone. If you break the law, we come after you and punish you. There are no laws that inherently reward innovation. So we have to wait to see just how unfortunately, we have to wait and see how creatively some of these emerging technologies can be abused. There was the fear that cryptocurrencies as an emerging technology would be abused by money launderers. And I remember when we had these discussions, I think 2018 with Ali, What's the most anonymous form of payment?
Cash.
Exactly. Crypto,
I wonder nobody talks about that.
Cash is anonymous. If I hand you 50 shillings, you don't know what if that 50 shillings had previously paid for 3 blunts of weed, if that's the going rate, or it helped bribe an officer for me to get access to a building. But with crypto, you have the ability to, it's pseudonymous. As soon as that money needs to leave the platform, you can track it. So there's a lot of fear that leads to legislation. I think we need to wait, and as opposed to creating laws around artificial intelligence, it's actually finding out with our existing laws that do not touch on artificial intelligence, which ones need to be modified. Copyrights, child protection, etc. There are existing legislations that AI sort of spills over. So let's fix those ones, and let's get into the habit that AI is going to make a lot of laws need to be changed quickly. So we don't need an act that reads 1962 anymore. It will read 2023, and it will read 2025 in 2 years. And I think legislatures should be happy about that.
Thank you so much. Natasha, do you have any comments on that? You've been very silent.
Regarding what he had said, just echoing his statements, I think we already have pre-existing legislation that's sufficient to cover these arising issues. So with the Data Protection Act, as you said, there's a Children's Act, there's a Cybercrime Act. So I think that does provide adequate protection.
Thank you. The chair is busy.
Thank you.
She finished her contribution.
That's fine. Ebele, any comment? But even before, I have a question for you, Ebele, if you don't mind. How can we ensure that benefits of AI and emerging technology are inclusive and equitably distributed across different sectors of society, particularly among marginalized and underserved communities?
That's a big question. And so I think some of the things, the questions I talked about in terms of infrastructure,
yes.
It's impossible to address equity without addressing the issue of infrastructure. And a lot of our governments have sort of thought that this issue would go away, but now it's going to be exacerbated with AI because of the extent of compute. That's one. And then when I want to raise an agreement, but also a bit of a challenge. So I absolutely, and I think those of you who know me, I believe very much in local industry. And so this notion of creating LLMs that are locally relevant, that are owned and operated by Africa, that to me is ideal. The only issue is that these large LLMs are being used globally, and these large LLMs, if they succeed, will be used to make decisions that will have a huge impact across the continent. And so my concern about, I'll just call it the balkanization of large language models, is if you have models, if they continue and persist as they are, where they're only trained on data that primarily reflects the global north, and let's face it, white people in the global north, because it's not even inclusive in the global north, then it will exacerbate all of these issues around bias. And so I think that there needs to be a conversation about how we create state of sovereignty, and we can pick into how you actually define that, but how you create sort of ownership or control over data that's very specific across the continent, while not creating a situation where these large language models that are used more internationally become oases of bias and repression. And the final thing I'll say is we have researchers across the continent who are interested in being part of a global academic or research conversation. And so we don't want them to be in a situation where their research is hampered by the bias that's already inherent in these large models. So I think that there's a balance that needs to be struck. And I'm not saying I have the answer. And I very much, if there was a world where we owned completely these large language models, that'd be amazing. But in this world as it exists, I think we need to think about how we play in both in both spaces.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Belen. Now, I would like us to go to online. If the media team could just put some of the questions online, and I have to apologize in advance that we may not be able to answer all of them, so we'll pick We'll cherry pick the most interesting ones or the most controversial ones. You know, I'm an equal opportunity offender. And we'll respond to those. Could you? Yes. So let me just quickly, John Walubengo, what is the task force findings on blockchain technology, specifically integrating it into the finance industry and enhancing financial inclusion? Go read. The task force report is online. Go read.
Chair, can I summarize?
No, I am the moderator here. You want to take over? Go read. We don't have time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, whoever is online. That document is online. Just Google it or use perplexity.ai. Ebele, how do we balance the knowledge that AI gains to lessen hallucinations now that AI is being incorporated into sectors that are quite sensitive? I hope Ebele can see that.
Yeah, so I think, so this is so first of all, let me just be clear, I'm a policy person, not a technical person.
Bele, I'll come back to you. I just want to take one more, and then we'll come back.
Sorry.
No worries. Professor Walu, what are the most significant ethical concerns surrounding AI today? That's an interesting. So, Walu, please pick that one up. What are the most significant ethical concerns surrounding AI? I'll come back to you. Ebele, you have the floor.
I just said that's a very complex question, and I'm a policy person, not a technical person, but I'll make a couple of points. So one, this is why the accuracy of models or the accuracy of data that goes into models is so important, and why it's so important to have a wide variety of data. The other thing is, this is where, and I know that there is so much controversy on this, but this is why closed models, this is why there's a little bit of danger around models that are open. So one can talk about sort of the democratization of information that goes with open models, but open models make it so you're less able to control for issues like hallucination. And so this is where I would urge people, as you're thinking about like the trade-offs between open and closed, to think that closed makes it more possible to address issues related to hallucination. That's all I'll say on that.
Thank you so much. I hope that question satisfied the questioner. John Task Force Walubengo, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. On ethical issues, I would want to speak about the ethical side of AI by just elaborating that AI is really a stack. By the time you are, for example, engaging with ChatGPT or any other large language model, it's built on top of the hardware, some data, then what we call an AI model. And then at the topmost is the interface, the app. So Wanjiku and I just engage at the top. And the behavior of that AI at the top depends a lot on what's down here.
So I'm sorry, Walu, to interrupt you for 1 minute. You know, as Kenyans, sometimes we think everybody understands when we say Wanjiku.
Oh, sorry. Wanjiku is common lady, average citizen, reasonable citizen, as the lawyers will want to call her. So we engage AI at the application layer, but the ethical issues are below that, at the model level. And I think Ebele mentioned things about biases. If you have trained your AI model that with data that is not representative of the population, then it means that the answers you are getting from that AI solution will be biased, either against women, the youth, or whatever minority group that was not represented in the data. And that's an ethical challenge that we need to solve. The other ethical challenge will be on, and I mentioned this earlier, the developer builds the AI solution in a certain way, but the user misuses it in a different way. So for example, you could ask ChatGPT something like, sorry to use this example, but you could ask ChatGPT, how do I kill my spouse?
Boss.
If it is not, if they have not put guardrails in that ChatGPT, it will give you a detailed step of how to do it. Maybe a better example is, how do I build a virus? You could ask ChatGPT that. How do I build a virus? And it will, I'm sure by now, because they're on version 4, they have put guardrails. I'm not sure if the earlier versions had those guardrails. So the ethical issue there is that have the developers made sure that the AI solutions, whereas have been built for good stuff, are actually not being misused for the bad stuff. And that is not even a legal issue. It is an issue of the developers being able to have standards that check internally the workings of these models to make sure that by the time they ship to commercial stage, those guardrails are actually inbuilt. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Walu. Mike, I know you have a burning comment to make. Hold your horses. I'm going straight to my audience. I know my good gentleman there has been raising his hand for forever. So I'll give you an opportunity and then I come back to Michael.
Thank you, Chair. My name is...
Ebele, if you have a comment or a question or you want to interject, since you're online, just please feel free to interrupt me.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My name is Howie from the Internet Society of Kenya. I just wanted to understand, because aspects of AI, how do you define it in an African culture, maybe in Kikuyu or whatever language that you're dealing with? Two, how can AI...
Sorry, could you be more specific about the first question?
Okay, what I was saying that in AI has not been very clear in terms of culture, especially when you're dealing with African culture. When you're talking about semantics, language, we're talking about knowledge transfer. That is one. Two, I wanted to understand AI and the aspect of indigenous knowledge and traditional medicine, because those are very fundamental issues when you're dealing with copyrights. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to come back to you. Hold it for a minute. I see Michie giving me dagger eyes here. Michie, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I think let me start with answering you before, because I think Walu knows my response. So I think when it comes to indigenous data, I think it's very important, one, to consider the custodians of this data. As much as you're saying people are not represented, do they want the representation? Some cultures people have kept certain cultures and certain practices away from anyone who's not part of their group. Now, do you come and say, because of the value of inclusivity that we want, we must force you to put in this culture? I mean, to put in this so that now there's representation. So I think it's very important to consider that on the language part with the semantics, I think AI can play an amazing role. There are papers that have shown where AI has been trained on languages which the language is a bit incomplete, and AI is able to recreate the language and show existing words which it was not trained on, and even give the same meaning that is currently being used on. So I would love to see AI trained on the Maasai language, for example, and then we ask AI, what is the suitable name for AI in Maasai? And you can give us like 10 examples, and we take it back to the community, because they are the custodians of the language, and they can decide. So I think when it comes to that area, we also need to be very respectful of the people's right to their culture and the value they place. If they don't want it shared, you should enforce them. On ethics, every time Walu talks about ethics, I agree with him. Then I remember we're always supposed to be on opposite sides on AI ethics. So today you've done a very good job convincing me. But then after 2 minutes...
And it's not easy to convince me, Chair.
But I'm slightly on the default where I think, as with most technologies, we discuss ethics, and we discuss ethics around a lot of things. I don't think it's an area that, especially in emerging technologies like AI, we need to be deeply entrenched in. These ethics that we're trying to discuss are just human behaviors that we're trying to impose on machines that actually aren't intelligent at all. They're just very good at probability, not even prediction, because we usually say AI is predicting. So I think on the ethics bit, maybe we tone it down, but Walu, thank you, because now I'm a firm believer in the ethical use of AI, as opposed to other forms of ethics in AI.
Chair, thank you so much. I'm going to have to cut you short because time is now running out. So what I'm going to do now, I'm very cognizant of the fact that now we are between you and the cocktail, and a live band are here. Or is there no live band today? Anyway, I leave that to the organizers. Let me not spoil the fun. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to ask media to just post one more question. I'll pick the most interesting one, and then I'll come to the lady there. We'll wrap it up with closing statements for my panelists. But first, before I read, the language thing got me really interested. And I've always disagreed with, as a native Swahili speaker, I've always disagreed with the direct translation of AI in Kiswahili. Akili bandia. That's nonsense, I'm sorry. Bandia in Swahili means fake. There's no other translation for bandia in English. It's fake. So how do you translate AI to Akili bandia? Food for thought. I think that question, what is the right time to have an AI legislation, has been answered. For AI to learn mostly through brute learning, what is the feeding of a lot of data points to AI? How do we go about data privacy? I think, how can child protection measures support the development of a strong sense of African identity and national pride among young people? I'm not sure whether that's an AI-related conversation. Let's leave it at that. The second one, for AI to learn mostly through brute learning, which is the feeding of a lot of data points to AI, how do we go about data privacy? Mutembe, would you like to take that one? Yeah?
So one of the interesting things about what we've learned in terms of what we've been doing machine learning and AI on device is that is actually one of the places where it's creating a lot of data privacy. Because now, for example, if it's someone who it's on their device, they have their data which is there, is that everything will be done on that device, and it's only them who have permission to run whatever model that needs to be done. Take, for example, what's happening with Apple Intelligence and how they are working with OpenAI. So the conversation right now is that everything that would be happening on the device, on the Apple device, will only be staying on the device in terms of when you put in a prompt, when you put in anything, it only happens on the device, and only certain of the callback to the OpenAI API is done. If you even read the new paper about Apple Intelligence, of how they actually went through the process of gathering the data that they actually used to train the model, they actually went out, and wherever they scraped the data, they respected every website that they went to which did not agree to give them the information. And they have actually given a lot of information about how each particular bit of data was actually used. So I think in future, everything is actually going to end up coming on device. if you think about the future, which is going to be agentic, sort of agentic AI, asking one agent to sort of be like a project manager, another one a coder, another one child rights, protector, and then see whether whatever is generated from a certain prompt respects all those parts of things. A lot of that is going to be happening on device, and all these checks and balances. And also, for example, in Kenya, you have now the AI Practitioners Guide that we've been working with the Kenya Bureau of Standards to come up with, which also specifies and borrows a lot from things such as the risk framework from the US, and also Bletchley Park, of how do you actually take care of privacy by having things and computation happening on device, always asking for consent whenever you're sharing data, always making sure that the data is not used for anything else. And even right now, in terms of the scraping of data across the internet, making sure that it doesn't actually take over people's identities and is able to. So right now, one of the big challenges, and I think OpenAI has been one of the organizations that has been working with this, is like these days you can do prompt injections and attack large language models and force them to reveal data from different organizations. And that's why a lot of big entities have refused to actually use a lot of the models. So there's actually also now safeguards coming around that. So all these certain parts of how privacy can be observed.
Mutame, thank you
Michael,
so much. Thank you so much.
Something
I'm going to take one last question from the lady in white, and then I will come back and ask my panelists closing remarks, and I will keep it to 1 minute closing remarks. Michelle, do you hear me? It's not a thesis. Yes, over to you.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Miriam Juguna. I'm a tech community manager. I recently hosted all of us in the ICT space that we had the other day on Twitter. And one of the
Oh, you are the one?
Yes, I'm the
Wow.
face behind that. My question goes to Walu. We had a call to action. We gave suggestions because mostly it was the techies who are contributing. We're the ones who are doing these AI, developing applications day in, day out. How best, or how can we propose or give our suggestions from the techies' point of view? How best can we plug in with the task force or those that are formulating some of these policies that are highly affecting us?
Good question. Well done. Waldo, over to you.
The task force had a public participation session where KICTANet came in a big way. And we got feedback from them. However, for your specific, if you didn't get a chance to come in through that stage, there's still another opportunity because what we have done is to do sort of a high-level report, and part of that will then provide opportunity for deeper level engagements, whether they're in terms of AI, national AI strategies, or whether they're in terms of industry standards, or whether they're in terms of any other related activity around AI and emerging technology. So there will be subsequent opportunities for submitting more input. However, I think you can still send me whatever you have. If there's anything that may not have been captured, we can always schedule to see if it is included in the next round of participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Walu. I will advise my sister there to catch Walu when he's doing his GNTs. Guys, we're coming to almost closing this interesting panel. I hope we have engaged and learned a lot. But these conversations continue. Remember that KICTANet has a list that is quite vibrant. So if you're not on the list, please make sure that you go to the KICTANet website. That's kictanet.or.ke, and subscribe yourself to the list. Ebele, back to you, closing statements. Keep it down to a minute, please. Over to you.
Okay, I'm going to use my entire time to talk about the Open AI Forum. So it's this new initiative that brings together from around the world, academics, students, people in business to really talk about all of these issues and questions. Just as a caveat, I am the biggest fan, and those of you know, of local-led businesses, local-led solutions. But while these big industries exist, I would like for as many voices in the conversation as possible. So anyone who's interested, so we do in-person meetups, and so what I'd like to do is get enough people who are in Kenya or in Nigeria or anywhere else in the world or anywhere across Africa so that we can do in-person meetups. But there's educational mixers, expert roundtables. So if anyone who's interested, please reach out to me on LinkedIn. It's a very curated group, but for now, it's mostly people in the global north. And I want to bring many more of us into that space. That's it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that invite. Quite a number of us will be doing that tonight before we get sloshed. Natasha, over to you, closing statement.
My closing statement would be, I think a lot has been discussed around indigenous data, traditional knowledge, and the whole idea of the African context. So my observations would be more of a participatory design when designing these AI solutions. So how are you engaging people from the grassroots level and including them from like the start to end in these sort of processes? Yes.
Thank you so much, Natasha. Mutabei.
Yes, my final statement will be purely around the innovators. Right now we're talking about AI solutions, but solutions can only come from innovators who are connected to the problems. And unfortunately, for the last many years, the financing that goes into supporting those innovators hasn't been there. Since, for example, we started in 2019, there were many times where we even applied for the OpenAI, grants and such back in 2022 when it was for GPT 2.5, but a lot of those are not coming to Africa. So I'm really grateful that what Ebele is now doing to try to bring in the global majority into the conversation. Because, for example, OpenAI has raised $11 billion. The whole entire African ecosystem since 2019 has only raised about $15 billion entirely as a continent. So there needs to be a lot more activity happening in coming and putting in the real money into supporting these entities that are on the continent, because the people who are faced with the problems are the best to come up with solutions. We can't rely on someone from outside coming up to build those solutions. Otherwise, it will be, as Yuval Harari said, it will be AI superpowers and AI data colonies. And we know what colonialism did to us before. We don't 100%. Want to be there again.
100%. Thank you so much. John, Task Force for Lumengo, take it home, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My closing remarks is that data, because AI eats data for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
And teasing.
And fortunately, the data, pipeline is not there for African sort of indigenous solution. We're looking at health, agriculture, education, transport. Where is the data? It is sitting in silos of government ministries, private sector. How do we get these actors to put that data in a common pool and then avail it to our youthful innovators to solve our socio-economic problems? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alu. Michael, take it home, please.
I think my closing remarks would be around a misconception that we have about artificial intelligence. We mostly look at it as a software, a solution that we can use on our phones and our devices. I think if we need Kenya and Africa to move forward with the rest of the world, we also need to focus on the not so pretty side of it, which is the infrastructure, the hardware. The hardware that artificial intelligence uses is uniquely different in terms of having hardware that trains it, which is completely different from the hardware that it runs on when we as individuals use it. So I think there's a lot of room within AI for us to go beyond the discussions of AI as, let's use AI for this, let's use AI for that. We have nowhere to put the AI. So maybe we should focus on also building what's it called, the roots, which is the infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Michael, Walu, Ebele, Natasha, and Mutembe. Thank you very much, but most important, thank you everyone today who has been here throughout the morning, both online and offline. We at KICTANet say asante sana, because without you, we are nothing. We are just an empty debe. So asanteni sana. And now what I would like to just simply do is first appreciate my panelists. Ebele, we are going to FedEx yours. I mean, you can receive the claps now, but there are some KICTANet swags. We will make sure we FedEx yours. Please come through, and then I will hand it over back to Ian to tell us the next steps. Thank you very much, everyone.
Right, great. Thank you, Natasha. Thank you, Mutembe. Thank you, Mishie. Thank you, Walubengo. Thank you, Chairman. Please, let's appreciate them one more time with a round of applause. That was quite an insightful and engaging session. I like the way Chairman was able to bring it on the floor, to the screen, to the panelists. It was quite an engaging session, and we appreciate that. Fantastic. Once again, we just want to appreciate you for being with us this entire session. And now we would like to give you guidance to the very, very final part of this forum, which is the cocktail session. I am informed that the cocktail is going to be done at the rooftop of this particular building, and I'm informed also that there's going to be a live band, all right? And I know the KICTANet management, they have a song or two that they've been practicing for the last 6 months that they're going to go and perform right there. This, ladies and gentlemen, is also an opportunity for us to network with each other. Let's keep in touch, let's engage, and then we can be able to enjoy our cocktail. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a final high five to the person seated next to you, and tell them that I am buying you a cocktail and I need your number. All right, fantastic. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Please appreciate yourselves with a round of applause. Appreciate yourselves. You've been a fantastic audience. Thank you to our delegates, and see you at the rooftop for the cocktail session. Let's have some fun. Thank you.